Ahí está. Muy buenos días a todos, menos a mi mujer, porque sigue dormida y no me dejó ir a jugar con Vini antes de que se despertara. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente inicio de su semana. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón y bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo. En un momento tendremos a Farhan acá con nosotros para poder analizar todo lo que nos estén mandando en el E-Trading Academy. Estamos muy emocionados porque ayer tuvimos un alto histórico en Bitcoin. Interesante. Pero antes de todo esto, quiero platicar con ustedes de los drones, los famosísimos drones de Nueva Jersey, de Nueva York, porque es una de las historias, en mi opinión, más ridículas de toda la historia, pero además tiene muy buenos ángulos. Tengo que decirlo, he estado buscando todos los ángulos de absolutamente todos lados, porque tenemos que entender un poco y nunca confiarnos en que solamente lo que estamos diciendo es religión. Entonces, está presentándose algo bastante interesante. Ok, vamos a analizar qué es lo que está pasando rápido. Para los que tal vez vivan debajo de una piedra y no hayan escuchado, hay drones en Nueva Jersey que están llegando de la nada y nadie sabe qué son. Entonces, hay mucha gente especulando que si son extraterrestres, que si es Irán atacándonos, tal vez sea Project Bluebeam, y ahorita vamos a analizar todas esas rapidísimo para poder saber qué exactamente es qué, de verdad, porque creo que es importante. Entonces, empecemos con lo primero. Lo primero que estamos notando es que esto es algo que está platicado en todos los medios, en absolutamente todos los medios, medios tradicionales, como locos, lo están poniendo enfrente de todo el mundo. Lo que nos dicen que quieren que volteemos a ver ahí. Eso es lo primero que tenemos que notar, porque si esto fuera algo que quisieran esconder, como por ejemplo, no sé, esa insurrección de enero 6, ¿cuántos de ustedes han encontrado fácilmente esos videos de cuando la policía está llevando a toda la gente en todos los pasillos y diciéndoles dónde estar, están pidiéndoles que se tomen fotos con ellos, etcétera? ¿Cuántos de ustedes han visto eso? Eso no lo quieren que lo veas, pero esto sí quieren que lo veas. Así que eso es lo primero que voy a tener en mente cuando estoy analizando esta situación, que esto es algo parte de la retórica de todo el mundo, porque de verdad, cuando hay algo que no quieren que veas, normalmente ocurren este tipo de cosas para que no voltees ahí, estés volteando en otro lado. Un buen truco de magia, siempre recuerda, pongo la mano acá, pero el truco está pasando en esta. Es sencillo de entender eso. Ok, con eso entendido, sabiendo que lo están poniendo enfrente de todos nosotros y que lo están literalmente empujando en todos lados, también entendamos que en redes sociales hay muchísimas plantas que no son cuentas reales y también manipulan a cuentas reales. Una manera de la que manipulan a cuentas reales, por ejemplo, o que intentan, es, por ejemplo, cuando llevaron a Luis Elizondo, que es un experto y trabaja para el Pentágono y ahora es uno de los que sueltan información, ¿no? Un pajarito soplón. Ese tío lo meten al podcast de Joe Rogan para diseminar información falsa. Y esto también ocurrió hace unos meses cuando lo pusieron enfrente de todos a decirles, quiero que sepan, extraterrestres son reales, los hemos visto y me están dejando salir a decir lo que son. Nada más no te puedo decir nada. No te puedo decir nada, mis jefes se enojarían, pero estoy aquí para decirte la verdad. Sí existen y hacen cosas horrendas. ¿Cómo qué tipo de cosas? Es que no puedo decirte, es clasificado. Bueno, pero entonces, ¿cómo se ven los extraterrestres? Es que sí, son seres de otra galaxia y se ven completamente diferente a nosotros. ¿Pero cómo? ¿Los has visto? Claro que los he visto. Entonces, dinos cómo se ven. No puedo. Es que mi jefe se enoja. Tenemos que disfrutar el momento porque no toda la ridiculez de todo el mundo ocurre todo el tiempo. ¿Quién se acuerda la última vez que nos sacaron todo esto fuerte enfrente de todos? Esto fue en el 2020, cuando unos meses después, o mínimo tal vez el mismo mes que empezó la pandemia, nos empezaron a contar que, es que vean todos estos videos de pilotos que han puesto donde sale el tic-tac y se mete al agua y sube del agua y se baja. Y toda esta gente salió a testificar con el gobierno de Estados Unidos. Qué momentazo para ello. Después de ahí, ¿se acuerdan que nos prometieron que nos iban a decir todo lo que había pasado con los extraterrestres? Pero nunca lo hicieron. No sé qué exactamente pasó. Nada más muy interesante que nunca lo fueran a hacer. Espérenme un segundo, me acabo de dar cuenta que en mi canal de YouTube no puse absolutamente nada de thumbnail ni nada. Felicidades, Alejandro, por estar de vagabundo. Pero bueno, esto es parte de esta gran retórica de los extraterrestres. Es algo que nos están intentando inculcar, es algo que el gobierno no está escondiendo, es algo que el gobierno está muy orgulloso de poder hacer, y eso es seguir empujando esta narrativa de que por supuesto que existen los extraterrestres. Y a mí, yo era de esas personas que era gran fan de los extraterrestres y de verdad pensaba, bueno, en este universo no podemos estar solos y no sé qué. Pero también tengo que decir que el hecho de que mi gobierno me esté diciendo, hey, son extraterrestres, es algo en lo que simplemente no puedo confiar. Entonces, vamos a empezar a analizar esto con todas las teorías. ¿Son extraterrestres este tipo de vehículos? No. Lo que la gente está viendo son drones creados por nosotros. No hay ninguno que vuele de una manera extraña, no ha habido ninguna evidencia de que puedan hacer cosas que ninguna de nuestras naves o ninguno de nuestros drones puedan hacer, lo que para mí lo hace imposible que tenga algo que ver con extraterrestres, literalmente imposible. Entonces, de esto podemos brincar a lo que sigue, que está relacionado, Project Bluebeam. Para todos ustedes los que no sepan, el gobierno de Estados Unidos hay un papel, hay papeles de esta operación, la operación se llama Project Bluebeam, proyecto láser azul, si lo quieres ver así. ¿Y de qué se trata este proyecto? Este proyecto se trata y se encarga de poder, o bueno, en su plenitud, ¿no? Si es que se llega a dar, de poder tener y tomar control sobre todo el mundo a través de la narrativa de que nos están atacando los extraterrestres y ellos van a crear a base de láseres y hologramas. Y estos hologramas los vamos a mezclar con un poco de bombas, tal vez uno que otro drone de verdad, para que podamos ver cosas que están ocurriendo y así poder venderle a todo el mundo que vienen los extraterrestres y que tenemos que hacer algo juntos para poder detenerlos, ya sea crear un gobierno, gastar más dinero militar, básicamente tenemos que crear nuevas armas, vamos a tener que unirnos con la OTAN y con todos estos. Eso lo hemos visto cuántas veces, ¿no? Entonces, Project Bluebeam es una de las cosas que podría ser interesante para nosotros analizar de esto. ¿Por qué? Porque sí podría ser una operación de esas y la razón por qué es sencilla. La razón de esto es, tal cual como en la pandemia o como en cualquier guerra, si nos metemos en un conflicto armado, tendríamos que aplicar las leyes que son invocadas en una crisis. Y no sé si se acuerden, pero con la de la pandemia, todas las leyes que invocaron por la crisis les dio poder absoluto de hacer lo que se le hincharon las bolas, quédate en casa, no vayas a este lugar, toma todas estas medicinas que después vamos a proteger a los farmacéuticos para que nunca los puedas demandar y tampoco a nosotros, porque en realidad no, la sombrilla no cae de eso sobre las farmacéuticas, la sombrilla cae sobre los gobernantes que crearon todas estas leyes draconianas que fueron los que en realidad causaron el problema, porque si no te hubieran obligado a hacer todas las cosas que nos obligaron a hacer, no tendríamos que proteger a nadie, porque todo el mundo hubiera dicho, güey, pues yo opté por esto, no hay pedo, pero no. Entonces sabemos que el gobierno sí tiene eso que yo siempre pensé que no existía, ese afán de ser hijos de puta y malvados perros, y lo hacen y completamente. Estamos en una etapa bastante sensible, sobre todo en este momento cuando estamos viendo que tenemos una pelea con Rusia, queremos obviamente tomar otros territorios en el Medio Oriente, apoyar a Israel a poder conquistar todo el mundo si se puede. Y eso es parte de la agenda. Y estando en este tipo de escenarios, necesitamos cierto poder para poder crear aún más de este tipo de cosas, como el gasto, gobiernos, poder alcanzar lo que están buscando. Entonces, yo no voy a descartar que Project Bluebeam sea algo de lo que están jugando con esto. Simplemente creo que no va a ser lo que es. Yo creo que es más sencilla la respuesta a esto. Después de esto, vi a un tío que salió, porque esto lo hicieron con Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan le dio un retweet y dijo, esto es lo que de verdad a mí me asusta de los extraterrestres. Y es un video de 10 minutos de un tío que trabaja, es dueño de una empresa que arma drones y otro tipo de objetos voladores como contratista del gobierno de Estados Unidos. Entonces, este güey está completamente informado. Y él dijo que personalmente, esto es una historia, esto es la historia que cuenta el güey, que todo el mundo en este momento lo está haciendo como si fuera de verdad. Y ahorita les voy a contar por qué creo que es una estupidez. Eh, Cuenta la historia de que habían perdido un arma nuclear que venía, o bueno, no habían perdido de vista un arma nuclear. I see you, Farhan, just give me a few. Habían perdido un arma nuclear y esta arma nuclear la tenían habían traído a Estados Unidos. Entonces habían soltado unos drones para buscar básicamente, ¿cómo se dice? Radiación, porque si puedes encontrar radiación, vas a encontrar el arma nuclear. Entonces este güey dijo que muy probablemente lo que están haciendo estos drones es buscar ese tipo de cosas, porque tal vez haya una amenaza nuclear en Estados Unidos que llegó de la nada, señores. Así es. Entonces lo que están haciendo, y por esto mandan los drones en la noche. Si se ponen a pensar, un dron no puede ver absolutamente nada, a menos de que esté equipado con infrarrojo o con otro tipo de sistema para poder ver y buscar otra cosa. Y él mismo lo dice, nosotros no mandamos drones en la noche a volar para nada, para ir a buscar cosas, porque pues, no tiene sentido, no vas a ir a mapear algo cuando no puedes ver absolutamente nada. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que pasa? ¿Qué es lo que haces en esa situación? En esta situación lo que estás buscando es usar drones para buscar ciertos materiales en la noche que no necesita de la visión del dron, y también podría ser, por ejemplo, que haya que haya gas natural saliendo por todos lados y que lo puedan oler y lo pueden detectar. También los drones pueden hacer eso. Pero este tío dice que existe esa posibilidad. Les voy a decir por qué no. Porque si en verdad hubiera un peligro nuclear, no nos estarían diciendo que estos drones están ahí y no les harían un show gigantesco para que todos los volteemos a ver. El gobierno sabe perfectamente. Si esta fuera una operación, algo se le salió de las manos al gobierno, el gobierno no quiere que sepas nada. No te van a decir, güey, en todos los canales de televisión, que es propaganda, literalmente propaganda pura, que esto es real. O sea, si algo te dicen en los canales que es real, normalmente no lo es. Entonces, si tuvieran este problema, de verdad, y sería un problema gigantesco, ¿no? No encontramos la bomba nuclear y va a explotar en algún lado, no estuvieran poniendo toda la atención a esto, estarían diciéndole a todo el mundo que hay que voltear a otro lado. También existe la teoría de que los drones son iraníes, y esta es la mejor parte de todas, porque estos drones que estamos viendo son quadcopters, y también los que son como helicópteros, los que tienen que vuelan, ¿no? Hay gente que dirá, güey, yo también he visto esos drones como militares, pero la gran mayoría de estos drones que están volando tienen lucecitas, como todos nuestros drones, y también tienen hélices. Y por supuesto que además de que hay muchos drones eléctricos, como todo el mundo los ha operado, también tenemos híbridos, ¿no? Que es una mezcla de, de, de batería junto con un motor de gasolina. Y déjenme les digo que ningún dron de esos puede llegar de Irán hasta acá. Y también, ¿cómo vamos a dejarlos que lleguen gastando $1 trillón al año en poder detener lo que sea, ¿no? Con nuestra militar, pero no podemos detener a una fiesta de drones entrando a Estados Unidos. Es una absoluta locura. Lo que también me hace pensar que esos drones los están sacando de alguna base en la noche para poder confundir a todo el mundo, y los prenden una vez que llegan a la costa, porque no tienen tanto tiempo para volar estos drones. Se les acaba la batería, se les acaba la gasolina por el tipo de drones que son. Entonces, ¿cuál sería, antes de cerrar esto, cuál sería la opción más probable para mí? La opción más probable para mí es sencilla, señores. Habíamos platicado de que Israel estaba atacando a Siria. Acaban de bombardear a Siria y vean esto. No parece una bomba nuclear eso, y no se preocupen, no lo es. Pero me estás diciendo que esto, que no, ¿cuántos de ustedes han visto esto en la tele? ¿No? El ataque a Israel sobre Tartus en Siria. ¿Cuántos de ustedes han visto este ataque en la tele? ¿Ninguno? Tal vez es porque en verdad esto es lo que está pasando, damas y caballeros, y es lo que queremos esconder. Queremos esconder simplemente más mal manejo de todas estas operaciones que estamos haciendo y todas las mamadas que estamos haciendo. Porque, de verdad, si apoyáramos a Israel de corazón en todos estos tipos de actos violentos, ¿para qué esconderlo? ¿Por qué te molestas en esconder? Si recuerda, Israel está haciendo lo correcto, ¿no? No, el gobierno de Israel, no la gente de Israel, el gobierno de Israel. Para mí esto es simplemente una gran distracción para poder seguir destruyendo y volando todo el Medio Oriente y poder crear esa deliciosa competencia con la ruta de la seda, que es lo que está buscando mi estimadísimo Netanyahu junto con el gobierno de Estados Unidos, para poder seguir compitiendo con China, y no importa cuánta gente tengamos que destruir y qué historias les vayamos a contar. Así que esto es lo que está pasando con los drones en Estados Unidos. Sin más ni más, nos vamos a ir al casino del tío Salo, y en lo que nos vamos al casino del tío Salo, tengo que decirles rapidísimo, en el eTrading Academy acabamos de hacer el update del sitio, cambiamos los precios, y también para toda la gente que tiene el membresía Elite y también la de los live classes, tenemos ya la librería puesta y está divina. Así que ahí tienen sus 3 clases, ahí tienen todo el curso desglosado también para todos ustedes, etcétera. Vayan a checarlo. Se me hace que Bruno hizo un trabajazo. Así que eso es todo lo que quería decir. Vamos a entrar al casino del tío Salo, donde especular es el día a día. Y traigo aquí a Farhan para todos ustedes. Vamos a platicar Bitcoin altos históricos. Recuerden, siempre todo lo platicamos en inglés, después se los traduzco a español, les doy el análisis que me está pasando Farhan y de ahí le damos a la que siga. Recuerden, todos los requests que nos manden en el eTrading Academy, en el chat, es donde vamos a verlo. Y aquí, muy buenos días. ¿Quién fue la primera en llegar y le ganaron a Bitcoin, damas y caballeros? All right.
Good morning, sir.
How are you?
I'm pretty good. Today is my mom's birthday, so we got a whole thing planned. Should be fun.
Oh, that's awesome. Tell her happy birthday for me. She's like,
Do you appreciate it?
partner saying happy birthday to me. Hey, by the way, all-time high in Bitcoin yesterday. Did you?
Yep.
By the way, did you see my? I felt like like an obsessed kid because I saw it starting to happen. I started like a degenerate going into like the smaller time frames, and it was like 5 a.m. whenever I messaged you, and I was like, "Bitcoin's gonna blow up," and no one's like replying to me. So I'm like a little kid, fucking just
I was
it.
knocked the fuck out at that point.
Good for you. We're gonna get started with this bullshit, sir. And the first thing that they requested is actually not Bitcoin; it's Ethereum. I think everyone's getting really horny with altcoins right now, like very horny, and they might be jumping the gun a little too early. And I think that's what we need to be on the lookout for.
A lot of people on Twitter that I actually really respect are starting to get balls deep into Ethereum longs.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't doubt that it's going to go. I'm just saying there might be a shakeout before it continues to go, or maybe the shakeout already happened. So why don't you fucking tell me? Because I have no idea. I'm just a fucking idiot.
We're all a group of retards. All right. Closer to the screen. Okay. So I'll do it on the monthly. And the monthly is what's giving me the most clear sign of the direction for Ethereum right now. Because if we look at the monthly, we got a little bit of a pullback down to this meme line after we closed above it, back tested this meme line, and now we're using it as a spring, and we're well above this 38.2 level right here. Not only that, but we're also over these previous we wicked over these previous rejective highs. But usually whenever these areas are going to reject and then you're going to do a deviation, it is like a quick shooting star and then it pulls back heavily. The fact that we're not pulling back that heavily at all and we're still over these closing highs is a very good sign. And then you look at the momentum, which is now, first it went down to the bearish control and it flipped back up, rejecting it. Now it's kind of basing around in this area with volatility flipping back up as well. And the jewel starting to flip around right below the bullish control. So once this flips around and switches into a light blue cyan, it's going to take 1 or 2 more opens, and then it'll take Ethereum into the bullish control zone, which also points more in your direction of what you were saying about might be a little bit early. This is going to take 1 or 2 more months before this is finally able to break back into the bullish control zone. The last time it did that was back in October of 2020, right before Ethereum went from a couple $100 to $4,800. Assuming we do close over this 38.2 area right here, that's going to make this median a magnet for price action. And right now, the median is sitting at $5,100, which is about $300 over our previous all-time highs. But what also could happen is like what happened right here after the monthly close, where the median moved down significantly. We don't really know that until it happens. The only time that this median is going to be a relevant target is if we do it within this next 15 days and 10 hours, or if the median doesn't change. If it does go down, it's going to bring our price target a little bit lower to hit the median, but it's also going to make it more likely that we hit the top 38.2 because that's also going to shift down. Right now, it's sitting at $8,400, which makes it a little bit more difficult to reach. To hit that right now, we'd have to get a monthly close over $5,104.91. If the median moves down and it moves, like say it moves even lower than where price is right now, then we probably open the month on a retest of the median and then use that as a spring to go towards the top 38.2 relatively fast within that same month. But as of now, we just have to wait until this monthly closes so we can see what happens with the median. Unless we close this month over 5,105, which is not that likely. Quarterly right now is basically doing the same thing as Bitcoin is doing. It's holding the bottom of the 38.2 and then it's using that as a spring to bounce towards the median. And the median on the quarterly is basically at previous all-time highs at 4,881. That's also going to be a magnet for price as long as we're holding this bottom 38.2 and using it as a spring off of it. This one still also has 15 days and 9 hours. It's much more likely that Ethereum will hit this area in the next 15 days than it would the monthly median. And volatility is coming down, still contracting on the quarterly, coming down to pretty low levels, sitting at 20%. Some of the lowest levels that Ethereum has ever had in volatility. Only time it's been lower was back in that 2020 rally when we were at like $128 and we went to 4,800. That's like what, a 35x?
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. 35x is when you can solidly, what do you call it? Switch from the chair to the bed. The 2-week is now closing over the 38.2. It's already got a close over it. What likely happens a lot of times after this is that you get a back test of that 38.2, which looks like we're getting right now. It's somewhere around 3,824. So it wouldn't be like too wild at all for us to come back down, back test this area, maybe even wick a little bit lower to what do you call it, wash out all of the late longs, come back towards this meme line and this 5 EMA. As long as we don't break this low, though, we're still set to use this as a spring to continue upwards. So we could either bounce at this 38.2 or go a little bit lower towards this meme line and bounce off of that and use that as a spring towards our current all-time highs at around like 4,800. We probably go a little bit higher towards like 4,920, which is the 61.8 on the HPDR. 2-week is now still pointed up on momentum. First tap around, it's rejecting the bullish control. But the next time around, after we retest this 38.2, it's very likely going to break itself solidly into bullish control. And volatility is kind of declining as well now as it's pulling back to retest that 38.2. And the jewel is starting to flip back up, rejecting getting into the bearish control. And on this next 2-week open, it's going to be pushed back into the bullish control. And it's also going to be above the pink and the yellow again. But we want to see also when that is happening is we want to see the pink move above the yellow. Because at that point, they're going to be so close to each other that when the pink moves above the yellow while the blue is all in this area, that's going to give you one of the more powerful jewel long setups. And if you're getting that from the bearish control zone on Ethereum with the same setup that Ethereum got when it was $100 to 4,800, we should see a pretty nice size move on Ethereum. I can see why everybody's getting extremely bullish on Ethereum. Just seems like it's like you were saying, seems like it's a little too early right now.
Yeah, it's just like everyone is doing it at the same time. So that to me is because on the chart, if I'm looking at the chart, it does look like that. But if everyone is on the same boat.
Yeah. And then also if you switch to the weekly chart, we had a hanging man candle after this pretty impressive rally right here. Almost always what happens with a candle close like this is that you end up filling in the wick. It's you don't necessarily have to break the wick on these type of candles, but you almost always fill most of it. So it would make a lot of sense if we were to come down towards this 61.8 or 5 EMA, maybe a little bit lower towards this meme line, bounce off of that, just like we got off of the monthly, and then we could continue upwards. And if you were to dump from like about $4,000 down to $3,700 to $3,600, a lot of the people who are jumping the gun on the ETH long are going to get out thinking they were wrong, and then see it turbo reverse to $4,800 to $4,900 from there.
Yes, that's exactly what I think is the most playable scenario.
Yeah, that's what seems that's going to happen from the weekly. And now the weekly is breaking into the bullish control while volatility supports it. And the jewel is giving a pretty nice setup, not a perfect one, but pretty nice, where the cyan is crossing above everything else into the bullish control, and the pink is now crossing over the yellow. But that doesn't mean that we can't get that pullback to fill in this wick, because based off of these type of candles, you almost always fill it. I rarely ever see a candle like this after a long uptrend that doesn't get filled. It's kind of like CME gaps where they usually get filled. It's pretty much a similar thing on the 5-day. We had this candle, this Darth Maul or shooting star candle right here, and we failed to close above it. Like, sure, this candle looks good, but it did not close above this. So until you close above this, it can still be considered a lower high. And since we closed over the 38.2, we still have not back tested that area. So the probabilities are still significantly high that we come back down to retest at the very least this 38.2, if not this meme line. And also on the 5-day, momentum is starting to shift down, and volatility is starting to shift down too, which gives us more of an idea of a correction towards the downside. And the 2-day right now is with many rejections of this top 38.2 area. And whenever you reject this area many times and you keep rejecting it, you end up having to come back down and retest the median. And this median right here is the same exact area as our previous top 38.2, which we were looking for a back test at. If we come back down to retest this median, maybe a little bit lower for this meme line and this 21 EMA, and then end up springing off of that towards our current all-time highs and maybe a little bit higher. And we also have momentum slightly shifted down, about to flip back up, but not quite yet confirmed. If we were to follow through on this red candle we have right now, this momentum would shift back down below the moving average, and volatility would still be shifted up. And also on the 2-day, the jewel is starting to flip over and give us this dark blue sell and reject the critical zone. So what we would like to see is the jewel come back down somewhere around the bullish control, right around this yellow, flip around right here, and go back into the critical zone. And now the daily had been rejecting the median for many different attempts. Now we've opened above the median. It only really gives us a target of the top 38.2, which we've hit so far, and we're rejecting it. If we keep rejecting this top 38.2, we have about 9 hours left to go. We have two high probability targets. The first one is going to be this median right here, right around the 21 EMA. But since we've tapped it so many times, very likely that doesn't hold. And then we probably come back down to this bottom 38.2, which lines up right with this meme line, which is the same idea that we had from the monthly, where we probably come back down, tap this meme line, and use that as a spring. And we see it lining up perfectly with our daily 38.2. Four hours now shifting down on our momentum, shifting down on volatility, giving us an idea of a correction. And on top of that, the HPDR is rejecting the top 38.2 many different times. Even right now, we're still rejecting it. We have 52 minutes left to go. But if this stays as a rejection, probabilities are coming back down to hit this bottom 38.2. And since we're going to have broken this little uptrend that we've made at that point, we're probably going to come back down and retest these lows right here, which is right along this meme line and this 200 SMA. And we have not tapped this 200 SMA on the 4 hour since this initial breakout happened. So it makes a very, very logical area for us to get that next major spring towards our current and new all-time highs, right along this meme line or at the 200 SMA.
May I suggest the 12-hour temporality? I feel like there's a bunch of confluence in everything that you're saying right there.
Yeah, like 12 hours also rejecting this top 38.2 as well.
Exactly. And it's now at the median. And if it loses it, so in this system with the HPDR, you lose the median and have a close below the median being rejected, or lose it, the higher probability goes towards the 38.2% or continuation.
Yeah.
What's the
first area is at 38.2%, but then you got to look at how much volatility that you have. If you're expanding from volatility from like areas like this, then you probably go below the 38.2.
I see what you're saying.
Because that would be right here. And with that type of volatility, you probably come back down to 61.8, which is right next to the 55 EMA.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe wick a little bit below it to tap this meme line. On the monthly, Ethereum has a confirmed drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low over here. And we've hit the first target, which is the bullish control zone, but volatility is still at extremely low levels. So we'd have to look at the critical zone, and this is going to take a few months to play out. So this number is going to change, but right now this sits at 7,713, which, to be honest, but as an end of cycle goal, I don't think is too crazy. I think somewhere between high 7,000s and low to mid 8,000s would probably be the end cycle goal. But that's just a number I'm just guessing. I don't really have any data to back that up. This is what I've been watching for a while now on Ethereum. Is that the quarterly, which is going to end in 15 days and 9 hours, is about to put in a confirmed drive of hidden bullish divergence. And this is going to be the first hidden bullish divergence that Ethereum has ever really confirmed on the quarterly. And we're expanding from pretty low levels on our volatility. Lowest volatility Ethereum has ever had at 30%. We're expanding now. We're above the moving average. We're at 40% on our volatility, and we're about to put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence.
What's the price
for the divergence?
Yeah, to play out.
Okay, to confirm it, you'd have to close above $3,562.60.
Right where that meme line is.
Yeah, so if you close it, any close over that, divergence is confirmed. And then first we'd have a target of the bullish control zone, which is going to be the easiest target. We're very likely gonna break that because of how low the volatility is. But the bullish control zone sits at our current all-time highs at 4,831, and then the critical zone, this number is going to change. This is kind of a retarded number, kind of ridiculous. It's at 14,413.
Ah.
George is just sitting there with his
Yes.
shining his knob. 2 week is now also confirmed on the hidden bullish divergence. We're expanding on volatility from like 10%. Very, very low volatility levels aligned with the hidden bullish divergence usually ends up playing out pretty strongly like we did. Let's see if I can find a previous example right here. This is drive of hidden bullish divergence with volatility not nearly as low as we had right now. And we went from about $300 to $4,800 from there. The two targets we'd have right off of this divergence would be the bullish control zone and the critical zone. Critical zone is pretty likely considering we're expanding from very low levels on our volatility. But the bullish control zone is like our current all-time highs, and then the critical zone is just below 10,000 at 9,551. But also, the number is going to change a lot, so don't really marry yourself to that 9,500 number. Don't marry 9,500, but love is love. Bullish divergence on the 5-day. We've already hit the critical zone though, so not much you can do from that. Dailies hit also just put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this next higher low we have right here. Volatility is starting to contract, getting pretty low. We're at 24% after we hit multiple periods of 100% volatility. So once it contracts, drops below 15%, we're going to have a setup there aligned with that hidden bullish divergence, which will target the critical zone. And right now, the critical zone right here sits at 5,148. Remember that monthly median? $5,100. 12 hours put in multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence off of this last close that we had, I believe, last night, daily close. We have 1, 2, 3 drives with 3 higher lows, and we have volatility starting to contract. Once volatility finishes contracting, assuming we don't make a local top, that divergence will play out, and that'll give us a target of the critical zone, which right now sits at $4,428, about $400 below our current all-time highs. And 4 hour just put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence, which gives more confluence to the idea that we'd probably pull back first before the higher time frame divergences play out. And we're expanding from multiple periods of 0% volatility while we have the bearish divergence in play. That'll give us a target of the bearish control zone. Right now, the bearish control zone sits at 3,819. And if we break that area, that would give us a target of the critical zone. This is going to take a couple 4-hour candles to play out, so it's going to go up a little bit. But right now, it's at 3,434. I'm guessing it's going to go somewhere around 3,500s to 3,600s, where we can where that 200 SMA was, to bounce off of there and use that as a spring. Let's check ETH BTC. ETH BTC seems to have put in like a major bottom candle on the monthly right here to confirm this as like an actual breakout and close. I mean, like a breakout to the upside for new cycle highs. I'd want to see a close above this candle right here, which is at 0.05744. If we close above that, then we should get a pretty easy ride to somewhere around here, 0.08. And then over there, over this area, probably it goes to new all-time highs, but likely doesn't happen because this thing has been in a long-term downtrend since the longest time. So we probably find our next lower high somewhere around here, because if we don't, then Ethereum is likely going to absolutely retarded numbers.
Yeah.
Let's see. Nope, no divergences here. The jewels finally starting to curve around on the 2-week, where we went into the critical zone. We went to the critical zone again. We made a lower low off of this one. Then let's see if the price went lower. Yep, price did go lower, so there's no divergence. Weekly has now put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence off of this low right here, because the RSI made a decently higher low. And now we're starting to break this little trend right here, I'd want to see us close above this area to confirm it as a break of trend. But right now, we're just making a higher low before we continue. And we have this divergence target sitting at the bullish control zone, which right now is at 0.04. And since volatility is so low, it's more likely that we hit the critical zone, which is at 0.07, right below that 0.08 that I think might be a lower high. But if you do the math, 0.08 times 100,000 per Bitcoin is like $8,000 per Ethereum.
I'm not even sure how to start doing that math, but I'm gonna trust you.
Yeah, because the price of each BTC is this many Bitcoin. So you just multiply that by the price of Bitcoin.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, it's actually not that hard.
Yeah, especially when
right.
you're dealing with a round number like 100.
Yeah, you're totally right.
The 5-day has 3 drives of bullish divergence off of these lows right here. We're still contracting on our volatility. So if we can contract below like 15%, then we would target the critical zone. But if we start expanding from here, then we probably go to the bullish control zone first. And the bullish control zone is at 0.04 and the critical zone is at 0.07. 3-day also has multiple drives of bullish divergence, giving us the same target of 0.04. 2-day now has bearish divergence, but we're very close to invalidating it. If we were to close above, where is it? This close is at 0.04. So if you close above 0.0403, this divergence would be invalidated, and we would probably use that, because whenever people see bearish divergence or bullish divergence, they end up taking trades off of that before they get confirmation on the candle. And then whenever it goes against them, they usually end up getting out at the area they got the divergence. So you get an opposite move that you would have gotten from the divergence. So if we close over this divergence, make a local bottom and invalidate it, we should probably tap this 100 EMA at the very least, around 0.041. That would also hit our higher time frame bullish divergence targets. Daily also has bearish divergence.
So giving Boy to the play that maybe people are front running something.
Yeah, and to confirm to invalidate this bearish divergence, we'd have to close above 0.03954. So until as long as we're below that, the divergence is going to be active, and we should come back down to hit this bearish control zone sitting at 0.03. Or this is going to be another number after there. I just hate how this RSI doesn't tell you whenever there's many zeros in there.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
4-hour now also has bearish divergence too. We're already at the critical zone. So the next area we'd probably look at is somewhere around like this right here, 0.35 to maybe 0.32s. Goes along with Ethereum USD pulling back at first too before and tapping that meme line before using it as a spring.
Damn, Tesla 445. Holy shit.
It's flying. Elon Musk is making many dineros.
Mucho dineros.
Quarterly momentum on Ethereum is pointed strongly up as long as we're above $2,257.50. We're rejecting getting into bearish control, and now it's breaking back into bullish control with volatility expansion on top of that. Eesh. Here's the meme lines I drew several years ago. The monthly is also pointed to the upside. We're rejecting getting into the getting out of bullish control, and we're about to flip back up and get into the critical zone. The last time we flipped back up and rejected getting into the bearish control was right over here, whenever Ethereum went from about $2,442 to $4,800. But the difference was that time we rejected getting into the critical zone. So will we reject that once again? Who knows? Because we're also contracting on our volatility like we were at that time. But volatility was much higher back then. So it's much easier at this point once volatility keeps contracting for it to flip back up And once the volatility flips up, then this will definitely break into the critical zone. And the last time that Ethereum broke into the critical zone was right over here at about $332 before it went to $4,800.
Not bad.
Ethereum in 2021 was one of the most god tier plays there was. Riding
Yeah.
it from $100 to 4,800.
Yeah,
You
I'd
don't
say
e-
a 50x almost is not bad.
Yeah, you don't even need leverage for that.
Nope. It's a
Imagine
50x.
imagine thinking you need leverage for a 50x, and there were people who did it.
Good for those motherfuckers.
Those are the guys who are the richest assholes on crypto Twitter.
That's right.
2 week is also still expanding on our volatility with momentum rejecting getting into the critical zone. Now we're back into the bullish control. On this next open, we very likely make it into the bullish critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $2,680. Weekly now is starting to get a little bit on the edge. We're still not quite near our top of our volatility. We're at 69.84% on our volatility, and momentum is into the critical zone. It's going to flip down if we close below $3,718, which we're still slightly above right now. So, but once we start filling in this candle right here, it's going to make it much more likely that this probably flips down. And you can kind of see it on the curvature. We're starting to curve down a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
5 days getting pretty high in volatility. We're sitting at 86%. Moving average is fully caught up right now, and we're still within the critical zone, and we're still pointed up as long as price is above $3,795.
That's where the median is on the daily for ETH.
And that's what would flip the momentum down, and then that's what gets us our little correction towards that little meme line at 3,600s. 2 days already started contracting on volatility. We went all the way up to like 94, 95%. Now we're below the moving average. We're sitting at 50% on our volatility, and momentum has flipped down. We're about to leave the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $3,996. Daily is also contracting after many periods of 100%. We're sitting at 24.6% in our volatility. But on the daily, on the other hand, is about to flip back up on our momentum, rejecting getting out of the bullish control, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $3,804. $12 also pointed up, but let me make sure one thing. Oh, I see. So we're pointed up, but volatility is pointed down. So until we break these highs right here at $4,100, we have to see this as a corrective move. Same thing as the 12-hour. Sure, volatility momentum is pointed up, but volatility is pointed down. So until we break those highs, this is going to have to be looked at as a corrective move. On the 4-hour, however, the volatility is expanding from 3 periods of 0%. We're rejecting the bearish critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $3,929 and $3,930, which is $15 away from where we are right now. So it's kind of cutting it a little close. 2-hour was expanding a little bit on our volatility. Now we're flipping back down. We've dropped below the moving average, and momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $3,961 and $3,962. Interesting how much these time frames just chop back and forth. And the hourly is also contracting volatility while momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $3,946. So if we go all the way up to like the monthly and the quarterly, we have gotten very, very strong closures across the board, closing over at 38.2% areas, and we're getting bullish divergences appearing on our high time frames. But we usually, especially because of the weekly candle, which closes the hanging man, we usually get a back test of those 38.2% areas after closing above them, which would give us a little bit of a nice correction on Ethereum back down to like 3,700s, 3,600s, and use that as a spring to take us towards that monthly median, which is at $5,100, and then possibly slightly higher to tap our bullish critical zone on the RSI with divergence. Right now, it tells us that it's a target of $7,700. Very unlikely in this move, probably that number moves down because it's going to take a monthly opens for it to actually play out.
Ujú.
And then if you switch down to the lower time frames, the momentum is starting to shift down, while volatility is shifting down with it to tell you that it's going to be a corrective move to the downside. And then if you go even lower, like as we're getting a bounce right now, momentum is pointed up, but volatility is pointed down, telling you that the bounce is going to be corrective, assuming we don't break that $4,100 high. If we do, then volatility is going to start going up, and that idea of filling back in that 38.2% on the monthly is going to be out of the window, and we probably just go straight up to 5,100 from here. We have to wait to see either we break that current high at $4,100, or if we continue down with the bearish divergences playing out on the 4 hour and continue towards hitting the $3,600 area to tap the top 38.2% on the monthly.
That's it.
Yeah, that's all.
Bitcoin now. Let's see. Let's give the bad news and the good news to everybody about Ethereum then. Guys, this shit's cooked. Run. No.
Absolutely cooked. For real, no cap.
No, just fucking run. Ok, vamos a ver Ethereum, va a ser lo primero que vayamos a analizar y podemos ver nuestra gráfica trimestral. Ethereum no ha podido lograr un nuevo máximo histórico desde el 2021 en octubre, tan famoso. Desde ahí entonces hemos estado básicamente cayendo, creando nuevos mínimos más altos y buscando crear nuevos altos más altos. Tenemos esta gran resistencia en la zona de los 4,100 más o menos y podemos ver que también por primera vez estamos teniendo una ruptura de esta línea bajista y por ahora en esta tabla trimestral que cierra en 15 días y 9 horas, empieza a verse muy bien. Sobre todo cuando volteamos a ver la volatilidad aquí abajo, viene del punto más bajo en la que ha estado en la trimestral. Estamos viendo velas de 3 horas. Está el 40% apuntando para arriba fuerte, como su tío Salo en la mañana, como se debe, un hombre saludable. Estamos arriba del promedio del 9 y el 21, lo que nos dice que esto se ve bastante bien para todo lo que es Ethereum a largo plazo, además de que en los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad que tiene Farhan, hemos visto que tienes también, está a punto de darse una divergencia alcista por primera vez en la historia en este gráfico. Eso nos dice que esto tiene fuerza. Y cuando ponemos el HPDR, de nuevo, esto es solamente para jugar ahorita porque no es tan, ¿cómo se dice? No es tan accurate. Puta madre. ¿Cómo se dice accurate? No es tan, digamos, no es tan efectivo en temporalidades altas. Perdón, no sé qué está pasando con mi cerebro, aparte de la tomadera del fin de semana. Y podemos ver que estamos en la parte del 38.2%, justamente rebotando el promedio del 9 e ir a buscar esta media del canal que está justamente a la misma altura que están nuestros máximos históricos de por acá, en los 4,890. Esto nos dice que Ethereum va a ir a buscar esta zona. Una vez que encuentre esta zona, tendrá un camino para arriba, lo que sigue, pero este número es una estupidez, son $22,000. No le pongan atención para nada. No, esto va a bajar en 15 días después del cierre, así que solamente para que sepan. En la mensual, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? En la mensual estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo. Podemos ver la validez de justamente esta línea meme, donde tuvimos el cierre de esta vela en 3,700 y después tuvimos abierta justamente ahí y expansión hasta, bueno, llegamos al 4,100 y ahora estamos corrigiendo debajo de esta línea meme. Abajo en volatilidad estamos viendo que venimos de la zona más baja de volatilidad, tuvimos expansión, pero luego volvió a darse una vuelta para abajo a resetear. Vamos a marcar nuestro 15% en el gráfico de Ethereum en la volatilidad para asegurarnos que una vez que toque acá o llegue abajo, esté reseteando o rebotando, vamos a estar al pendiente de esto. Por ahora estamos por encima del 9, del 21, el 55, el 100. Todo se ve bastante bien en este gráfico. Y cuando ponemos el HPDR rápidamente en esta temporalidad, vamos a ver qué exactamente nos sale. Un segundo. No entiendo por qué mi HPDR está expandiendo así. Bueno, podemos ver que también tenemos algo de confluencia con la media que está en los 5,100. Esto está justamente arriba de esto. Esta vela va a cerrar en 15, esta vela va a cerrar en 15 días y 9 horas. Así que no nos sorprendería si esto llega a bajar. Vamos a ver qué tanto o qué tan poco. Y esto más o menos nos daría un poco de confluencia con nuestro objetivo en la trimestral de los 4,800, no ese mínimo llegar al nuevo, a retomar esos nuevos máximos históricos en la semanal. Y ahora, la cosa que tenemos que ver es, todo el mundo está muy alcista en Ethereum ya en este momento. Lo que nosotros pensamos vaya a ser el escenario que más tiene posibilidades de darse es que la gente que está entrando justamente ahorita muy emocionada llegó temprano al trade y va a haber una corrección antes del subidongo que vamos a ver. Y ahorita estamos planteando el por qué. Semanal, venimos de la volatilidad, no la más baja, pero venimos de un 5% con expansión oficial arriba del 19% y estamos en 69,84% noise. Y en lo que la volatilidad expande, Ethereum está expandiendo también el precio y ahora se está yendo de lado, que es lo que nos dice que probablemente estemos ante una corrección. Este es el gráfico semanal. Lo interesante del gráfico semanal, en mi opinión, es justamente dónde estamos parados y qué es lo que toca, porque pueden ver que la media del canal está justamente hasta acá abajo en los 2,657. No pensamos que vengamos por acá. Lo que nosotros creemos es que puede haber una corrección más o menos hasta el promedio de la 9 y lo pueden ver por acá o a este 50%. No creemos que llegue al 50% para poder no fastidiar la estructura. Creemos que simplemente acá va a darse vuelta, pero ahora sí que tenemos que ver. La parte de alta del 78,6% en esta vela, semanal, todavía le faltan 6 días, 9 horas para cerrar, está en 4,653, lo que también nos da confluencia con esas medias en el HPDR en otras temporalidades diciéndonos que vamos a ese número. Acercándonos ya un poco más, vamos a poner la de 2 días. En la de 2 días, yo creo que esto pinta una excelente fotografía. Pueden ver que la volatilidad está contrayéndose después de llegar a 95%. Y en lo que está la volatilidad está contrayendo, estamos viendo que estamos ante una corrección. Ahora, ven cómo nos está rechazando la parte alta del 38,2%. Eso nos da un ride gratis a la media. Esta media está justamente en la línea roja meme, en los 3,669. Y no dudaríamos que vengamos a tapear esta línea meme por acá en los 5,800. En los 3,583, perdón, tengo un poco de retraso mental esta mañana. Eso nos haría que, voy a quitar rápido el HPDR para que lo puedan ver. Eso nos haría venir a rebotar justamente en esta zona. Y si lo echo para atrás van a entender el por qué me tiene tanto sentido esto y por qué creo que la gente se adelantó al trade de Ethereum. Porque esto podría tranquilamente venir a retestear esta zona que es justamente donde el breakout ocurre en temporalidades altas y de acá vaya a catapultarse a la alza. Sobre todo acá teniendo un cruce plateado a la alza, oportunidad está en el 9, pero no hemos retesteado desde entonces el 21 y es lo que creo que es lo que creemos que va a pasar justamente en esta de 2 días. En la diaria, y déjenme, ¿saben qué? Regreso y quito esto. Rápido, denle 39 minutos a mi gráfico. A ver, tío, voy a darle una refrescada. Ahí está. Ok, voy a borrar esto y esto para que lo tengan fresco. Vamos a la diaria. Acá podemos ver un poco de lo mismo, la diaria. Y en temporalidades cortas estamos viendo divergencias bajistas, sobre todo en la de 4, 12 horas en Ethereum, lo que nos da todavía más gasolina para nuestra teoría de que esta va a ser la zona de interés alta antes del breakout. Si les pongo el HPDR van a ver por qué ahorita mismo. En un segundo. Pueden ver que la media justamente nos está rechazando el 38,2% en la parte de acá arriba. Eso nos da una vuelta a la media en los 3,700, pero también a la parte baja, justamente en los 3,579. Esta va a ser la zona interesante para nosotros para meternos en un long en Ethereum. Ahorita, justamente no. Todavía las temporalidades cortas nos está diciendo que esto está sobrehypeado, ¿no? Y que la gente se metió un poco antes al trade. Y también lo vi ayer con la emoción cuando salí como niño chiquito a decir, güey, creo que Bitcoin, ¿no? Ahora después de aventarme la segunda clase donde Alex nos explica cómo hacer scalping, básicamente estaba haciendo eso en la mañana y estoy viendo todas las temporadas y digo, no mames, o al tío Salo aprendió algo o está pasando algo. Y yo creo que estaba pasando algo. Y vi cómo literalmente temporalidad corta a alta estaba empezando a llegar a todos los objetivos y toda la confluencia que tenía en la zona de arriba de máximos históricos. Y dije, güey, esto va a pompear. Fui a X, les dije a todos mis teorías de siempre, estúpidas, y mucha gente me contestó en ello. Que era tiempo de Ethereum. Muchísimos, vayan al comentario, a los comentarios. Y pueden ver que mucha gente está de no, ahora la jugada es Ethereum, Bitcoin va a caer. Y es justamente lo contrario que pasó. Entonces, en temporalidades altas se ve muy bien, temporalidades medias se sigue viendo bien, en temporalidades cortas se ve que quiere corregir y estamos ante esta corrección y vamos a estar al pendiente para todos ustedes y también mandarles las señales en el Lead Trading Academy. La razón por la que en la de 4 horas creemos que nos da más confluencia con todo el análisis es porque aquí está el SMA 200. Es más, voy a quitar el HPDR para que lo puedan ver rápido. Acá tenemos el promedio del SMA 200, que obviamente con los siguientes cierres va a subir y no lo ha retesteado. Alejandro. No lo ha retesteado desde acá, tíos. Desde noviembre, el 6 de noviembre. Eso quiere decir que lleva 2 meses sin tocarlo, lo que nos da una gran probabilidad de que lo toquemos. Y la cosa acá va a ser sencilla, simplemente mantener este mínimo en los 3,489. Si rompemos el 3,849 a la baja, esto cambia completamente en mi opinión. Pero siempre y cuando aguantemos y creemos un mínimo más alto, como sería este caso, no nos espantaría y creemos que podríamos llegar al cielo. Ahora, si rompe este mínimo en un wick y la vela cierra aquí arriba, me da absolutamente igual. Eso sería el movimiento más cripto que existe y no me espantaría. Porque a mí no me espanta a nadie, no le tengo miedo ni al diablo, brother. Perdón. Ok. Y eso es básicamente Ethereum. Estamos listos para ver los Bitcoins de Farhan en cualquier momento. Voy a cambiar este delicioso anuncio para que vayan a probarlo. And sir, we're ready for some Bitcoins.
We're about to have fun with our Bitcoins.
Did you have fun with your Bitcoin over the weekend? Everybody had fun. It was a wonderful weekend. It was a great weekend. Joe Biden sucks.
Sleepy Joe's.
Hey, can I tell you something? I had fun with my Bitcoin over the weekend. I did.
A lot of fun with our Bitcoins.
Yeah. Thank you, President Trump. Uncle Donnie, Donald Pump. Let's go.
I love that phrase. I mean, I've been using that now whenever we get like a big pump. The Donald Pump.
You got a Donald Pump, son.
Okay, so I drew this little meme line right here at basically our $100,000 support, which has been resistance for ever since we the first time we tapped it. We broke it, deviated it, then we started deviating it again. Then we used it as resistance again before we had this massive drop. Then from there we started using it as support. And then with our little dip that we had around the 12th, about 4 days ago, we deviated this $100,000 area. The second that we broke it and we started to hold it as support again, that was the idea. Like probably gonna get a pump from here and probably gonna use this $100,000 area as a spring, which did end up happening. Now we're bouncing off the $100,000 area, and to get an idea of where we're gonna go, I'm gonna shift towards the monthly. And the monthly right now is just about to tap our monthly median, which we've been saying it's going to be a magnet for price action as long as we're holding this blue 38.2% area. Right now, the top on this candle is about $106,518. The median is sitting at $107,300. Very likely we could wick above it to maybe around $108,000, but somewhere around there is very likely going to be at least a short-term local top. We probably get some type of reaction, some type of pullback at that point. Maybe make a higher low somewhere around our previous all-time highs around 103, 104, and then go from there towards the quarterly median. Right now, we're also approaching the quarterly median too, which is sitting at $113,000. That I'm thinking is going to be a very, very major local top. Maybe the type of local top that gives us a couple of weeks of consolidation, maybe 4 to 6 weeks of consolidation. And then from there, we're probably into the new year, continue upwards to hitting our cycle tops. And there we probably enter the bear market. Right now, I'm not sure where the cycle top is going to be. I'm just throwing numbers out there. I'm thinking somewhere around 130s, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I look massively retarded and we go to 287,000. Then everybody comes back and like, didn't you say 130 was going to be the top?
But I was just thinking about that too, because now every time I comment about Bitcoin, even if I get it right, like yesterday, I woke up and I was like, dude, fucking Bitcoin's gonna blow up. People still like with Bitcoin going up told me that I was like Kramer, like Inverse Kramer. And then there's people that show up and put a video that I did 3 years ago where I was wrong. And by the way, no one wonders, can you put a later video of him being wrong? So you're gonna fucking go through this. They're gonna grab this video, and in 2037, Far, people will be posting about you fucking up the top.
That's why I make sure to say that I'm just making these numbers up and I have nothing to back it up.
Guess what part of the clip is not gonna make it to that?
I hate these guys.
Sorry,
monthly momentum has fully reset on Bitcoin now. We're at the neutral point. Volatility has completely reset as well. And we're coming from 0% on our volatility. If we close a monthly over this median at $107,000, we're about to get a massive downward pump. Like to the point to the same magnitude as we got right here from about $41,000 to about $73,000 type of pump we're gonna get again, and that takes us to the top 38.2. This is gonna change, like it's gonna come down a little bit as we saw right here, but right now it's sitting at $176,000. And if we're coming from 0% volatility and freshly reset momentum, 176 might not be too crazy. I'm not saying it's gonna go there. I'm just saying that I can see it happen.
We're about to do an all-time high too.
Yep. You got to be really careful with stuff like that, because if somebody's gonna interpret it as you saying, "Oh, it's gonna happen for sure," it's certainty.
Oh, damn it!
And one of the things that people don't understand is changing your bias when the data in front of you has been changed is what you're supposed to do if you're trading. You're not gambling. You're not just trying to stick to your one bias and not change it no matter what because your ego is more important. Like, no, if the data changes, you got to change your mind.
No, I actually think the people that say stuff like that, they just either, they're jealous, they hate, they're miserable in their life, or they're complete retards exposing themselves without knowing. Because everybody knows, like if you say, I'm short right now, and the price goes down, and then you feel you're short, you do it. 1 second. I was doing push-ups. Okay. Once you do that, short's done, you exit, and then the price goes up and you enter a long or you don't enter that trade. People are like, you were wrong. So that shows that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Like, sir, I'm not taking one position and praying that it keeps going that way forever.
That's what they do.
Like maybe you should just
maybe
you should just go to Vegas if you think like that.
Oh yeah. Let's go. Fucking Bitcoin, dude, unstoppable.
106,000. And on the perps, it's the same. Wow, interesting. There's barely any premium on the perps. That's usually whenever you're near a top, is where you'll see a huge premium on the futures, where it's significantly higher, like by several $100s. We're not even $100 premium yet. On the 2-week, on the first go around, we're projecting the bullish control, but the moving average is still pointed up. And if we close over this 38.2 again, we're going to flip back up again and enter the bullish control and then stay there for a good amount of time. Right now, the volatility is starting to reset as well, still above the moving average. So if we get that close above the 38.2, volatility is going to start flipping up too. And now the jewel is entering into the not only is entering into the bullish control, when we crossed above the pink and the yellow. Has the pink crossed above the yellow yet? The blue, yep, very slightly. The pink has crossed above the yellow, while the cyan was all bunched up together with it. It's very, very powerful jewel signal you see right here, especially once it enters into the critical zone. This supports a pretty nice size pump on Bitcoin. Well, probably in the next 2-week open, whenever it enters into the critical zone, and we get another close over this 38.2, that should take us with our volatility reading coming from less than 10%, and we're only at 43% now. Should take us to the 61.8, which is going to change. But right now, this number is sitting at $140,000. Weekly now has closed over that 61.8%, while momentum has shifted back up into the within bullish control. Volatility is flipped up to support it, and the jewel is now into the critical zone, with the pink crossing over the yellow. We have this red background right now, which is the God mode, but it's God mode sell, but it's not relevant yet until we've made a local top. And to make a local top, you would have to close the weekly below $94,208. So until we get that God mode sell signal is not relevant. As you can see, we first got it over here, we ended up going significantly higher. Then we got it over here. We didn't really dump until we made a local top. Then we started going down, and we went down from about like $71,000 down to $49,000. So the God mode sell on the weekly is pretty powerful once you've confirmed a local top. 5 days now, once again, just steadily holding this 5 EMA, which Bitcoin likes to do. Likes to hold the 5 EMA whenever it's in basically up only mode, and then whenever it loses the 5 EMA, it's whenever it gets more of the deeper pullbacks, like we did right here. Then we continue to hold it all the way through. We lost it right here, got a little bit of a deeper pullback. Hold it, lost it, deeper pullback. Same thing right here. Then once we started going up, we started holding it the whole way through. We're still holding it for now, and we're using it as a spring. While our momentum is starting to shift down, volatility is shifting down too. So it's pretty crazy to see that we're hitting new all-time highs while momentum and volatility are shifting down. Because if we close over this 38.2 sitting at $109,900, $110,000, right below our quarterly median, we should see a pretty explosive move, because then momentum is going to flip back up, re-enter the bullish control zone. Volatility is going to start expanding again to support it. And that would take us towards those upper targets of around the 61.8 to the 78.6, around 123 to around $144,000. 2 days already getting back above the 38.2%. We have about one day, 9 hours left to go. If we close over this area, we should see a similar move as to we got right here and around right after the election, when we close over it at $75,000, $75,009. And we went straight from there up towards 99,000, almost $100,000 before we got any type of pullback. So if we close over 38.2, that should take us to around the 78.6, which right now is sitting at about that same $123,000 area. While momentum is freshly shifting back up, just about to enter into bullish control, and volatility is shifting up to support it. And volatility is only at 43%. Jewel is starting to shift back around too within the bullish control after deviating the critical zone. Now we're once again getting this light blue cyan bicolor. Within the next 1 or 2 opens, we should make our way back into the critical zone and above the pink and the yellow. Usually, whenever the jewel flips up from this area, you don't get as powerful of moves as you do from whenever it flips up in these lower areas. But you still should get a pretty decent sized move after it crosses above the pink and the yellow and into the critical zone. Lines up with us going somewhere around like maybe 113 to 120. Daily is now re-entering into bullish control, while volatility is flipped up too. The jewel is also once again on the daily flipping back around within the bullish control. We made lower lows than these lows on the jewel. How did price action do? While price action was making higher lows. That gives you hidden bullish divergence on the jewel on the daily. $12-hour, same thing. Momentum shifted back into bullish control. Volatility shifting up. We're breaking above, using the 38.2 as a spring to go up. We're breaking over the 50%. Just kind of tapping the 61.8. If we get a close over this candle right here, 106,506, which would also be closing over the 61.8%, that would take us first, basically a free ride towards the 78.6, which is about 110,565. But since volatility is nowhere near tapped out, we probably go up towards the 88.3, which is just below our quarterly median. We're just above our quarterly median at 115,224. Quarterly median is at 113,000. Same thing with the 4-hour. We're bouncing off 38.2, using it as a spring. We're above the 78.6, just about to get to the we're above the 61.8, just about to get to the 78.6, which lines up with this top, this candle top. Close over that with our volatility at about 69%, very nice, 69%, and momentum shifted up within the bullish control. That takes us to about the 95% or the 97.5%. The reason I think 97.5 instead of 95 is because of the number. It's at 113,800, which is basically the same exact number as our quarterly median. Quarterly still has that 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to take a good amount of time to play out, and these numbers are going to change a lot. So I feel kind of like hesitant to even throw them out, but I still throw them out just for the shits and giggles, anyways. That it's at
It's a show.
Yeah, it's at $160,000. Jeez, that quarterly candle looks insane.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Monthly, we have lower lows off on the RSI, but higher lows off of here on the price, which gives us hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. We've already hit the critical zone though. Same as the 2-week. Critical zone sits at right now $144,000. That was, if you do remember, 144,000 was one of the HPDR levels.
The what? The 144?
Yeah, that would be the one of our targets from that 2-week hidden bullish divergence. Weekly, nope. It's very annoying whenever you see divergences, but you're already at the critical zone, so you can't really do much with them.
Yeah, that they'd already played out. It's like, look what
Fuck. Daily has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. Now we're basing off the bullish control zone, with volatility expanding from very low, extreme low levels, I believe below 10%. Yep, by around 5%, we're getting volatility expansion. We would target the critical zone right from that. Right now, the critical zone sits at $118,244, very close to our quarterly median at 113. And that median doesn't mean that you're going to stop exactly there. You could just wick above it and then close below it. 12-hour has now just put in freshly multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, but we're at the critical zone, so our target was a 106.8, which we've basically already hit. And now 4 hours about to put in another drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low that we just got. That was barely anything of a dip. We only went down to about 103,600, and we're going to get hidden bullish divergence off of that. Good Lord, Bitcoin is bullish. And if we were to confirm this divergence, we'd have to close above 104,937. Divergence would be confirmed. We'd have 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. We would target the critical zone, which right now this number is going to change. It's probably going to go up a little bit because we're so close to it. We have 6 minutes to go, so it'd probably be best within the next 6 minutes to recheck what that number is. But right now it's at 107,246.
I'll check in 6 minutes and tell you.
2 hours, same thing, about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this next higher low we have right here. And we're expanding. We're about to start expanding again on our volatility. We started contracting after that higher low. After this next 2-hour open, we should be above the moving average to confirm volatility expansion, and that takes us to the critical zone, which right now on the critical zone on the 2 hours sits at $110,700. See anything else. Let me switch to Tether. Love to see it. Tether's breaking down. We bounced at this previously this low right here. Now we're about to break this low, and if we solidly break this low, we would have to target this 100 EMA, which is around the very low 3% area. This area probably gives us a very significant bounce, and this probably lines up with Bitcoin hitting somewhere around 113, maybe slightly higher. And then I'm thinking after that, we go into a couple of weeks of consolidation and pullback. And then early next year is whenever we start the final leg of this bull market.
Or like in 2016, in 2 days, it just gets to an insane amount of number, and then it goes down the next day.
Yeah, it just goes all within this same month before the end of the year. It goes to like 160.
Yeah, and then just fucking drops like a bomb after. That's the most Bitcoin asshole move in the world.
Then it nukes from 160 all the way down to 75K.
Yeah.
The quarterly, which is about to close in about 15 days and 9 hours until their dominance, is about to put in another drive of bearish divergence. This is going to be the third drive of bearish divergence on Tether, which would then give us a target of the bearish control zone. And right now, that number is so low, it doesn't even tell you what it is.
Damn.
Very likely it's going to be somewhere around this mid to high 2% to maybe low 3% area is where we very likely find our cycled bottom for Tether.
Yeah, we have the 3.2% to be the big area of like for a bounce that we've been waiting for, right?
Yeah.
So
like around 3.2 to 3.3%.
Yeah.
Today just put in a fresh hidden bearish divergence on Tether after Bitcoin marked its next higher low. And that would give us a target of this critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits at about 3% exactly. Same thing with the daily, multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence, expanding from very low levels on our volatility that give us the critical zone, which right now sits at about 2.58%, mid twos. 12 hour as well, hidden bearish divergence off of that Bitcoin higher low, targets the critical zone, which right now is at about 3.47%. Four hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, like Bitcoin's about to put in a 4-hour hidden bullish divergence, expanding volatility from extreme lows. We target the critical zone, which is 3.49%. Just a momentum chart. We still got that good old Hamas setup playing out.
Yeah.
I can't. I think we might have closed, so we can see what that new pivot is now.
On the 6 minute? Yeah, you did. No. You're 2 minutes and 21 seconds.
I mean on the Hamas setup.
Oh, let's see.
On the 3 month, the quarterly, we're still pointed strongly to the upside. We're about to enter into bullish control. We have volatility support. And we're only at 43%.
That's crazy.
The craziest thing to me, that we're only at 43% volatility on the quarterly when we've gone from about, what is that, like $40,000 area to over $100,000, and we're only at 43%.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
This is one of the things that makes me like not completely disregard those insane price targets.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you cannot. But also, this is the debate, right? Like in debate, I mean, it always looks super mega. It can't go down before it goes down.
Yeah,
That's
the most bullish at the top.
Yeah, this is why this is the only thing I'm looking after. Like, it's just to make sure that I'm not just completely being carried away what I'm seeing on the chart, because the chart says, "Dude, let's go to 220 grand."
And usually you get all of the best news at the top too, like MicroStrategy being added to the NASDAQ.
Yeah, exactly. And Michael Saylor doing all of his rounds. I'm just saying, I'm carefully.
Like the 2017 top was when Bitcoin started trading on the CME futures. The 2021 top was when Coinbase got added to the NASDAQ.
Oh yeah, you're right. And now MicroStrategy made it to the NASDAQ.
And now the monthly, as we were saying for the past couple of shows, that the monthly is just about to start expanding. Monthly is now getting over the moving average. If we get a close like this, it's going to confirm monthly volatility expansion. Last time we had that was off of that last Hamas setup. And then the time before that, we had volatility expansion was in the bear market in dump of June 2022, but from Luna.
Dumperoo.
From Luna. Luna was very devastating.
Oh, dude. It destroyed everyone. I remember. That and FTX were insane times to be in crypto.
Yeah, but although the price went lower in the FTX crash, sentiment was worse in Luna.
I think so too.
because like a large amount of people, like sure people lost everything with FTX also, but with Luna they weren't really conditioned for that yet. By the time the FTX crash happened, everyone was already deep into the depression. They've already
100%.
they'd already been beaten around so much. They were like, all right, so another dump. Okay, let's keep going.
It's just part of the job. By the way, your 4-hour candle closed.
All right, nice. On the
Highest close.
monthly, we're basing off of this edge of the critical zone. We're starting to flip back up. We're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $92,560. Check the Hamas setup. Oh, there we go. Because previously off on this Hamas setup, we were at 54% on our volatility. Now that we've closed another candle, we're now up to very nice 69.84% on volatility. Still
That's
nowhere
what I
near being topped out.
nope, and that's what I call professionalism by volatility by giving us those numbers.
Yep, very professional to give us a 69.
Being a real pro.
Now we've broken back into the critical zone just after we rejected getting out of the bullish control, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above 92,420. Weekly is going to be pointed up within the critical zone as long as we're above 103,190. Volatility is going to be pointed up. It's at 84%. 5-day pointed up as long as we're above $101,900. Volatility is starting to contract though. It's below the moving average. It's at 90%. The moving average is at 92%. While we're hitting new all-time highs, pretty crazy. If we do get one more weekly 5-day close over our current all-time highs, that's when volatility will start expanding again. It'll give us a double extreme, and then from there we should be looking for some long-form consolidation. 2-day had fully contracted after hitting multiple periods of 100%. Now we're starting to expand again with this move back up to the upside. We're bouncing off the edge of the critical zone, rejecting getting out of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as price is above $103,701. Same thing with the daily, multiple periods of 100% volatility. Then we went back below 15%, starting to expand again, and which gives us a volatility versus stochastic momentum setup, where volatility is expanding below 15%. Now it's above, it's at 33%. We're rejecting getting out of bullish control, breaking back into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $101,400. 12-hour volatility is expanding from basically 15%. We're at 57% now in the critical zone on momentum and pointed up as long as we're above 105,000, let's say. Four-hour started contracting below 15%, immediately started expanding again through dip and run above that, below that 15%. We're at 63%, rejecting getting out of the bullish control, and we're going to flip back up and re-enter the critical zone as long as we're above 105,950, let's say. What was that candle again? 4-hour?
Yeah. Are you asking what was the close? 105,900. You said 950.
Let's go back to the 4-hour. Come on. There we go. That hidden bearish divergence on tether confirmed. The critical zone would be our target. Right now, the critical zone sits at 3.57%. Bitcoin. Hidden bullish divergence confirmed on Bitcoin.
Boom.
Critical zone. No, I didn't move. 106,275. That's disappointing. Would have liked to see it move up to like 108 or 110.
What a cocksucker the Bitcoin is.
Likes to tease.
I'm going to sell all my Bitcoins because of it. They're not that good. They're not doing a good job.
I've heard of another cryptocurrency. It's called XRP. It's the best cryptocurrency.
It's one of the best. Not like Bitcoin playing these games with me.
It's future France. I know about France. They don't have much of a future.
They don't. Oh my God.
go down to a little bit more of a degenerate time frame. Even the 2 hours is giving us the idea of up, because we've expanded from below 15%. We started contracting on this higher low right here, where we just got hidden bullish divergence. Because you can also see it on the stochastic, where we ended up dropping lower than we were in all of these areas right here, but price made a significantly higher low to give us another hidden bullish divergence even on the 2 hour. And now the volatility is expanding once again. We're projecting getting out of bullish control. We're about to flip back into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $105,280. Jeez, every single time frame right now is looking bullish on Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, you go on the monthly and the quarterly. Monthly, we've basically tapped the median. We're getting so close to it. Quarterly is a little bit close to tapping the median. Our momentum on all of these time frames are coming back from a full reset to flipping back up. Volatility is expanding from 0%. Then you look at our quarterly, where we're expanding on our volatility from the lowest we've ever been, and we're still in the 40s on that. The Hamas startup volatility expansion, I was thinking that, okay, we're in the 50s, we're probably going to go to the 70s from here. Nope, we only went to the 60s. We can still move up another 30 to 50% on volatility on there before it's topped out. And then if you go to the lower time frames, we're putting it in hidden bullish divergences from all of from this, if you can even call it a higher low, because we only went down to $103,000, and we're putting in hidden bullish divergence from there with volatility expansion. You go to the 4 hour, we got hidden bullish divergence, volatility expansion. It's all pointing towards hitting that quarterly median at around $113,000. From there, we should very likely get some type of reaction, some type of pullback. I'm guessing we would get like a little bit of a pullback maybe, and then consolidation for a couple of weeks. And then we would continue the final leg of this bull market sometime early next year.
Let us go. Let us go into the biggest bull of all bull runs of all time, or the biggest disappointment of all time.
Or it could just be like XRP in 2017, and we just go straight up every single day until the end of the year.
That would be the best day ever. I would hope so. I hope. Let God hear you. No, how do they say, from your mouth to God's ears?
Let me open up some degenerate longs first, though.
But there you go. Of course. We got Litecoin after. We have a lot of crypto connoisseurs on the chat.
People still care about that shit.
Yep. There's a lot of weird things. The comment says, check out Litecoin on the monthly. It's about to put a silver cross. So that's where the interest lies. All righty. Damas y caballeros, vamos a ver Bitcoin. Sabemos y vimos, logramos un alto histórico el día de ayer en los 106,520. Felicidades a todos los que están en estos trades o los que tienen Bitcoin. Bien hecho, a todos, bien. Y la cosa sigue viéndose bastante alcista. No vamos a mentir, la cosa se pinta bastante bien. Solamente quiero decirles algo. Acabo de agregar esta línea meme justamente acá en los 101,654. Se me hace una excelente zona de confluencia para el precio, y también encontré un rango. ¿Se acuerdan de esta línea morada que he tenido hace un rato en esta tabla? Lo único que hice ahorita fue extenderla, y pueden ver que el precio vino y se apoyó justamente en ella, probando que esto es básicamente un VR switch. Esto quiere decir que una resistencia, que lo fue acá, ahora se convirtió en un soporte, o mínimo esto es lo que nos ha demostrado acá el precio. Eso es la parte media del canal. Yo creo que Bitcoin podría ranguear tranquilamente en esta zona. Así que atentos a todos ustedes que son traders vergones. Por acá tal vez haya algo. Mínimo, esta línea se me hace muy importante ahora personalmente. Así que ahí la tengo, y solamente les quería explicar eso rápidamente. Vamos a empezar el análisis de Bitcoin rápido en la de 3 meses. Esta es una locura de vela. Esta vela trimestral es una mamada. Va desde los $59,000 hasta los $106,351. Una vela de $47,000 casi. Entre 46 y $47,000. Potente. También estamos viendo que rompimos nuestros cierres. Nuestro récord en cierres altos, que estaban en 71,291. Voy a empezar una vez más porque siento que estoy teniendo uno de esos ataques epilépticos que le da a la gente con la vacuna, y yo me vacuné, así que tal vez sea eso. Sí, llamen a Belén y díganle. Pero por ahora estamos arriba del cierre del 71,291 que habíamos hecho justamente con estas dos, rompiendo muy a la alza. Bitcoin está cotizando en 106,483. Algo importante que notar es Bitcoin en spot, digo, en CME, está cotizando no mucho más alto de esto. Son como $500 más. Normalmente cuando hay un tope local en Bitcoin, CME está cotizando mucho más alto y ahorita estamos hablando de literalmente menos de $500. Así que yo diría que tiene cara de que podemos seguir empujando y lograr un nuevo alto, que es más lo que estamos justamente haciendo en este momento, es un nuevo alto. Ahí lo tienen. Vale. Lo primero que vamos a checar es la volatilidad, porque esto es impresionante en una tabla trimestral. En una tabla trimestral, la volatilidad viene del periodo más bajo que ha estado en los 28,000, oficialmente expandiendo encima del promedio. Ya saben que la línea de colores es volatilidad. La línea blanca es el promedio. Contamos expansión una vez que, o una, expanda la alza por encima del promedio, o dos, cuando venga abajo el 15% y sube arriba el 15%. Esas son las mejores señales. Pero de venir de la parte más baja de volatilidad que ha existido a esto, impresionante, sobre todo considerando que este movimiento de volatilidad solamente está en 49%, y pueden ver el número acá. 49%, y tiene muchísimo camino para seguir para arriba. Ha estado en extremos en el 100%, lo que nos dice que Bitcoin tiene bastante camino para poder continuar esto. Si pongo rápido el HPDR para que lo puedan ver, no sé por qué me sigue haciendo eso, pero bueno, da igual, brother. Cuando ven acá en el HPDR, tenemos la parte, estamos en la zona azul y tenemos nuestra media en los 96,794. Siempre y cuando, no, está en los, sí, 96,664. Siempre y cuando estemos por encima, tenemos una posibilidad de ir a buscar la parte alta de acá, pero esta vela va a cerrar en 15 días y 8 horas. A menos de que el precio llegue a $170,000 en 15 días y 8 horas, muy probablemente esta media vaya a bajar y nos la vayamos a encontrar mucho, mucho más abajo. Simplemente algo que tener en mente. Y además tenemos diferentes continuaciones de divergencias alcistas en esta temporalidad y también en la mensual, damas y caballeros, que es justamente la que vamos a ver en este momento. En la mensual, por fin tenemos expansión de volatilidad, justamente, y pueden ver cómo se acaba de parar esta volatilidad un poco más para arriba. Está en 31,25%, no viene del punto más bajo, pero el hecho que solamente esté en 31% y no esté nada cerca de extremos, nos dice que este movimiento de Bitcoin también tiene mucho camino a la alza. Y vimos que la volatilidad se está expandiendo en esta vela, que es una vela mensual, y tenemos como objetivo la parte alta del canal, siempre y cuando estemos por encima de la media, que lo estamos. La media está en $98,753. Si nos vamos a la parte alta del canal, estamos hablando de $142,313. Una vez más, tienes 15 días y 8 horas para cerrar esta vela mensual, por lo que muy probablemente este número vaya a bajar. Así que atentos. Vamos a la fecha, a la temporalidad que nos demostró el setup de Hamas, el que nos dijo, de aquí soy, padre, y podemos ver el setup de Hamas jugándola con todo. Expansión de volatilidad justamente acá el 4 de noviembre, y en este momento la volatilidad está sentándose en el 69,84%. Very nice. Esto nos dice que todavía tiene camino para poder correr nuestra volatilidad en la de 2 semanas y para el precio continuar su expansión. Primer objetivo que tenemos acá son los 114,159. Acá todavía tenemos 13 días y 8 horas. Esto es un número bastante realista, en mi opinión, para poder venir a tocar los 114,211 con Bitcoin. Así que pongamos esto y también contemos la volatilidad expandiendo. Este podría ser una zona bastante interesante. Tenemos confluencia con nuestra media mensual en el 78,6%, pero de nuevo, a esto le quedan 13 días y 8 horas para cerrar, la de 2 semanas. Entonces, en 2 semanas, el precio tiene que, en 13 días y 8 horas, si no llegamos a los 114, ahí está nuestra confirmación de que nos podemos olvidar del 140 y cacho. En la semanal, nos pinta un poco de una historia algo diferente. Volatilidad expandiendo, por supuesto, pero se está yendo un poco helado, pero sigue por arriba del promedio. Viene expandiendo desde acá, lo que nos dice que todavía tiene camino para correr a la alza. ¿Tiene camino para correr a la alza en 6 días y 8 horas a los 111,000? Yo diría que sí. Y también si en estos 6 días, 8 horas rompe los 111,000, nos daría camino para ir a buscar el 88,3%, que está en $128,000. ¿Creemos que eso va a pasar? Vamos a ver paso a paso, tranquilos. Por ahora, creo que sabemos cuál es nuestra línea en la arena. Vemos que la volatilidad continúa expandiendo y que tiene camino para correr. Lo que por acá se vuelve interesante el número del 111 junto con el 113%. Voy a acercar un poco más y voy a poner el time frame de 2 días. En la de 2 días podemos ver una absoluta locura. Esta locura es justamente esto. La volatilidad comienza a expandir por encima del promedio y lo está haciendo ahora. Está en 36%, viene de extremos y va a ir a buscar otros extremos. ¿Qué nos dice? Que en un día y 8 horas tenemos una buena chance de llegar a los 110,000 o si no llegamos en un día y 8 horas, esto vaya a bajar y este promedio, el 78.6%, vaya a bajar y vaya a coincidir tal vez con esa zona en los 111,000, 113,000 dólares. Pero con esta expansión de volatilidad pueden darse una idea de por qué lo estamos viendo y también hay divergencias alcistas en esta temporalidad ocultas, lo que nos demuestran continuación. Y en la diaria vemos alto histórico en Bitcoin en este momento en 106,700, 750. Esta madre está corriendo. Y podemos ver que estamos expandiendo con nuestra volatilidad. Nuestra parte alta, el 78.6%, está en, una vez más, 111,000 dólares, lo que nos dice que podremos tal vez irnos a dar una vuelta ahí. Quedan 7 horas 43 días. Pero si Bitcoin se pone mamón, el día de hoy nos podría dar un salto e intentar ir a buscar los 88.3% en 117,000 dólares casi. Esto nos da bastante confluencia, sobre todo apoyada por volatilidad, de que el movimiento tiene mucha fuerza a la alza. Y en temporalidades cortas como el de 4 horas, podemos también ver volatilidad expandiendo solamente en 66.67% y el precio llegando a la parte alta acá en el 78.6%, que está en los 107, 147. Estamos ya en un alto histórico en Bitcoin. Vamos a ver si aguanta esto y lo podemos lograr en 3 horas y 43 minutos. Y acá que nos lleve al 108,900. Así que en todas estas temporalidades pueden ver que el Bitcoin, como dice Donald Trump, se ve pompeador de a madre, señores, pompeador de a madre. Es importante mantener sus niveles. Voy a quitar el HPDR para que puedan ver una vez más. Para todos ustedes que estén aprendiendo tal vez, simplemente vean mis puntos críticos de precio. Es justo acá. Y ahora, si llegáramos a tener una reversión y el precio cae abajo de los 94,000 y tiene un cierre de eso, eliminaría absolutamente toda mi tesis alcista. Eso daría una jugada a que se juegue una señal de venta estilo Dios de parte del Joule, si es que llega a pasar eso. Pero por ahora, el único peligro es justamente eso y ese número está hasta acá abajo. O sea, tiene que ser una caída mega mamalona para poder cambiarnos de opinión a todos y decir que esto ya se cocinó. Por ahora seguimos trepando, 106,750, máximo histórico en Bitcoin. Vamos rápidamente a analizar Tether Dominance, que como siempre decimos, la dominancia de Tether es muy importante en el precio del coin. Y la razón por qué es porque es literalmente inversa a la acción que está tomando el precio de Bitcoin. Si Tether sube, Bitcoin baja. Si Tether baja, Bitcoin sube. Vamos a empezar en temporalidad muy alta, rápido en Tether. En Tether, aunque la jugada está más sencilla de lo que creemos, pueden ver por acá esta gran caída, esta gran vela por acá. Esta es una vela trimestral. Esta vela trimestral cerrando donde está en el 384 o cualquier cosa bajo el 464%, nos da continuación a la baja y confirmación. Esta sería una confirmación muy potente que esto va a continuar. Y también estamos viendo que existen divergencias bajistas en esta temporalidad en Tether, lo que nos dice que va a haber continuación y nos pone objetivos por ahí del 3.2% en Tether, en la dominancia de Tether. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más, ver la volatilidad continúa contrayendo, no ha cambiado absolutamente nada por ahí. Y rápido les voy a poner el HPDR, aunque de nuevo no funciona tanto en este tipo de temporalidades, pero lo ponemos de todas maneras para que todo el mundo vea el show, brother. Y podemos ver que en este momento estamos llegando a extremos casi en el 100%, lo que nos dice que tal vez vamos a necesitar consolidación o estemos llegando al fondo o al tope de Bitcoin. Así que atentos con esto. Vamos a la de un mes. En la de un mes vamos a poder ver cómo estamos justamente en una de las zonas de hasta abajo. Solamente queda muy poca continuación a la baja. Tenemos el promedio del 100 en la mensual, que está justamente en el 3.27%, que creemos que es nuestra zona de máxima oportunidad en este trade. donde Bitcoin vaya a encontrar un tope, Tether vaya a encontrar un fondo y veamos la reversión de esto cuando se llegue a dar. De nuevo, esto es una temporalidad mensual, así que le falta bastante para jugarse. Viendo que también la volatilidad no tiene ningún setup, no hay más que decir en esta temporalidad. Nos vamos acercando y vamos a poner la semanal, la tenemos ahí arriba. Y en la semanal podemos ver también el por qué estamos diciendo esto. Estamos literalmente en el 88 y queda muy poco camino a esta zona de abajo, donde encontramos el 95%, que también tiene confluencia con el promedio del 100 en la mensual. Es lo que nosotros creemos. Esta zona de por acá, el 95 y el 97%, vaya a ser la zona de máxima oportunidad, aunque existe la dramática posibilidad de que vayamos al 2.56%. Personalmente no lo creo. Podemos ver que la volatilidad de Tether comenzó a expandir en la semanal justamente acá. Esa expansión hizo todo esto y ahora se está yendo de lado. Tiene todavía camino para subir. Entonces, esta expansión nos da validación de que esto podría continuar a la baja, así que atentos por acá. Nos vamos al gráfico de 3 días. En el 3 días venimos de extremos, pudimos ver estos extremos llegando y ahora la contracción en la volatilidad, viendo que estamos justamente en la zona del 50%, apoyados de esta línea meme, nos dice que puede venir a buscar, si tenemos el cierre por debajo, el 3.7%, lo que generaría un bajo histórico y eso probablemente nos lleve al 78 hasta el 88.3%. En la diaria, tenemos cruce plateado. ¿Qué pasa cada que llegas al 21, etcétera? Una gran oportunidad para retestear ese gran short. No nos sorprendería ver un rebote hasta el 4% de la dominancia de Tether cuando se vaya a dar, pero por ahora sugiere continuación y vamos a ver dónde cierra esta vela diaria. Podemos ver que la volatilidad también está comenzando a expandir y en la expansión de la volatilidad por encima del promedio, en Tether Dominance tenemos ahora continuación. Así que si la ponemos en temporalidad muy baja, me imagino que debería de existir todavía volatilidad expandiendo en lo que va el precio para abajo. En rojo, correcto. Y ahí lo tienen. Exactamente, volatilidad expandiendo, velas rojas en la de 4 horas. Ahí está, básicamente. Esta cosa pinta bastante bien para los alcistas en Bitcoin. Déjame rápido ver la dominancia de Bitcoin. Fue algo que no checamos en putiza, solamente yo para estar tranquilo. Ok. Ah, no, pero la quiero ver en la diaria, güey, no en la. Ok. Tal vez vamos a venir a hacer un techo o acá o en el 58.45%. Esta dominancia de Bitcoin, este rebote en la dominancia de Bitcoin es justamente lo que estamos hablando. Déjenme quito el HPDR para que lo puedan ver rápido. Es lo que estamos hablando de por qué creemos que puede haber que all season estemos un poco adelantados a ello. Porque instantáneamente cuando vimos el trade, todo el mundo brincó a ese lado y yo creo que no es tan fácil, no es tan fácil. Estamos justamente en medio de todos los promedios, pero creemos que podría venir a ser un alto más bajo hasta esta zona, o a esta zona, o a esta zona, y de ahí dar continuación a la caída, y eso sería oficialmente cuando todo el mundo pueda meterse ahí. Pero por ahora, en todas las temporalidades, Bitcoin se ve bastante alcista. Estamos creando altos históricos en este momento, estamos viendo historia todos juntos por acá. Qué chido. Y también, gracias a todos los que están mandando comentarios de la librería. Me da muchísimo gusto que les haya gustado. Muy útil. Vamos a poner, ahí tienen también las clases, etcétera. Y como pueden ver ahora, ya que tienen la librería enfrente y la entienden, ahí es donde vamos a poner los extractos, no extractos, vamos a crear nuevos como lo de cómo se usa Fibonacci y todo eso en esa sección para que lo tengan siempre con la mayor cantidad de recursos listos para poder ser lo mejor que puedan en esto. Así que con eso quedamos. Vámonos al Litecoin, que Farhan nos va a traer las buenas noticias para aquellos alcistas en monedas olvidadas del pasado. Alrighty, sir, we're ready for your Litecoin chart.
The boomer coin.
There should be a diet coin, like Litecoin, diet coin, fat-free coin.
RFK Jr. will shield the hell out of them.
What are you doing with the fat-free one? You're supposed to eat the fat.
I love those memes where it shows like RFK with a huge vein bulging on his forehead, saying your RFK's face when he sees a fat person.
Yeah. I personally love it.
It's fucking hilarious. The
Let's
most
get it,
the
sir.
most memeable timeline that we've ever lived in.
Ever.
So
Indeed.
on the monthly, as the person who requested it did say that there is very close to a silver cross on the monthly. It's going to happen after this monthly close and this next monthly opens, as long as we're above this 55 EMA, which right now is at about like $88. So we're 50% above that right now. So assuming we close above that, this is going to silver cross, and the 9 EMA and the 21 EMA and the 55 are all bunched in this one little area right here. So this should give us a pretty nice silver cross. And on top of that, we're closing above both of these rejective lower highs. So if we close over this area and we get that silver cross, very likely we get a move at the very least towards the 61.8%, which lines up with this previous rejective high right here. And that's over $200, like $229 or $230, 227. That's more of it's almost a 100% move from where we are right now. Yeah, it's about like 90 something percent from where we are right now. Pretty nice if I don't say so myself. Not too bad, not too shabby. And now momentum is rejecting, getting into bearish control, starting to flip up. Volatility starting to flip up as well. And the jewel is starting to turn around, rejecting, getting into bearish control. And it's giving us the light blue cyan. So after the next couple of opens, maybe it's going to take 2 or 3. It's going to get pushed back into the bullish control. And every single time Litecoin has gotten pushed into the bullish control, it's been the top. Right here in 2021, cycle top. In 2017, cycle top. So 3 makes a trend. We don't have 3 yet, but this third one is going to make a trend where we get into the bullish control. And we'd have to assume that because every single time previously it was the top, that it's likely going to be the top this time around as well. Where it can get to the US dollar price in terms of that, who knows? Because right now on the monthly, it's still in an uptrend, but we have yet to break these cycle highs that we have made from the 2017 cycle. So if we do close over this 2021 cycle high at $413, then it's probably going to go significantly higher, probably going to break these 2017 highs. But until that happens, we'd have to assume that this area is going to be another lower high. And that we're probably going to, it would be smart to start de-risking around this area, especially if you're in from anywhere around here, like you're in from $60 to $100, you're up like 3x at that point. It'd kind of be retarded to not start taking some profits there. You're going to be like that dude from South Park, Timmy, if you don't take any profits there. We're currently,
but some people like to hold it until the end.
Community members. The quarterly is now tapping the median. It's kind of rejecting it right now. We got 15 days and 8 hours to go. It's not the worst if we reject the median. What we want to see is where the median goes. If it goes higher, not going to be a good sign. It's going to be like very likely that we tap it again and reject it and then move down towards the 38.2. But if the median moves down like it did right here, it moved down significantly. Then we have probabilities of bouncing off that median and using it to hit the top 38.2. Like it bounced right here, moved down, and then we ended up using this candle to hit the top 38.2, rejected it, and then we got this move to the downside. Right now, the top of the 38.2 sits at about $197.90. Momentum is starting to shift up on the quarterly. Volatility is still pointed down. It's extremely low levels now. It's at 15% in our volatility. So if we do close over that median, the volatility is going to start shifting up, and that's going to make it very likely that we hit somewhere around the 61.8%, which right now 61.8% sits at $335, right next to these previous rejective lower highs, and that still technically would be another lower high if we found our top right here, even though that's like more than it's like a 2.5x from where we are right now. People who buy these type of shitcoins are not satisfied with the 2.5x. They want a 50x or 100x.
That's what I'm saying.
2 week has now put in somewhat of a top candle. This little doji of indecision. We've just got a fresh silver cross right now on the 2 week. So based off of this candle, what it's likely to happen, plus that we have a silver cross, is they end up getting a pullback this week, maybe the next week, to come back down somewhere right here, tap this 9 EMA, retouch this silver cross, and then use this as a spring. And it also is coincidentally right around that psychological $100 number at that 9 EMA. So slight dip below $100 to maybe like $95, maybe the 200 SMA at around $93. Use that to make people think this is the next lower high right above 100, and then use that as a spring to go significantly higher. And because these altcoins move very predatorily, it's about like a 36-35% move to the downside. Pretty in any other market that would be a not just a crash, but a bear market crash and a heavy bear market crash.
Well, it would be the end.
And right now we're just using that as a higher low in spring. The
Fucking
weekly,
unbelievable.
right? Crypto is just like no
Insane.
other market. On the weekly, we put in this hanging man top candle, which also goes along with the idea of 2 week for us to get a pullback from here. And based off of that, we very likely at first fill this wick right here, maybe wick below it a little bit and go towards this like 21 EMA, which is going to rise. Right now it's at $91. Very likely to rise a little bit. It'd be very nice to see it right around $93 where our 2 week 200 SMA is. That'll be even more of a reason to bounce there. 5-year right now, as of this moment, is still holding the 5 EMA. We're kind of bouncing off of it right now. Oh shit. Well, momentum is starting to now shift down, and volatility is shifting down, and jewel is starting to curve over and go from buy to neutral on this white coloring. On this next open, if we do lose this 5 EMA, it's going to shift to a dark blue sell, and that brings us all the way down to somewhere around like maybe this top 38.2, which is right around perfectly $93, $94, which lines up with that 2 week 200. Today, the blue 38.2 zone has now caught up after I got this pretty nice dump, because usually the price doesn't like to stay too far away from the 38.2. So when we got this, how much of a dump was this? 31% to the downside. Wow. We bounced exactly at the top of the 38.2. Then we moved down again, bounced off of 38.2 again. Now we've made our way back into the 38.2. But as of this moment now, we're projecting the bottom of it. So if we get a close below it, it's going to be the same type of thing, like where we closed above it and we got a massive move to the upside. If we close below it, we probably get a pretty nice pullback. Probably comes back somewhere around like this 55 EMA. It's going to rise to match this 95, right around that very low $90 area. Now the daily is getting a bounce on our momentum. We got into bullish, bearish control. Now we're bouncing back up. We're higher than we were in these areas. No, but we're higher in price too, so there's no divergence there. We're lower than this area though, and the momentum is higher than it was in this area. So there is potential for some slight hidden bearish divergence, but it's not going to be the most like what do you call it, the worst thing ever. I was trying to think of another word. I couldn't think of one because I'm retarded. But it's not going to be the worst thing ever. But the divergence will be invalidated if we close above $125.27. But if we continue to reject here, we close below about $115.48. Divergence will be confirmed, and that should theoretically bring us back down somewhere around this 100, which is also right around that very low $90 area. Four hours trying to start flipping up on momentum, still below the moving average. Volatility is currently still flipped up. So if it does close above that 100 and was it 100 and on this one it's $123.85, then momentum will confirm as expansion above the moving average, and volatility will still go up. Then that dip idea is not going to be as likely, and we probably go up to somewhere around 130s first. If we reject this area and close below it, then that's just going to be another lower high, and then we're very likely going towards the low 90s. What's funny is that whenever they show crypto on CNBC and those places, they still show Litecoin.
Do they? No, get out of
Yeah.
here. Do they really?
Yep. They show Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Bitcoin Cash, and Ethereum Classic.
That is fucking incredible.
They don't even show Solana.
I didn't know that. I don't watch TV.
Oh, they also show XRP, if I didn't mention that. They show all of the OG coins.
Yeah.
Wait, it's Tether. And for Litecoin, also, it's best to use the US dollar pairing because it's been around longer than Tether has.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quarterly on Litecoin, I didn't know this before. It's about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. That makes me think it might actually not
Go.
make a lower high.
Mm-hmm.
And this is lower on the significantly lower on the RSI than Litecoin RSI has ever been, ever. And price is making significantly higher lows. That's a pretty powerful form of hidden bullish divergence. And we're coming from very low levels on our volatility at like 24%. Huh. First, it's making me think a lot. First target is going to be this bullish control zone, and even that one's at about $258. And then because our volatility is so low, it makes it pretty likely that we'll hit the critical zone. Number's going to change, but right, even though if it changes right now, it's at $686. How much is it going to change to? Like 500, high
Wait, what
fours.
happened?
That because of this divergence and volatility is so low, we'd have to target the critical zone. So even if this number goes down, how much is it going to go down by? Not that much. Even if it goes down up all the way to like $480, that's still a 4x more prices right now. I guess there's a reason for people to be interested in this.
there,
But
there always is, my friend.
but during this entire time, there was no reason. When Bitcoin was going up only, this was going sideways.
Yeah.
Monthly already confirmed. Sorry.
It's the name of the game, right? Like whenever you're not looking at something, that's when it fucking blows up, and then the other way around. It's fucking nonstop, undefeated.
Yeah, it's like whack-a-mole. It's trying to get your attention to this one, and then it disappears, and another one pops up.
Yeah, total fucking dick move.
The only way to really keep track of them is to set 1,000,000 alerts.
Yep, it's and not sleep. It also
Yeah,
helps.
a whole bunch of Walter White.
Also,
Monthly has a confirmed hidden bullish divergence right at the bearish control zone, expanding on our volatility from like 13-12%. Powerful setup. Target somewhere around the critical zone, which is currently at $218. Right next to that HPDR target we had, which was 90% to the upside. Weekly has regular bullish divergence, expanding volatility from even lower levels, like about like also 10%. Targets the critical zone, which right now is at $179. Nothing here. Although I do kind of like this textbook back test where we ended up closing above this 200. Now we're back testing it and getting a bounce. Probably fill this wick to test it again, and then end up like springing from there. 5-day. Daily just put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low right here. The way to invalidate it would be to make a local top. Make a local top, you have to close below $115.48. As long as it's not invalidated, I'd be looking for the first a little bit of consolidation, and then the next extreme on the RSI. I mean the volatility, which would then take us towards the bullish control zone, which is about like $155. And depending on how low volatility gets before it expands, that'll tell us what we could target. If it expands from anywhere in this area, we'd only have to target the bullish control zone. But if it contracts to somewhere around this area, then we can target the critical zone, which would be somewhere around $239. Nothing. All right, now 4 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence also on the RSI, right at the bearish control zone. We will confirm it with any close above $120.27. Close above that, we've confirmed a local bottom, and we get that hidden bullish divergence that would target us, since volatility is coming from such low levels, the critical zone. Right now is at about $161.29. Quarterly momentum is about to break out of the bearish critical zone. Last time we did that was back in the rally right before the 2021 bull market rally, where we were at somewhere about like $24, $37, and then it blasted off to about over $400. Right now we're getting the same setup, but volatility is coming from lower levels, significantly lower levels than it was back then. So we should theoretically see an even more powerful move where volatility is. Monthly is already expanding on the volatility. We're rejecting the bearish control. We're about to flip back into bullish control, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $74.50. I believe that's nope, not even close. All the way down here. Very interesting. And this volatility setup on the monthly should, since we drop below 15%, should give us, like, I haven't backtested this on Litecoin, but should give us a pretty nice move, because this setup usually gives you about 40% on Bitcoin, and Litecoin is going to move a lot more than Bitcoin is. 2-week expanding. We're about to enter into the critical zone, rejecting the bearish critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $86.86. But you can see that same relationship as we mentioned before play out, where if it rejects one zone, it ends up working its way towards the opposite. So it rejected the bearish critical, now it's making its way towards the bullish critical. Because it only really brings it down to that area to gather liquidity, to run it the opposite direction.
Very crypto.
Yep, it's a very predatory market. The weekly is now just about to get very close to getting topped out on the volatility. Not quite there yet. Moving average is making its way up there too. Momentum is starting to shift down. It's breaking out of the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed down as long as we're below $129.50. 5-day has now hit 2 periods of 100% volatility. Moving average is caught up too. It wouldn't take very much at all to shift this into volatility contraction. The 5-day is just now starting to flip back up, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $118.60. 2-day has already started contracting on volatility after many periods of 100%. We're getting out of the critical zone. We're just at the edge of the bullish control, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're going to be pointed down as long as price is below $137.50. Daily has now hit its double extreme on the volatility. Now we're starting to contract. We're at about 83%. Momentum is going to start pointing up, but since volatility is pointing down, and we're likely in our contraction phase now since we've hit 2 double extremes, that this is probably going to be a corrective bounce. That we're pointed up as long as we're above $120. Same thing on the 12-hour, volatility contraction after hitting this double extreme, and now momentum is pointed up as long as we're above $115. 4 hours starting to get a little volatility expansion. We haven't confirmed it yet because the candle hasn't closed, but if it does, we'll get volatility expansion with the momentum pointed up as above $120. And 2 hour just now starting to shift back up with volatility expansion, and we're gonna reject the bearish control. We're gonna flip up as long as we're above $121.50. So it's cutting it quite close. Right now on the highest time frames, it's extremely bullish. 3 months is putting in hidden bullish divergence. Monthly already has it confirmed. I believe the 2-week also had divergences confirmed. We're over our previous lower highs, where if you close over those, we end up very likely testing our all-time highs, somewhere around that $300 to $400 area. I'm looking at it that wide because I'm looking at wicks to closures. So the closure high is going to be pretty significant resistance, and then the next resistance is going to be the wick high. Those highs would be basically the targets of our divergences on the monthly and the quarterly. And then if you go down a little bit, like to the more medium time frames, the volatility is a little bit topped out, starting to contract a little bit, giving us an idea of a pullback, which maybe we've already gotten so far, because if you go even lower, the 4 hour and the 2 hour are already starting to flip back up on momentum, and volatility starting to support them. So if we can continue that for maybe 2 or 3 more closes, then we'll start to get volatility in support of those higher time frames, which are contracting on volatility, the daily and the 2-day. We can start getting those volatility signals up, It would also support on every single time frame. Then the momentum and the volatility to the upside. We probably keep going up from there, and probably go back to retest somewhere around that like 170s to $200 area. Probably find some
Mm-hmm.
probably find some resistance at that point, make a higher low, and then blast towards 300. But if this momentum shifts down on the 2 and 4 hour, then we probably pull back down. We test that silver cross and the monthly, probably somewhere around like low 100s to high low 90s, and then from
I
there
have
spring
94,
off.
yeah.
Yeah, I have about 93, 94. Yeah, same level. If you use that, which is the 200 SMA, spring
Mm-hmm.
off of that, and then we probably go deep into the 100s. But the idea, the way to figure that out right now is to see if we can close over that previous lower high at about like, let me confirm it. $123.85. Close a 4 hour over that, then we probably skip that pullback idea and probably just go up from there. If we reject that, then momentum is going to shift back down. It's going to favor the slightly higher time frames. Then we probably come back down to on the monthly, retest that silver cross, and then flip them back up from there.
Sweet tits. Now let me do you mind just doing me a favor? I need to go throw up for some reason. I'm not entirely
you
sure
right?
why. Do you mind just doing Doge? Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sure. I had PF Chang's last night, son. Okay. So let's just say that I'm paying the consequences of it for sure. But the nausea is fucking crazy. I just want to throw up and get it over with. Sorry, everyone. Dogecoin. I'll be back and do both so that you can have also a break.
All right, Dogecoin, my second favorite meme coin, aside from Pepe. Should we do quarterly? Yeah, let's do quarterly. All right, so quarterly on Dogecoin, we've been rejecting this median on our previous lower high when we were somewhere around the 20 cents. On this quarterly, we've blasted through the median. We're significantly above it. It's at 21 cents. Price is now at 40, almost at 41 cents. We close over this median. First stop is going to be these previous all-time highs at this meme line right here. It's just below 74 cents. That's 73.9995. Probably pull back a little bit over there, maybe all the way back down to 47 cents. I don't think it's going to be that deep, but probably that'd be like one of the worst case scenarios. If it's still bullish, come back down there, make another higher low, and then go up towards the 30 Or what could happen is we could get one of these pumps and it just blast through this meme line and just go straight up. Because Doge is one of those coins that gathers a lot of hype as it goes up. And the more hype something has, the faster it goes up. Which overall, I would expect it to hit this top 38.2. This is going to move. Right now, it's at $1.94. I'm thinking it's going to be somewhere around like low to mid $1, because I strongly believe that Doge is very likely to probably hit $1 this rally, if not higher. But at the very least, somewhere about 73 to 74 cents, probably slightly higher than that. Get a close over that, then we're into that low to mid $1 area. And momentum is supporting that right now as it's flipping back up, well within the positive area now, and volatility is starting to flip up as well. On this next quarterly open, we're going to have confirmed volatility expansion when it crosses over the meme line, the moving average. And that should volatility expansion with momentum flipped up on Doge on the quarterly should easily take us over $1. Monthly is now closed over the 50%, slightly closed over the 61.8%, then it moved up. At this moment, we're currently rejecting the 61.8%. We still got 15 days and 8 hours to go. So it doesn't really tell us anything yet. But if we do close like this, we do have our momentum starting to shift sideways a little bit. It'll probably test the edge of the bullish control where volatility shifts down to show a correction. And then from there, if we're still bullish, worst case scenario would be somewhere around this 5 EMA, which is about just below 30 cents. I don't really think that's going to happen, though. I think we're probably not going to close like this by the end of the month. Probably going to close somewhere above this 61.8% since we're still within bullish control and we still have volatility expansion. Now, if you look at the jewel, it's starting to flip back around as well. First time around, it rejected the bullish control. This time around is very likely to break it and make its way into it and break into it. And that closure over that 61.8% is what would activate that next leg into the deep $1. It's not going to go to 230, 237 like here. Maybe it does. I just don't think it's going to go there right away. I think this range is going to move down. to somewhere around here, and then that's where we probably find a local top. Maybe we go beyond it, but I strongly believe we're going to get a pullback right there. See if I can confirm it with one of these. I hope my settings are not messed up. No, I'm getting significantly higher, $3.90. It'd be very funny if Doge hit $3.90. At that point, might as well just go to 420. 2-week is kind of shifted sideways a little on momentum with volatility as well. Jewel's giving a very nice signal though. We've crossed above the pink and the yellow, and now we're crossing into the bullish control. So it looks more corrective because of that, since volatility and momentum are sideways as well. So if we do lose this 78.6 at about like 39 cents, probably we come back down and retest this 9 EMA at about same just below 30-cent area as we got on our previous chart, and that would likely be a spring into like probably our current all-time highs around 73 cents. Weekly has already started contracting, dropped below the moving average on momentum and volatility, and the jewel starting to curve over, giving us this white neutral. So if we right now what we're looking for based off that is for this 5 EMA to get close below if we're going to get a deeper pullback. Right now we're still kind of struggling to bounce at the 5 EMA. If we do close below it, I'd expect these ranges to step up and probably come back down to somewhere around this 21 EMA. And that would be, this is also going to rise. It's probably going to be somewhere around this area at that point, just below that 30-cent number. So we're getting that number again. So if we do end up getting a pullback, that's probably where we get our next higher low, just below 30 cents at like 29s, something like that. To invalidate that pullback, because everything needs an invalidation, is we'd have to close above 0.46739 on a weekly. Close above that, then the idea of the pullback is gone, and we probably just go straight to all-time highs. On the 5-day, what I like to see is that the 38.2 range is finally caught up, and we're still above the median too. We're in the 5 EMA on the 5-day. As long as we're holding the 5 EMA, we have to assume that price is still in up only mode and trending to the upside. If we lose the 5 EMA, then something has changed from this breakout, and we probably get that pullback. First stop is going to be the 38.2, which is at about like 34 cents. Then below that is where we hit our like 61.8786, which is that 29-cent number. And 5-day momentum is shifting down. It's gotten out of bullish control. It's about a fully reset while volatility is close to fully resetting. So what you like to see is that we're going sideways and up while volatility is almost fully reset. 2-day is starting to shift back up on momentum, rejecting the bearish control. Our volatility is still resetting. It's almost fully reset, sitting at 9% right now. And we're just at the median at this moment. We're a little bit above the median, which we've been rejecting after this little bit of a breakdown right here. We close over the median. First time we've closed over the median since like back in this area, and this led to like a 4x in price. So if we do close over this median, at that point momentum is going to shift even further to the upside. Volatility is going to start expanding, and we probably go up somewhere towards this 88.3, maybe the 95%. 88.3 is going to be 58 cents. If we hit the 95% like we did, like in this area right here, that would be new all-time highs, sitting at about like 87, 88 cents. Daily is starting to shift up as well after getting into the bearish control. A little deviation of the bearish control. Volatility is basically fully reset, sitting at 8%. And we are now just about to get over the median on the daily as well, after which we've lost since that little breakdown. Last time we regained the median was back here when price was at like 16, 17 cents. So if we close over the median, volatility is going to start shifting up from almost 0%. That easily takes us to somewhere around like 95 to 97.5%. Like we did right here, we hit the 97%. 95% is just below our current all-time highs at 67 cents. 97.5% is new all-time highs at 87 cents. That same 87-cent number that we got from the 2-day before. 12-hour also pointed up on momentum. Volatility contracting very, very strongly in extreme low levels. We're over the median now. Median's at 40 cents. Close over that, we get volatility expansion, and we probably go somewhere like just swiping these highs right here at about 52 cents. And maybe get a little bit of a pullback there because it's pretty extreme areas on our volatility. But ultimately, I'd be expecting it to go towards all-time highs then at 73 cents. 4 hour got a full reset on our momentum and volatility, and they're both expanding from 0%. So now we're getting volatility and momentum in the same direction, and we're about to close over this 38.2% breakout zone, which is at just about 41 cents. If we can close above that, easily we should probably see a move towards like the 88.3, 95%, which those are going to be somewhere around like 46 and a half cents, which is the area we would have to close over on a 4 hour to confirm that next leg up towards our current all-time highs, which is about like 48, close to 48 and a half, just below 48 and a half cents. Close above that, then we very likely get a move towards our current all-time highs. Doge. Department of Government Efficiency, the only shitcoin that has a government agency named after it.
I was going to say, I don't think anything can beat that hype, by the way. Anything.
Especially once it starts actually doing stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be all over the news all the time.
I was on Twitter the other day, and I like to scroll through the news feeds on Twitter because I was looking for more news about my man Luigi, but I saw them talk. They were talking about Elon and Vivek's new thing, and they're like, Doge is going to do this. Every single time they refer to it, they called it Doge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, for real, you're going to have like free publicity all the time. And the logo is pretty stupid and has kind of like to do with this.
Funniest timeline imaginable.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Imagine going back to 2020 and 2021 when Doge was initially going, and you're telling them there's going to be a government agency named after this shitcoin. The 2 week is now has fresh hidden bullish divergence off this higher low here. We've already tapped the critical zone though. Not much we can really get off of that. I wish the RSI could go above 100, but that's not mathematically possible to give me a target. Two-day has multiple drives of bearish divergence though. 3 drives of bearish divergence off of these higher highs with higher lows on the RSI. We've already hit the middle zone, the neutral zone, with volatility basically fully contracted off of that bearish divergence, which is crazy. We got 3 drives of bearish divergence on a 2-day, and the whole time we got volatility contraction. Volatility is now at 17.5%. So this next open, volatility is going to have dropped below 15%, which is going to give us a setup. And also what you notice here is that we made significantly lower lows on the RSI than we did from all of these points, but the price is way higher. So that gives you potential for 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, maybe a 4th drive right here of hidden bullish divergence on the RSI. And since we're coming from such low levels on our volatility, that would give us a target of the critical zone, which the critical zone right now is at our current all-time highs, 75 cents. Which is why I feel like if we close a 4-hour anywhere over that 48.5 cent area, we're going to go to our all-time highs. Daily as well, multiple drives of hidden regular bearish divergence, but the difference is on the daily we started to get volatility expansion off of this little dump. We're currently at like 40%, but what's likely to happen is now once we close over our lower high, we're probably going to use that volatility expansion to start pushing to the upside. And to confirm that on the daily, we would have to close above 42.5 cents. So it's even lower than it is on the 4-hour. 4-hour is about 48.5 cents. Daily is 42.5 cents, and then we very likely go to new all-time highs or slightly above our current all-time highs. Wow. 12-hour has now fully reset and is working off of multiple periods of 0% volatility, and we have a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence on the 12-hour as well. From this low level of volatility, we go look at the critical zone. It's 57 cents. Very close, and at that point, we're probably going to get a free ride to our current all-time highs. Because whenever this thing starts going up a lot and it breaks all-time highs, that's when it gathers, well, not all-time highs, but it breaks cycle highs. That's when it gets a lot of hype behind it. And once it gets to the high 50s, in the high 50s, probably going to get like a lot of people getting like, oh, it's going to $1. So they're going to start buying in. 75 cents probably gets a very nasty pullback.
Get everyone that's about to double their money in their mind, get in the fuck out.
Yeah. Because as soon as they're down 30 to 35%, they're going to freak out.
Yeah.
Then the narrative is going to be double top. 4 hour, I don't know, it's invalidated. We had this little hidden bearish divergence, put in a local bottom, validated it. Come on. 2 hour just put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence off of this low, which was lower than this low here, but we made a higher low on the RSI. And volatility is now, this is what I was looking to see on the other time frame, where volatility initially started expanding on the move down, but now it's using volatility expansion on the upside after we made a local bottom. So that would give us a target of the critical zone, which right now is at 47 cents, right
Keeps
below our
going up.
current cycle highs. So if we close over this 47-cent area, on a 4 hour, we would want just above that, like 48.5. But if we close a daily over this, anywhere near this area, over 42.5, that's when we get our leg activated to our current all-time highs. And also our divergence target of 75 cents. We're just now about to break out of the critical zone on the momentum on Doge on the quarterly. We're expanding on our volatility from the lowest levels it's ever been. About like 30% on volatility. We're now above the moving average at 47%, and we're gonna be pointed up as long as we're above 8 cents.
Get out of here.
8 cents is what'll take us to flip our momentum down, and that's pretty insane. And that, like I've been saying for this whole couple of weeks of looking at Doge, any close over this area, legs activated, and the all-time high is basically gonna be a free move. And now we're significantly above this area. This is at like 23 cents.
You're basically double that, yeah.
Which is why I don't understand that people who have been holding Doge for the last 2 years want to get out now. Like, you held it for 2 years at 90% loss. Now that you've broken even, why are you in such a hurry to sell?
Yeah. I mean, if you already held through this, why do you care?
Yeah, you held through this, but you want to sell now that you're at break even. It's weird. On monthly, we're expanding on our volatility from 12%. We're now at 78%. We're rejecting getting into bearish control, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above 23 cents. That'll also take us very close to the critical zone. 2 week, still expanding on our volatility, getting kind of high. We're at 87%. Not really the worst, considering this likes to get double extremes at 100%. So you could put in our first extreme at 100%, go into a contraction phase. What I'm thinking is that our first extreme is going to be slightly above our current all-time highs, hit that, and then go into a contraction phase where we nuke on the people. Nagasaki set up on the people who tried to get in at current all-time highs for that 25% move to $1, 30 to 35% pullback. Then we get our second extreme on the volatility, which probably takes us somewhere into the low to mid $1 area, then cycle top. That's because, as you see right here, whenever the cycle top was in 2021, it was off the double extreme. Do we have another example? Yep, right here as well. The 2017 cycle ended on a double extreme. These cryptos love to do that. Give you your first extreme, pull back, people think it's over. Then on the second extreme, which is the one that is made to lure everybody in, that's where we put in the top. Then 2 week, also going to be pointed up, and we're going to enter the critical zone as long as we're above 23 cents. Weekly is already contracting the volatility already. We've dropped below the moving average. We're currently pointed down. We're about to test the edge of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 42 cents. 5 day as well, starting to contract after many periods of 100% volatility, and that one's going to start pointing up. Oh, interesting. We were pointed down as during this whole move where we were kind of going sideways and correcting. Now we're going to start flipping up as long as we're above 40 cents. We might get a double extreme on the 5 day. That'll take us to current all-time highs.
Which would also coincide with like the shorter temporalities, right? Like when you're looking at like a 2 hour and all that shit, like basically it's telling you like we're ready to roll, maybe.
The 2 day is now almost fully contracted on volatility. And what you like to see is that if momentum is going to be down, it's down when you're getting a full contraction. So once we get below this area on volatility and we get to the edge of the we call it testing the bearish control, this number probably drops a lot. Flip back up, rejecting the bearish control, then we get volatility expansion. And we're getting volatility expansion from these low levels while price is above 40 cents, very easily takes us to our current all-time highs. Like right here, when we started expanding on volatility, we were at about like 13 cents, and we went from there to 40 cents. And now we're significantly lower than that. Daily is starting to flip up now. Just it's the same idea as before from the 2 days, that we test the edge of the bearish control, the number goes down significantly, then we flip up, rejecting the bearish control, and then we use that volatility expansion in our favor to the upside, which is assuming we close over 40 cents, that's likely to happen. Imagine it goes psych and it just nukes to 30.
In a way, that'd be really a lot of fun because I'm not in Dogecoin.
It'd be nice to watch, but it would not be nice to
it would be fucked for everyone. Yeah.
12 hours now at 2 periods of 0% volatility. And once again, we have another example of the double extremes right here. 0%, and we're starting to flip back up. We're rejecting getting into the bearish control, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above 38 cents. So then if we close, what I'm guessing we're going to get volatility expansion over after is if we close over this high right here at 0.41475, then we probably start getting some volatility expansion, and then we rapidly probably go towards our all-time highs. I'm about to mix some Spanish and some English because I don't know the words, but muy rápido towards all-time highs.
That's really good. That's really good, sir.
Well, interesting. We're getting the double extreme on the 0% volatility now. We got many periods of 0%. Try to expand back to 0%. Get a close over this. This is high. 0.41475. Very likely get volatility expansion continued. So right now we are over the moving average, but we haven't closed over a 15% area. So that's what probably takes us over that 15% and gives us volatility expansion. We're going to reject getting out of the bullish control and be flipped up as long as we're above 40 cents. So these lower time frames are all giving us giving idea of that the bottom is probably in. 2 hour is expanding on our volatility. We're already at confirmation at 34%, rejecting the bearish control, and we're pointed up as long as we're above 40 cents. So if you look all the way up, like Doge is one of the only few, basically the only meme coin that you can even use a quarterly with. But if you look at that, like it's pointing significantly higher. It's pointing towards at least our current all-time highs. And if you were to take the HPDR number right now, instead of like factoring in that it's going to drop, it's sitting over $2 on the quarterly. And if you go down to the monthly, it's well over, like more than twice over what price it needs to close to confirm continuation to the upside. And that would give us targets of our current all-time highs first. And then over that, the top HPDR level, which if you don't factor in, it's going to drop, is sitting at $1.94. You go a little bit lower, you're getting a little bit of an idea of like a correction because momentum is starting to shift down with volatility shifting down, telling you correction. But if you go to the lowest time frames, it's saying that the correction is very likely over. We just need confirmation over that 0.41475. But volatility is starting to shift up, momentum is starting to shift up, giving and rejecting the bearish control zone on every single one of those very low time frames. And usually, whenever you reject the bearish control zone, you make your way towards the bullish control zone, which should almost certainly push us over that 41475 target to confirm the breakout. Flip volatility back up in all of these mid-time time frames, and we probably go very fast towards our current all-time highs.
Fucking sweet. Sweet for everyone involved in this shit. Like that bought Dogecoin. Who would have thought so? Who would have thought so?
Yeah. After all the cryptos that I shield everyone in my family, only one my cousin bought was at that time was Doge at 14 cents.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's good. He's not going to complain. He's still holding?
Yeah, he sold half at 45 though.
That's good. That ideal. And now he can go ahead and just fucking enjoy the ride, baby.
Yep, free money now, house money.
Yeah. Yep. We're going to go Tesla and then MicroStrategy, son.
Sounds good.
All right, I'm going to do these two. Voy a empezar con Litecoin. Perdón que me la tuve que saltar. Anoche cené PF Chang's. Es el error más grande de toda mi vida, ¿ok? Peor. Acabo de aventarme una guácara, acabo de cantar Oaxaca en el baño. Pero bueno, eso ya me hizo sentir perfectamente bien y energetizado para poder platicarles de Litecoin. Impresionante lo que estamos viendo con Litecoin, ¿eh? Podemos ver que no logramos romper desde nuestro primer ciclo en el 2017. En el 2021 no logramos romper el alto histórico de Litecoin por literalmente nada. O sea, el primero era 420, el segundo fue 414. Pero desde entonces hemos estado rangueando en esta parte baja del canal y hemos visto también, para todos los que andamos aprendiendo por acá, estamos también creando nuevos bajos más altos en toda esta operación. ¿Esto qué es? Una absoluta consolidación de precio potente y con fuerza. Pueden ver que en todo este mercado bajista hemos estado debajo del promedio del 9, debajo del 21, pero esta vela está cambiándolo todo. No habíamos tenido un cierre desde el 2022, abril del 2022, por encima de esta línea meme en los 104.89. Litecoin está cotizando en $121.54 en este momento, aunque sigue cambiando eso bastante rápido. Felicidades a todos. Bitcoin en $107,000. Bien. Pero estamos viendo esta gran tendencia alcista en Litecoin. Lo primero que voy a ver es checar mi volatilidad. Volatilidad está llegando a los puntos más bajos que ha estado en toda la historia. ¿Qué nos quiere decir esto? Que cuando esto voltee de lado y la volatilidad suba por encima del promedio, esta madre va a correr, pero como loca, porque nunca ha tenido este tipo de setup, ¿ok? De ahí vamos a ver el HPD. No quiero perder tanto tiempo en cosas que no les van a dar nada de valor. Acá, por ejemplo, vean la volatilidad en el setup de un mes. Venimos del punto más bajo de la historia en el 12.32%. Recuerden que nosotros consideramos expansión de volatilidad arriba del 15%. Pongo esto. Y aquí es donde tenemos nuestra expansión de volatilidad. ¿Y qué tenemos? Un dildo verde divino, señores. Y este setup, recuerden, es una temporalidad mensual, ¿ok? Lo que nos dice que esta madre tiene muchísima fuerza para subir y además hay muchísimas divergencias alcistas de acuerdo a momentum y volatilidad que estamos checando en estas temporalidades. Así que esto tiene pinta bastante buena. Está en 30% la volatilidad. La volatilidad le gusta o ha estado en el 100%. Siguiente objetivo serían alrededor del 69%. Siguiente será 83%. Pero estando en 30% puede doblar la volatilidad sin ningún problema a la alza. Y eso sería bastante bueno. Voy a prender el HPDR rápidamente. HPDR, tengo que decir rápidamente por alguna razón. Y podemos ver por acá que Litecoin está justamente en el 38%. Voy a eliminar mi línea de volatilidad. También voy a eliminar mis chingaderas acá para que puedan ver más claro. Podemos ver que venimos a pelear, intentamos ir al 55%, faltan 15 días y 7 horas. Si queremos que esto tenga continuación, queremos que el Litecoin cierre arriba de 136.78 en menos de 15 días y 7 horas. Ese cierre nos daría continuación alcista. Y nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser el 161, 164, coincide con esta línea meme. Y de ahí se pone loca la cosa y no lo vamos a decir porque todavía falta un mes. De nuevo, faltan 15 días para cerrar esta vela. Así que no nos vamos a adelantar diciendo que el Litecoin se va a ir a los 226. Pero si nos acercamos un poco más, ponemos la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas podemos ver la expansión de la volatilidad oficial potentemente. Está en 59%, en el casi 60%. A Litecoin le gusta estar más arriba de eso, así que no estamos todavía preocupados, aunque este es tu primer punto a romper, justamente el 60%. Viendo eso y viendo dónde se encuentra y pueden ver esta hermosa línea meme que coincide también con la parte alta del 76.6%. Esto va a cerrar en 13 días y 7 horas, esta de 2 semanas, y la parte alta está en 164.47. Entonces vamos a intentar cerrar en ese tiempo arriba de eso, si no las bandas van a bajar, pero la volatilidad parece estar apoyando ese movimiento. Más allá de eso, podemos ver que la volatilidad en la semanal viene de periodos nulos de absolutamente cero, con un gran pump de jamás, que no se dio por acá. La volatilidad reseteó, pero no vino de periodos de volatilidad nula, por lo que nos está dando un Donald Pump en este momento. Es un pompazo. Y está la volatilidad en 86.9%, yéndose un poco de lado, lo que nos dice que en temporalidades más cortas tal vez vayamos a consolidar antes de continuar fuertemente a la alza. En esta temporalidad, que nos faltan 6 días, 7 horas, queremos cerrar definitivamente arriba de los 130.56, que es donde se encuentra el 88%, dejar que estas cosas bajen y esto también sugiere, viendo el HPDR, porque recuerden que estos números te está diciendo también qué porcentajes de probabilidades tienes a dar continuación y ya estás en 95% de que se dio en esta zona, entonces no hay tanto camino para correr. Si lo dejamos consolidar, todos estos niveles bajan, suben, eso es bastante alcista en el HPDR, cuando ponte tú la zona azul se vuelve esta y todos los demás números para arriba, eso es bastante bueno. Vamos a ver rápido la de 2 días en Litecoin podemos ver que venimos de extremos. Estos extremos en volatilidad, está ya la volatilidad contrayéndose y no hay nada que diga que no nos podamos ir un doble extremo. Vamos a ver si le gusta estar en dobles extremos. Nunca he estado en dobles extremos y sobre todo en este tipo de extremo en el 100%. Esta es la de 2 días. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos para cerrar la de 2 días? Definitivamente en un día y 7 horas queremos cerrar por encima del 123 y de ahí ir a buscar la media que está en los 131 arriba de esta línea meme potente. En la diaria podemos ver que venimos de doble extremo en volatilidad y la diaria tiene 6 horas 47 minutos para poder intentar cerrar arriba de los $129. Si sigue cayendo acá, definitivamente siguiente objetivo sería por ahí de los 118, $116 en esto. En temporalidades más cortas estamos viendo que justamente esta consolidación se puede estar dando o podría estar acabando. Vamos a ver rápido timelines degenerados, donde puedes ver que en las 4 horas la volatilidad contrajo abajo el 15%, ahora está intentando expandir y está a punto de pasar este promedio. Una vez que pase el promedio en 18.25% y está literalmente a medio por ciento de poder hacerlo, está nada, es más, lo va a probablemente hacer en esta 5, 4, 3, 2, estás a nada. ¿Cómo? Bueno, no lo está haciendo en este momento, pero una vez que la volatilidad expanda acá y el movimiento se empiece a dar, vamos a tener probabilidades de ir a buscar los 124 y de ahí eliminar estos altos e ir a buscar esta zona del 78.6% en 127. Acá se empieza a ver bastante bien la cosa para el buen Litecoin. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tenemos? Temporalidades altas, bastante alcista, temporalidades medianas, como la semanal y para abajo nos están diciendo que estamos tal vez ante una corrección. Esa corrección puede que se esté acabando simplemente viendo la volatilidad en el corto plazo, pero tenemos 2 opciones en Litecoin con este tipo de movimientos, ¿ok? Un segundo, no quiero salirme de acá. Esta manera de verlo, y lo voy a poner en la semana, yo creo que la semana, voy a poner la de 5 días, como dice Alex, que le gusta ver esto para eliminar el ruido. En la de 5 días, sencillo, ¿no? Venimos de romper este alto, definitivamente este no lo hizo, pero acá sí. Tenemos una resistencia muy importante acá que viene desde el 2022, lo pueden ver. Venimos a intentar tapearla después de que llegamos a los 147, tuvo un recorte de 50% Litecoin, pero para mí es importante esta línea diagonal meme. La razón por qué es porque creemos que Litecoin pueda, y esta, por cierto, si tenemos un cierre arriba de 126, esto se iría por la ventana y no tendría sentido. Pero por ahora lo que nosotros estamos viendo es que Litecoin muy probablemente esté consolidando, venga a esta zona, o tal vez hasta esta zona donde coincide con esto, esta sería la máxima oportunidad y de aquí ir a buscar esos altos históricos jugosos. Esa sería la jugada más cripto del mundo. La normal sería que esto haya sido el prefronteo al retesteo de la 9 después de tener un cruce plateado, que tienes un cruce plateado en la de 5 días y está a punto de pasar en la mensual. Si eso llega a darse, espérame, déjame lo busco por acá. Exactamente, tienes tu promedio de las 200, tu SMA 200 y tu 9 justamente en 104. Si queremos ya contarlo como tocado, ¿no? Que es justamente esta zona, Si queremos contarlo como ya el retesteo y ahora vamos a dar continuación a la alza, tenemos que cerrar hoy arriba de 126, 127 casi. Así que anota eso. Litecoin se ve muy alcista. Estás viendo en la semanal, tienes un cruce plateado a la alza. En la de 2 semanas se dio. En la de 2 semanas se acaba de dar justamente ahora. Y eso nos dice, y vean, la de 2 semanas pone la fotografía de lo que estoy diciendo divina, porque tienes tu SMA 200 que está justo acá, que va a llegar acá. Tienes tu promedio del 9 justo acá, que está siendo detenido por la diagonal. Y tienes esta vela de indecisión que es juego, donde normalmente el precio regresa a la parte alta y baja a seguir jugándote en velas consecuentes. Así que atentos a esto, tiene bastante buena cara, pero yo creo que la oportunidad no es comprar acá, la oportunidad sería esta zona o esta zona, cualquiera de las dos. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es Litecoin. Voy a ir a hablar de Dogecoin en este momento. La moneda que tiene un departamento en el gobierno de Estados Unidos, ¿no? Doge. Qué puta locura. Vamos a usar esta tabla de Dogecoin bastante bien trazada. Wow. ¿Cuándo hiciste esto, pinche Salo? No sé, güey. Estabas bien borracho la última vez que lo tocaste. Hay más de estos datos, espérame. Doge USD, déjenme intento el de Binance. Ahí está, aquí tenemos todo, tenemos todavía, divino. Esta es la buena, esta es la dura, vale. Estamos viendo Dogecoin, tuvimos nuestro máximo histórico en abril del 2021 con esa famosa aparición de Elon Musk en Saturday Night Live. De ahí, todo para los miembros de la comunidad de Dogecoin se ha visto bastante mal, porque no son holders, todo el mundo lo sabemos. Desde ahí consolidamos debajo, por cierto, esta línea meme ha sido muy importante para el precio de Doge porque no hemos estado por encima de ella desde noviembre del 2021 en cierres. Así que eso es bastante importante que notar. Ahora, vamos a la trimestral, ahora sí, para poder hablar de Dogecoin. Dogecoin. Perdón, es que cuando fui a Japón así hablaban todos y gritaban. Pueden ver, este nivel, no me acuerdo cómo lo sacamos, pero potente, el 42 centavos. Interesante. Tenemos obviamente nuestra tendencia alcista en cuanto a mínimos se refiere, creando mínimos más altos en todo este movimiento. Y ahora empezamos a repuntar. Importante que no habíamos tenido cierres mensuales arriba de los 22 centavos desde el 2021. Entonces, esto nos da más confluencia de que esto va a tener bastante fuerza. Faltan 15 días y 7 horas para cerrar esta vela trimestral y vamos a poner algo que no habíamos visto jamás en Dogecoin, señores. Tenemos volatilidad del nivel más bajo al que ha llegado, que fue el 32%, y expandiendo oficialmente justamente en esta vela, damas y caballeros. Lo que nos dice que tiene bastante fuerza y recorrido a la alza Dogecoin para todavía crear un velazo demasiado potente. Así que Dogecoin se ve bastante bien en esta temporalidad. No voy a poner el HPDR. Vámonos a la mensual rápidamente, donde también la volatilidad continúa expandiendo, pero ahora se está yendo un poco de lado, lo que nos dice que tal vez vaya a haber un poco de corrección, un poco de consolidación de precio. Pero por ahora hay expansión y esto se puede dar continuación y voltearse a la alza y le gusta estar en extremos. Así que todavía ni siquiera pensar qué es lo que puede pasar por acá. Podemos ver lo importante justamente este nivel de 42 centavos mientras más nos acercamos, porque tenemos una resistencia clara, damas y caballeros. Ahora voy a poner el HPDR para ver exactamente qué objetivos nos da. Podemos ver que definitivamente si somos alcistas en Doge, queremos cerrar arriba de 45 centavos. Esta vela que cierra en 15 días y 7 horas, no le falta mucho y eso nos daría un viaje gratuito a la zona de los 80 centavos. Ahora, esto va a bajar, faltan demasiados días para que se dé, por eso no es tan bueno usar el HPDR en este tipo de escenarios, pero vemos que la volatilidad apoyaría ese tipo de movimiento. Vamos a la semanal. En la semanal, déjenme escondo esto. En la semanal podemos ver que estamos en extremos, la volatilidad está contrayéndose, está cayendo por debajo del promedio, que es la línea blanca, y eso nos dice que estamos ante una consolidación o corrección. ¿Y qué estamos viendo en la tabla? Justamente eso, consolidación o corrección, como lo queramos decir, a este movimiento. Y la línea de la arena en Doge es claramente esta línea en 42 centavos. Lo podemos ver cuando cerras por arriba, da movimientos buenos a la alza, abajo nos está reseteando todo esto. Si no podemos conseguir que esta vela en 6 días y 7 horas cierre arriba de los 50 centavos, muy probablemente Dogecoin se vaya a dar una vuelta primero a la zona de los 35 centavos. Si la zona de los 35 centavos falla en aguantar, muy probablemente vayamos justamente a los 30 centavos. Los 30 centavos deberían de funcionar bastante bien como una zona de oportunidad, y yo me atrevería a poner justamente acá otra de estas líneas para tener en mente, ¿ok? Esto se vería en la zona de máxima oportunidad antes del madrazo a la alza en Dogecoin. Vamos a ver si se llega a dar. Vamos a la de 2 días, acercándonos más. Acá podemos ver lo importante justamente este nivel, pero en la de 2 días podemos ver que ya la volatilidad comienza a contraerse después de periodos de alta volatilidad y lo hace rápido. Está en 17.6%. Queremos poner una línea horizontal meme en la zona del 15% para ver si va a resetearse de completo cero abajo de 15 y después dar el madrazo a la alza. Ese sería el mejor escenario para nosotros. El ver esto y también ver que nuestra línea meme coincide perfectamente con la parte arriba de la zona azul, que es el 38.2%. Eso nos dice que va a ser crítico poder cerrar esta vela en un día y 7 horas arriba de los 42 centavos. Si no podemos cerrar arriba de los 42 centavos, vamos a continuar rangueando y probablemente vayamos a visitar la zona de los 36 centavos después. Más cerca, podemos ver que la volatilidad ahora comienza a intentar expandir, pero se está yendo de lado más o menos. Yo diría que desde acá se empezó a ir de lado. Vamos a ver qué pasó una vez que la volatilidad se empezó a ir de lado. Podemos ver que es literalmente un movimiento lateralizado. En lo que la volatilidad en la diaria se resetea o decide expandir a la alza, también tenemos nuestro tope de la zona azul en los 42 centavos, que es una zona muy importante para nosotros, y definitivamente no queremos cerrar arriba de 40 centavos. Cerrando abajo de 40 centavos nos va a dar un viaje a la zona baja de los 39 centavos o tal vez hasta los 33, que tiene también de coincidencia por acá nuestro promedio del 55, al que a Doge en la diaria no ha tocado ni retesteado desde octubre del 2024. Así que aquí lo tienen en temporalidades cortas. Espérenme, déjame recuerdo esto si es correcto. Correcto. En la temporalidad muy corta parece que la volatilidad está reseteando. Estos son periodos de volatilidad nula en la de 4 horas. La de 2 horas. Comienza a expandir por acá. Ok, viene también de periodos de nula volatilidad, pero después tuvo esa expansión y ahora esta. Esta en la de 2 horas empieza a decirnos que esto va en serio, tal vez. Déjame ver la de 1 hora para confirmar nada más. Correcto. El movimiento en la de 1 hora se está cansando. Así que Dogecoin en alta temporalidad se ve muy alcista. En temporalidades medias parece estar ni tan medias cortas, parece estar simplemente consolidando o corrigiendo. Y de ahí en la corta, en la temporalidad más cercana a la diaria o chicas, parece que la volatilidad está reseteándose para dar su siguiente movimiento y apoyarlo. Estamos a punto de ver un cruce plateado en la de 1 hora que no cuenta para absolutamente ni madres. Y, interesante, ¿no? En la de 1 hora estamos por encima del S&P 200 ahora. ¿Y cuándo fue la última vez que estuvimos arriba del S&P 200? Hasta acá. Esta es una bastante buena zona, 41 centavos. Queremos definitivamente cerrar por encima de esto en la de 1 hora con 3 horas de cierres potentes, y eso nos diría que esto va a dar continuación rápida o a ver si se va a dar la posibilidad de esta gran corrección que estamos tal vez viendo o esperando un poco con fuerza y con ansia se gana en Francia. Así que pendientes a esta zona de los 33 centavos, si es que sea esa corrección, donde una zona de bastante oportunidad, hasta los 27, 29. Atentos, atentos, atentos. Ahí está Dogecoin. Nos vamos con Tesla, como de que no. Tesla, damas y caballeros, el gran Farhan nos va a traer lo mejor y lo más duro de lo que Elon Musk está viviendo en este momento. Ahora ha de tener 50,000 trillones de dólares más. I think Elon has now officially $800 trillion.
Only? I
5
thought he
minutes
was.
have gone by, and the price of Tesla stock keeps going up. So I think so.
I thought he was a bajillionaire by now.
He's a gagizillia media bajillionaire. It's a new term.
It's damn. No. Stop. All right, let me switch my chart to Tesla.
Let's see. Oof. What fucking all-time motherfucking highs.
Like
But it's already running.
What people say, oh, we're looking at oligarchy in the making, as if what we had before wasn't the same thing.
Yeah. Here you go, sir.
On the quarterly, we are now flipped up on momentum, just about to break into bullish control. Volatility is now flipping up. The jewel's flipping around. It's just about to cross in the next maybe one, maximum two opens. It's going to cross into the bullish control, or the bullish control zone, and then it's going to make its way towards the critical zone. Only one time it's ever been in the critical zone was in that move in 2020 when it went from it started around like here in 2020 into the critical zone. About a year later, when Tesla did more than a 20x in price. Now we're above not only the HPDR, but we're 38.2, but we're above the meme line as well. Last time we closed above the 38.2 on the HPDR was back in this area when price did move from about $29 all the way up to $300, literally a 10x in price. Right now, we're not even looking for a 10x if we close over this area. We're just looking for a move towards that 50%, which is at $846. And just about a 2x from where price is right now.
Just a little 2x on a $1 trillion company.
Just a small little 2x. Just a little sprinkle of a 2x here, a little sprinkle of a 2x there. On the monthly, we're now breaking into bullish control. Volatility is shifted up as well. And now the jewel is crossing into the bullish control also, and the pink is crossing above the yellow. If this was shifted over just a little bit, that would be like a picture perfect jewel signal, but this is still pretty powerful. We're getting over the 78.6 and this meme line right here, which would then give us a probabilistic move towards the 88.3, which right now is at $609, $610, which is what I think is going to be a major psychological level. $500 also should be a psychological level, but $600 is probably the one where we get some type of like local top and like long form consolidation, especially because we're in such high levels of the HPDR ranges that it's very highly likely that we get some consolidation there. 2 week has already started to shift down a little bit on momentum. We're still within bullish control. We're still above the moving average, so there's not really anything to worry about yet. Volatility is kind of shifting as well, but still in expansion phase, still above the moving average. And we're getting over the 88.3% range on the HPDR now, which is $452.24. We close over that takes us to the 95%. Usually whenever we hit the 95%, we also, unlike trending stocks or trending assets, we hit the 97.5, which is going to be somewhere around $559 to maybe $642, or anywhere in between, which our previous HPR level was at about $609. Weekly is already tapping the 97.5%. So this is an area where you would be a lot more cautious if you're bullish on this, because you only have a 2.5% chance of continuation from here. Momentum and volatility are both at 97%, basically topped out. Very likely this somewhere in this zone we make a local top and end up coming back down, retesting this meme line while all these ranges can step up. Then we can see that move into $600. And as of right now, $600 is very unlikely from here, based off of this 97.5%. 5 days now shifting down on momentum and volatility after hitting 100%. So this is the area where you would be looking for a correction. If we close over this 95% at $446, that would give us one more leg up to maybe 486, maybe 500, and then from there, that's where the correction probably plays out. But if you close below this 95%, then the correction probably happens first. We come back down to the meme line, maybe come below it a little bit, tap this 5 EMA, then deviate this meme line and try again for the upside while the ranges step up. We have to see if we close above this area or not. 2 days just getting close to this 95%. That's about $473. If that 5 day does close over that area though, That would take us on the 2-day towards the 97.5, which is just over that $500 number, 507, round psychological area as well. Probably end up getting that pullback there if we don't if we are able to hold that 95% on the 5-day. That brings us down to the meme line, and by that point the 38.2 ranges will have stepped up as well, probably to somewhere around the 9 EMAs now, and then from there we probably get our little our spring. And this is also just below $400. So this it has a psychological thing there too, where you dip below a round number like $400, go to like 380s, 390s, shake out at like a bunch of stop losses, and then end up going from there. Daily is getting there as well at the 95%. Number to close over is going to be $456.19. You got 3.5 hours to go, still above it by a little bit. They can close it above there. That increases probabilities to pretty high that we'll probably go to $500 first and then get that pullback. And that's going to be one of the times where Jim Cramer was right, where he said Tesla is going to $500.
It's going to be one of the rare occasions that absolutely never happens.
Because he doesn't have a 0% accuracy rate. People put into numbers. He has a 42% accuracy rate.
Yep. Well, I mean, that's just as good as a guess, no?
Yep. On the daily, we are still pointed up on momentum. We're getting extremely high. Actually, we're at 95%. And moving average is already caught up because moving average is 92. And the volatility is doing the same thing, 95%, 92% on the moving average, which lines up with us at the 95, 97.5% range, because it doesn't take much for the bears to turn it down from here. If bulls can manage to hold that 456.19 by close, then they're going to have legs to take it up to 500. But at that point, these are both going to be at 100%, and it's going to be much easier to turn momentum down. Bears will only have to sneeze, and they'll be able to turn momentum down. 12 hours at the same level, 95% momentum and volatility. And it's just around that little hair edge that it needs to close over at $457.06, just slightly over that. Four hours flipping back up now on momentum and volatility, 93% on each one. Not exactly 100% yet, but it's getting there. And if the number we have to close over on the 4 hour would be about $463.05. So if we don't do it on the 4 hour, but we do it on the daily or the 2-day, then the higher time frame will take over, and we'll just go to the $500 from there. But if we close below on the 4 hour though at $444.46, then this 4 hours is likely going to bleed into the daily and the 2-day. Geez, that's a powerful quarterly candle. On the quarterly, we have a single drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this low at about $123, and the next low at $175. The RSI went significantly lower. We've already hit the first target with the bullish control zone, but the next target based off volatility expansion is going to be the critical zone. And once again, number is going to drop. Not going to drop that much though. Maybe down from $1,300 to $1,000. Even $1,000 is pretty insane for a more than $1 trillion company. Anything here? You have some slight hidden bullish divergence right here with the RSI dropped lower. So we have, and the price made a higher low. So we have monthly hidden bullish divergence also. We've basically not quite, but we've almost hit the target off of that, which is going to be the critical zone. Maybe in the next 15 days we hit it if Tesla keeps going like it is now. That's going to be $567. Weekly has hidden bullish divergence, but we've already tapped the critical zone. Same thing with the 5-day. 3-day also. And daily also. Every single one, so we've already tapped it. Can't really get anything. All right, let's go to the momentum chart. We're getting the quarterly rejecting, getting into the bearish control, flipping back up, re-entering bullish control, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $311 or $312. And we're going to get a close over our previous quarterly all-time highs also. That should, let me just for fun, draw one of these. What do you know? $606, right next to that monthly HPDR 38.2 at $609. And the next level over that, 900, which is another HPDR level.
And by the way, the 100% on the daily on it is 614, so it's not that far off.
600 keeps coming up. Elon's gonna be worth over $500 billion at that point. 600 probably.
And remember, we were like, oh, dude, I think he's gonna do it in 4 years, trying to fucking be edgy. Now it's kind of like he's gonna probably do it by the end of this sentence.
He's like, 4 years, hold my Tesla kilo.
Fuck.
Monthly is also expanding from like 40%, entering into the critical zone, and we're gonna be pointed up as long as we're above $303. 2 week is getting pretty high levels of volatility. Moving average is still not quite caught up yet though, so it could still continue towards that $500 area before volatility is topped out. It's just not something that's super likely. It's possible, it's not super likely. We're breaking into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $375. Weekly is also getting pretty high up there at 93% on our volatility, and moving average is almost caught up. It's at 81%. We're within the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as price is above $418. 5-day also 92%. Moving average is working its way up there. We're starting to get closer to the edge. We're within the critical zone, but we're going to stay up as long as we're above $432. 2 days now expanding again on volatility, just getting to the moving average, just about to get our double extreme. That supports the idea of going somewhere around $500 and marking a local top there. And we're going to be pointed up and within the critical zone as long as we're above $446. Daily is also making its way towards that double extreme. When we made 100% on 3 periods, contracted. Now we're about to make a second extreme. We're within the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $443.50. 4 hour, same story with the double. Actually, no, it already made a double extreme, so now it's working its way towards making its first extreme. We're about to cross over the moving average, and momentum is going to be pointed up within the critical zone. As long as we're, actually, it's going to turn down, but it's only by $3, and we got 47 minutes to go. So we'll see what happens. But as of this moment, it is pointed down. It's pointed up, but it's going to turn down if you close below $460 and like currently 50 cents or something like that. But in the next 46 minutes, it's going up $3 that much, that impossible to believe. Because this lines up. Let's go down to the 2 hour to get a better idea. There we go. Yeah, very likely that 4 hours is going to flip back up, because on the 2 hour we're getting volatility expansion, and we're getting a bounce at the edge of the critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $451.50. That likely bleeds over into the 4 hour. See if there's any divergence on the stochastic. Yep, stochastic momentum went lower than it did right here, but price made a significantly higher low, so there's a hidden bullish divergence on there as well. So if you go all the way up to like quarterly and the monthly, we get some pretty ridiculous targets where the monthly is giving a target of $609, quarterly is giving a target of $846. But if you go down to a little bit, you're getting like signs of a little bit of a pullback, because we're getting to pretty extreme areas. But it's not telling you that it's exactly topped out yet. It's saying that you could possibly get one more swipe up to that $500 area and then end up tapping out on the volatility and momentum in those areas. And then if you go down to the lower time frames, they support that idea by putting in the first extreme, getting volatility contraction, and now momentum is shifting back up in favor volatility expansion to the upside to make a second extreme. That would take us somewhere around $500. Then you go down even lower to like a little bit of the degenerate time frames. Now you're getting volatility support to the upside with momentum to the upside, making a first extreme. to make it because on the lower time frames it's going to be a little bit difficult to get a $50 move. So it'll be give you the first extreme, contract a little bit, and the second extreme probably to the $500 area. Monthly and like weekly and 2 weekly will be tapped out on volatility and momentum. Monthly will not quite be topped out, but the weekly and 2 weekly definitely will. You get your little consolidation phase, then possibly $600 to that quarterly $846 area.
God fucking damn, Elon. Good for you. Good for you. And good for all of us. Anyone that has Tesla shares. Good for all of us.
Mucho
for
dinero.
You. Yeah, mucho dinero en el banco, my friend. What was I going to say? Okay, we're doing MicroStrategy now. I'll do this one. Thank you, sir. We're going to do the small hands. You saw the video that I sent with Michael Saylor and his small hands? Hang on, you're muted.
I was like, oh yeah, the iPhone 5 is a tiny ass phone. It was looking massive in his hands.
When he puts his hand on his face, dude, it's so small. Like I've never seen anything like that. Actually, I might want to show people what that looks like. Give me a second. Let me see if I can. Just real quick. Come on. Oh, here it is. Yes. Okay. Am I sharing this? Yes. Vean las manitas que tiene Michael Saylor. Vean las manitas de Michael Saylor. Son chiquititas. Hang on.
Pocket, and you sleep on it.
Son las manos.
You care whether it's.
Am I crazy? Those are the tiniest fucking hands I've ever seen. When he puts them against his face, my hand covers all my face and head. ¿Estoy loco? ¿O las manos de Michael Saylor son muy pequeñas, señores? Vean cómo se ve en su traje.
There's an old trick with that from elementary school, where you tell somebody if your hand is bigger than your face, it means you have a low IQ. Did you hit him?
You fucking hit him in the face hard. Solamente. That's I just wanted to make that point. His hands are overwhelmingly small. I don't understand why. Either way, it's just... Every time I see him, I just can't stop looking. It's so hilarious. Okay. Maybe he's got a humongous dong and the joke is on us.
Hey, with the type of Bitcoin purchases he's been doing, I wouldn't assume not.
At least these balls should be humongous. Oh my God. Okay. Damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Tesla en este momento en temporalidad trimestral. Temporada trimestral, este es un velazo, esta es la vela más grande que hemos visto a Tesla tener en un trimestre y lo más cañón de todo es, nunca habíamos tenido un cierre por encima de los $359. Esta va a ser la primera vez que tengamos un cierre acá en 15 días y 4 horas y es potente la estructura como siempre, creando un bajo más alto, lo pueden ver acá. Bajo, un bajo más alto, alto, alto más alto que todos. Y ahora Tesla está en esa gran corrida para hacer altos históricos. Pueden ver que está por encima de nuestro nivel del 38.2% en nuestra zona azul para poder llegar al objetivo de la zona del 50%. Deberíamos de poder alcanzarlo en 15 días o 4 horas para poder lograrlo. Ahora, si no pasa eso y simplemente tienes un cierre arriba del 38.2%, estos niveles se van a reajustar y eso va a ser probablemente alcista para el precio. Así que atentos ahí, estamos por encima de nuestro promedio del 9, el 21, el 55 que acaba de popular. Así que el primer objetivo que estamos viendo con Tesla, $848. ¿Qué más estamos viendo? Estamos viendo esta deliciosa expansión de volatilidad por encima del promedio, viniendo del punto, no del punto más bajo, eso es mentira, pero mínimo está en 58%, que le queda bastante camino y a Tesla le gusta estar en rojos, sí, le gusta estar al 100% de volatilidad y lo puede aguantar por 2 trimestres. Así que antes de que les dé miedo la jugada, atentos. Vamos a la gráfica mensual rápidamente para ver qué exactamente tenemos por acá. Y este es donde se empiezan a poner ya los números interesantes para nosotros en Tesla. Porque yo creo que este gráfico te da una perfecta simbiosis entre idea y lo que está pasando. ¿Qué es lo primero que notan? La volatilidad ya está en 83.55, 83.33%. Es bastante alta, bastante extendida. Claramente puede llegar al 100% y quedarse ahí por varios periodos, pero por ahora ya el movimiento en este boom de volatilidad mensual está en 83%. ¿Qué más nos dice esto? Que estamos en la zona del 78.6% y vamos a ir a buscar el 88.3%, que se encuentra en los $609. Esto simplemente se trataría de cerrar por encima del 424 para mantener todavía un objetivo de los 609. Vamos a ver si se logra. Y también podría ir a dar la sorpresa y irse hasta los 609 de una vez. Lo que estamos viendo es que se está cansando un poco el movimiento y tal vez no llegue tan de chingadazo o tal vez simplemente lo haga más rápido de lo que pensamos todos. Si nos acercamos y vemos la de 2 semanas, aquí creo que empieza a ponerse aún más interesante la fotografía. Podemos ver que nuestro está ya en un extremo, el 95%, el 558, y en este momento estamos encima del 88.3% en el 458. Queremos una corrida gratis a los 561, vamos a tener que cerrar arriba de 452. Esta vela de 2 semanas que cierra en 11 días y 4 horas. Y para confirmar un poco más lo que habíamos visto en la mensual, la de 2 semanas ya tiene esta volatilidad corriendo hasta el 93.65%. Puede irse a extremos, pero está ya en un alto bastante potente. Esto es temporalidad alta. En la semanal podemos ver que aún se refleja esto más. Estamos en casi extremos, el 93.25% con la volatilidad. Y por encima estamos acá arriba en el 97.5%, que se encuentra justamente en el 463.10. Si no podemos penetrar este 410 y nos quedamos en este rango, simplemente tenemos que aguantar el 429. El 429 en este cierre, que es básicamente en 4 días y 4 horas, nos haría consolidar potentemente para poder dar continuación a este movimiento, aunque de nuevo, el 100% está acá, ya en los $600, que es justo lo que habíamos visto antes. Ahora, a Tesla le gusta ir al 100%, ha estado. No me acuerdo en dónde lo había visto. Había una velita flotando en el 100%, no la veo ahorita. Ahorita seguro la encuentro. Pero ya en este gráfico semanal pueden ver que esto está un poco cansado, el movimiento. Nos acercamos más a la de 3 días. En 3 días podemos ver esta línea crítica en los 414, pero estamos muy por encima de todos nuestros promedios en la zona del 88.3% y vamos a ir a buscar ese 95% en los 490. Nuestros niveles del HPDR más altos, que son acá hasta el 100%, y recuerden que estas bandas van a subir en las próximas abiertas, está en 610. ¿Cómo está la volatilidad en la de 3 días? Topada casi. Pueden ver por acá que está topada, pero continúa expandiendo en lo que se está yendo de lado, lo que nos dice que probablemente los $500 sean más o menos la zona donde encontremos un tope o un poco antes. Vamos a la diaria. En la diaria que tenemos volatilidad en el 92.6% y estamos viendo que nuestro precio está continuando por encima del 95%. Aquí es importante, queremos un movimiento rápido a buscar esa zona de los 500, queremos cerrar arriba de los 456.23 en 3 horas. Cerrando encima de eso nos da una muy buena probabilidad de dar continuación e ir a buscar este objetivo por acá. ¿Y cómo se ve en la diaria la volatilidad? Ya lo habíamos revisado en esto. Cuando nos vamos a la de 4 horas, por ejemplo, para ver qué es lo que está pasando en esos tiempos degenerados, podemos ver que estamos topando casi en el 95%, el 97% está en 481, que le da confluencia a nuestro análisis de antes, pero la volatilidad oficialmente está contrayendo, no está subiendo. Pueden ver que está por debajo del promedio. Esto nos dice que estamos ante una corrección. Vamos a un periodo de 2 horas. Periodo de 2 horas, la volatilidad está expandiendo y tiene camino a correr, lo que nos dice que tal vez sí podamos ir a buscar este objetivo hasta hoy mismo o pronto en los $480-500. Y de ahí tomar un descanso, resetar la volatilidad en los periodos semanal, por ejemplo, o el de 2 semanas, donde la volatilidad está haciendo de las suyas y ya está a tope, y de ahí poder consolidar, de ahí consolidar y de ahí continuar ese movimiento a la alza. Qué potente está Tesla estos días. Potente, no tiene parada, aunque tiene cara de que estamos encontrando un topecillo local antes de consolidar para dar el siguiente movimiento. All righty, vamos a MicroStrategy. In the hands, the smallest hands. The world is in Michael Saylor's small hands.
I want to see a handoff between Saylor and Trump. Compare the size.
They say Trump has small hands, but he doesn't look like they don't look that small. The Sailor ones are the ones that are, it's like the suit makes him look like a cartoon. You
And the
know when
second I
kids
saw him-
wear suits and they
Yeah.
like one is at the bottom and the other one's at the top, and then you see them pulling out the hands. That's what he looks like.
He can afford to get that shit tailored. Why doesn't he?
I don't know.
I saw it when I saw the phone. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, he's not kidding. It's very interesting. We don't have like a whole bunch of data on the HPDR, so it's a little bit like not as accurate because it's not also already not as accurate on the higher time frames.
Yeah.
But we are currently above the 100% by a good amount. It's at $348. So if this is like giving us an accurate feed, it's very unlikely that we close above that 100%. But since we don't have that much data, I don't know if I should take that like completely seriously or not. So we got to switch down to the monthly to get something more like realistic out of it. And on the monthly, we're not anywhere near the 100%. The monthly 100% has always been respected. Right here, we tapped it in about 2021. See if we hit it again. Yep, right here as well. Even when it was just starting out, we respected the 100%. We wicked above it, but didn't never close above it. So now we rejected. We closed over the top 38.2, rejected the 95%, which usually that area on these type of time frames, like the weekly and above, hold as very strong resistance because of the percentage of chance that you have to close continue from there. Since we held it to 88.3%, we opened below it, but now we're testing it again. We're not really rejecting it that much. About $7 below it, so that's $440. This would be the area to break, confirm the breakout towards the 95%. If you close over $440.39. Right now, momentum is still in bullish control. Moving average is a little bit sideways now. Same thing with volatility. So if you were to close above the 88.3, then you would get another extreme on the momentum and volatility to go towards the 95%. Which right now the 95% is sitting at $716. That's a decent move from here. 64% to the upside. That makes me think it's less likely, and the ranges will probably move in between then. Or maybe it just goes straight up like crypto has, because it is a crypto stock. 2 week has now rejected the 97.5% 2 times. This third time around, I don't know if we can break it or not, based off of how high our momentum is. It's at 100%. Volatility is at 100%. Now they're starting to shift down. Makes it very much less likely that it will close over the 97.5%. But that's still a decent sized move to $495. And based off of this setup, since we rejected this, put in this indecision candle, now we're getting follow through to the upside. Makes it very likely that we tap this 97.5%. But you're going to get volatility contraction and momentum contraction, and it's very unlikely that you close above it. Weekly has now started expanding again after contracting, getting to the moving average for momentum and volatility. 93% though, so whatever move we get is going to be likely very limited, which lines up with that hitting that 95%, and on the 2 week that 97.5% one more time before everything is topped out, and you probably get a pullback from there. Pullback targets, looking on the weekly, probably somewhere around like this 78.6, and then by that point the 21 EMA is going to have risen somewhere around like low to mid $300, because it goes up like cryptos, but it also goes down like cryptos.
Well, the EMA 9 on the weekly at 350 is a tempting place to go.
Yeah, that would also be a sweep of these lows too. Well, I'd have to see where the HPDR ranges are at that point. Right now, I'm just kind of guessing where they'd be moving. Because if the ranges do step up, then this could be a very, very solid area to get a spring.
Yeah, on the 350s, right? 360s.
Yeah. Like if the 38.2 or the 50% moves up there, then it will give it perfect influence. On the 5-day, we went down towards the 5 EMA. Then we made this little hammer or indecision. Now we're getting follow through to the upside, which gives us another like point in the favor of slightly going up to tap that top area like 480 to $500. Top out our momentum and volatility indicators on our high time frames, then we can get that pullback. It's maybe 350, maybe 330s, and on the 5-day we're already starting to get momentum and volatility starting to contract, dropping below the moving average. The jewels flipping over, rejecting or deviating the critical zone, giving us this dark blue cell. Momentum has started deviated the bearish control. Now it's flipping back up on the 2-day, about to enter into the bullish control, and volatility is flipping up as well from pretty low levels. Jewel is starting to curve around slightly, but it hasn't really even given us the white neutral yet. What we're trying to see is if we can close above this high at $415.80, then the jewel probably shifts white, and that's where we go up to retest 480 to 500. Likely make a lower high there based off of our volatility and momentum on those time frames, and then from there end up shifting down into a long-term consolidation phase. And by long-term, I just mean like maybe 2 or 3 weeks, because anybody who does crypto, to them 2 or 3 weeks is an eternity. And I'm pretty sure people who do MicroStrategy are crypto people.
Only crypto people. There's no way anyone outside of the crypto madness is buying this shit.
Because if they're not in crypto anyways, that means they don't believe in Bitcoin. And they're like, so the only thing this company has going for it is that they hold Bitcoin?
Exactly. What's the point? Boomers.
Can you tell me what the PE ratio is on your Bitcoin? Haha, owned. Daily is now breaking back into bullish control, and momentum and volatility shifted up to support it. And the jewels already started shifting around in the daily, rejecting getting into the bearish control. Now it's giving us this light blue cyan buy. We've gotten over the 38.2, and we're back testing the 61.8 and using it as a spring. We want to see a close over the 78.6, which is $436.23, and that will activate the leg towards that 480 to 500 lower high. 4 hours momentum also in bullish control, pointed up. Volatility as well, getting over the 88.3. We get a close over that. That takes us towards the 97.5, which is going to be right around that 485 to 500 area. Quarterly has hidden bullish divergence off of this low right here. That's all the way back from the low of 2022. Clearly it played out though. We've already tapped. That was how much of a nexus? That's from about $13 to $433. Yeah, safe to say it played out.
I'd say so. I think a 30x constitutes that.
I don't know, they're crypto people though. 30x. That's it.
Fucking nothing.
How am I supposed to build generational wealth with only a 30x?
How am I supposed to post a screenshot of my wallet for everyone to see so I can tell them that I'm going to send them some money because I'm having such a good time now so I can get more followers and never send them the money? How the fuck am I going to do that, Farhan, if the price doesn't go up?
Might have to get a real job.
Don't fucking say it. Don't fucking say it.
3 days about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low here. We got 1 day and 3 hours to go. We have to close over $415.80. Close over that, we're going to get a second extreme on the volatility with just tapping the critical zone, which is the critical zone right now. Sheesh, that's high as fuck. $695.26. But it's also closing in one day and 3 hours. So maybe it drops from 695 to what, 600? Even that's high as fuck. 2 day as well, fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This one's not so crazy. The critical zone is sitting at $517.92. So that's like that swipe of $500. Daily has already confirmed multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. Now we're resetting from extremes on our RSI. Volatility. We went all the way down to 7%. Now we're over the moving average and we're at 13%. Should target the bullish control zone, which right now the bullish control zone sits at $487. Right at that HPDR level to retap to 97.5%. 12-hour as well. Multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. Bullish control zone sits at also $487.
Hmm.
And 4 hours already tapping the bullish control zone with this volatility expansion, and bullish divergence probably hit this critical zone. Right now it's at 573. We're about to get a interesting. Looks like a double extreme here. We had our first extreme off this high right here. Now we're working our way back up. Still no sign of contraction yet. So we can still keep going higher because this does go to 100% for several periods. But this likely would be the actual high. Like whenever we top out on our volatility in this area, that probably is our cycle high for MicroStrategy. It was just like Bitcoin, where the cycle top is probably closer than not. On the quarterly, it rejected getting into the bearish critical zone. Now it flipped back up. On this next one, it's probably going to go into the bullish critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as we're above $113, $114. Significantly above that right now, safe to say. Monthly is already has given us one extreme. Now it started expanding again, about to give us the second extreme. We're going to re-enter the critical zone after getting pushed out, rejecting getting out of the bullish control, and we're going to be pointed up above $409, $410. That should at the very least get us to fill out this wick, and then probably higher since that RSI target was $695. Second extreme on the 2-week also, and we're going to enter into the critical zone and be pointed up as long as we're above $482.
Maybe MicroStrategy is leading the market.
Weekly it started contracting now, so it's giving us that's also pointing towards that pullbacks around somewhere $480 to $500, and momentum is going to be pointed down as long as we're below $492.41. So maybe we go somewhere around like 480s to 500, and then reject it.
You're at 433, or you mean towards the top?
Yeah, no, like on this move right now, on this lower high bounce, if you can go towards like 480 to 500, and then reject that and close below 490. That would be very bearish.
Below 490.
Yeah, because then momentum would shift down.
Damn. And that's on the 5-day?
That's on the weekly.
Okay.
492. So if we went below 490, then this would solidly shift to the downside.
Got it.
5 days also pointed down with volatility contraction, getting out of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down below $480. 2 days and volatility is contracting, but now momentum is shifting back up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $407.50. So that also supports the idea of a corrective high bounce because we have volatility contracting while momentum is pointed up. On the daily, we have volatility starting to expand, getting over the moving average, and we're rejecting the bearish critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up over above $368. So that also gives us the high probability that we can continue up to fill that $480 to $500 area to tap the 97.5 on the HPDR range, make a lower high, then continue down. 4 hour is now giving us volatility expansion with momentum pointed up, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $401.75 or $402. So basically on the what happened to my screen? On the very high time frames like the quarterly and the monthly, it still looks like there's still room to go and that this thing could go significantly higher from here. That RSI target was giving me a pretty ridiculous number of $695. On the a little bit lower than that, like on the weekly and the 2-week, it does look like we've topped out for a little bit on the HPR ranges, but it's looking like we're going to retest that top 97.5 somewhere around like $487, maybe $500. But at that point, since volatility and momentum are so high, it's likely that makes a local top there. And then we enter a little bit of a consolidation phase for maybe a few weeks, which is the same thing I think is going to happen with Bitcoin after we hit these highs. We're probably going to consolidate for a couple of weeks into the new year. And but what's supporting the bounce idea that we're probably going to make a lower high on that bounce is that on the lower time frames, like the 4 hour, you're getting volatility support with momentum being pointed up, and the daily is now has momentum pointed up, and the 2-day has momentum pointed up. So it's likely you go somewhere around that 480s to $500, maybe $505. Top out on momentum and volatility, and mark a lower high on the higher time frames, then pull back a little bit deeper and consolidate with Bitcoin until the new year. And from there, I expect it to just keep going up.
Makes perfect sense, kinda. I guess we'll see what happens. AMD, sir. Hopefully Michael Saylor's hands can grow along with his bag.
Michael Saylor won't even be able to hold these GPUs that AMD makes.
He can't even open one because he's got kids' hands, but he's very good at opening Legos and putting them together like that. Oh, thank you. Vale, estamos viendo MicroStrategy, la empresa de Michael Saylor, la mejor. Solamente compran Bitcoin y lo holdean con cojones. Y aquí estamos en este momento, damas y caballeros. Vamos a temporalidades muy altas. Como siempre, vamos a empezar en nuestra trimestral para poder ver cómo pinta la cosa. Yo creo que la cosa pinta bastante bien. MicroStrategy, digamos que está haciendo un alto histórico comparado con el 2000, exactamente, con el dot-com bubble, que reventó en 332 y después de eso MicroStrategy llegó a tocar un fondillo en el dólar. Nada mal, solamente bajó $330 de los 332. De ahí básicamente hizo nada hasta que empezó a comprar Bitcoin por ahí del 2019 al 2020 y esto es la subidongo que han visto en MicroStrategy. Ok, tenemos un alto histórico en $543. En este momento estamos cotizando $100 abajo de eso, 110, 100 en 433. Vamos a ver qué es lo que está pasando con nuestra volatilidad. Podemos ver que está casi en extremos, está en 92.45%, lo que nos dice que tal vez este movimiento no esté tan lejos de ver el final del movimiento local. Así que atentos a esto, 92%, aunque le gusta estar en extremos y le gusta estar en extremos por bastante tiempo. Eso dicho y hecho, no va a poner el HPDR en la trimestral que no dio absolutamente nada de datos. Aquí tenemos nuestra zona importante ahora sí. Estamos literalmente viendo un nivel importante en los 384.64. ¿Qué más estamos viendo en la mensual? Venimos de extremos y probablemente vayamos a hacer doble extremo, porque de este periodo de volatilidad en 100% hubo un poco de contracción, pero una vez más la volatilidad está expandiendo, lo que nos dice que todavía tiene camino tal vez para correr tantito antes de irse a guardar y después dar continuación a la alza. Es lo que estamos viendo acá. Voy a prender mi HPDR rápidamente para poder verlo y pueden notar que estamos justamente ante el nivel del 88.3% en los 440.39. ¿Qué es lo que queremos buscar? Queremos definitivamente buscar un cierre arriba de los 440 para poder darnos la idea de que vamos a ir a visitar números absolutamente ridículos. El 95% está en 715, pero no creemos que vaya a ir hasta allá, honestamente. Aunque nos hemos equivocado antes, nos equivocaremos 1000 veces más. 2 semanas, no como toda la gente en X que nunca se equivoca. Yo sí me equivoco. Aquí abajo también estamos viendo que en la de 2 semanas venimos de este periodo de contracción, de volatilidad en extremos y ahora estamos creando un segundo extremo por esta zona. Lo que nos dice que este movimiento está algo cansado en esta temporalidad y la volatilidad está no contrayendo, yéndose de lado. Tenemos a nuestra parte alta del 97.5% en el 495 y lo que debemos de aguantar acá son los 387 que también coinciden con nuestra línea meme en los 383, una zona de bastante interés, en mi opinión, para el precio de MicroStrategy. En la semanal, vamos a ver qué nos pinta la semanal. La semanal nos dice que también la volatilidad viene de extremos, relajó y otra vez está llegando a extremos y ahora está relajando. Esto tal vez nos esté diciendo que este movimiento a corto plazo esté algo cansadón. Vamos a ver si se va a voltear, pero por ahora nos está diciendo que la volatilidad está contrayendo. Vamos a ver en temporalidades más cortas. Acá tenemos el 95% en 453 y nuestro 97.5 en el alto histórico, básicamente en los 539, 540-30. ¿Para qué les digo mentiras? ¿Qué nos quiere decir toda esta información? Yo pondría una línea meme acá, no una línea meme, una de estas. Esta es la semanal, efectivamente. ¿Por qué estoy escogiendo esto? Por cierto, para todos los que están viendo y están aprendiendo con nosotros, ¿por qué escojo esta zona? Porque cada que encuentro una zona donde el precio cerró, wickeó por encima o abrió y cerró por encima, ¿no? Que básicamente abrió aquí arriba y luego cayó y cerró aquí abajo en los 383. Luego otra toma de liquidez que no cerró por encima, ¿no? Cerró aquí abajo. Esta vela que cerró por debajo y ahora tengo una vela que me está dando la idea de que esto va a ir, está por encima de esto. Este es un nivel importante de intercambio de manos en el precio. Lo que me dice que si quiero tener movimientos a la alza, definitivamente quiero cerrar por encima de estos 421 para poder tenerlo como referencia. Simplemente lo quería poner. ¿Les había enseñado ya la volatilidad? Sí, se está contrayendo. Y vamos a temporalidades más cortas. Perdón, no sé por qué piqué esa. Vamos a la de 5 días, que nos está haciendo un poco el front run de la semanal. Y en esta de 5 días, podemos ver que la volatilidad también está ya, si estamos viendo que en la semanal la volatilidad está un poco de lado contrayéndose, se está contrayendo con mucha más fuerza por acá después de estos dobles extremos. Y acá tienes un poco de, pues ves este movimiento y este movimiento que no fue tan extremo, de posibilidad de continuación pequeño o para ese doble extremo. Donde yo pondría esto es para que tengan una idea, el HPDR también tiene esta línea meme de por acá como objetivo en los $506, que creemos que sí son bastante factibles, posibles, como de que no. Y aquí arriba tenemos los 573, eso ya sería cosa aquí hay algo que es bastante interesante. Básicamente en la semanal, si tienes un cierre abajo de los 540, en los 440 y ¿cuánto era? Por acá, abajo de los 444, el tope de esta vela. Si tienes un cierre por debajo de eso después de ir a buscar esto probablemente sea el tope local de MicroStrategy antes de consolidar o tal vez hasta bajar y después dar continuación. Así que vamos a mantener ese nivel bastante en mente. En la de 2 días, porque esto ya empieza a cambiar un poco la fotografía, podemos ver que la volatilidad está en realidad contrayéndose y está en el 33.3%, muy por debajo del promedio que está en 70.8%. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Que en este tipo de temporalidad tiene MicroStrategy probabilidad de dar continuación a la alza. Podemos ver que estamos topándonos justamente con el 50% que está en 437. Nos gustaría definitivamente poder tener un cierre por encima de eso para poder ir a buscar objetivos a la alza. Faltan 2 horas y 42 minutos. Vamos a ver cómo cierra esta vela. 437 es la idea. Y ahí está, 435.25, empujando a la alza, damas y caballeros. Voy a ir rápido a la diaria, a ver si esto nos indica todavía un poco más de lo mismo con la volatilidad. Volatilidad no solamente ya se contrajo por debajo del 15%, está expandiendo por arriba del 15%, está en 15.18% que lo acaba de hacer justo ahorita. Y esta expansión de volatilidad, junto con esta vela verde, nos dice que podríamos ir a visitar esta zona del 465 como siguiente parada. Así que esto empieza a pintar una buena fotografía y de acá una vez más la confluencia con esta zona, donde nosotros creemos, si no superamos este alto y por acá MicroStrategy básicamente hace algo así y después viene y cierra por acá, eso sería muy bajista porque tienes este máximo y un máximo bajista, un máximo más abajo y después ese cierre nos estaría diciendo que va a haber un cambio. Pero por ahora pueden ver que en la de diaria la volatilidad está empezando a contraer, pero digo a expandir, pero todavía no vemos nada. También la de 8 horas está expandiendo en 15.48%. En la de 4 horas podemos ver que está expandiendo y con fuerza. Siguiente objetivo van a ser los 456, de ahí los 485. En la de 2 horas, más timeframes degenerados. También hay expansión acá y esa expansión nos va a llevar a los 446 si es que nada cambia por acá. Entonces, ¿qué es exactamente lo que estamos viendo en MicroStrategy? Lo que estamos viendo en MicroStrategy es una tendencia alcista fuerte que en temporalidades altas tiene cara de haberse cansado, de estar encontrando un techo local. No estoy diciendo que por este precio, creemos que puede subir bastante más, como habíamos comentado antes. Un objetivo bastante realista son los 540 para el siguiente movimiento y de ahí ver si podemos superar ese máximo histórico. Si no, vamos a estar haciendo un tope local y tal vez MicroStrategy está haciendo el front run del ciclo. Así que no sabemos, nada es por seguro, pero es un poco lo que estábamos viendo por acá. Así que atentos a ello. Rápido, quería ver algo de Rivian, si no les importa. Volatilidad expandiendo en la semanal. Ok, Rivian va a ir al cielo, señores. Aunque está en extremos. Y acá va a ser importantísimo poder ver en los 17.28 si podemos aguantar y romper estos altos de 18.88, porque normalmente hacemos esto, un alto más bajo, alto más bajo, alto más bajo, y eso es lo que estaríamos buscando en Rivian. Si vamos a ver rápido, volatilidad expandiendo, ¿qué me dices en la diaria? Ha de estar, pero trepando con todo, llegando a extremos, exactamente. Este fue el setup de jamás de Rivian. Nos llevó para acá, déjame ver la de 2 días. ¿Cómo se va a ver la diaria después? Todavía tiene camino para expandir y esto nos lleva, estamos en el promedio de los 200. Queremos definitivamente cerrar por encima. No sería la primera vez, lo hemos hecho acá. Poder darnos una vuelta hasta el 16.40. Es que justamente aquí va a estar la cosa. Vamos a crear un nuevo máximo, vamos a romper estos 18 o nos vamos a quedar atorados acá. Y ven, la volatilidad ya está bastante caliente. Sobre todo en me parece que era la diaria, ¿no? En la diaria, exacto. Déjenme ver 4 horas. Está también encontrándose con mi línea meme en los 14, en los 15.09 y la volatilidad comienza a ir a contraerse en la de 4 horas. Aunque en 2 horas se está yendo de lado, honestamente. Tuvo esta explosión, pero se está yendo de lado. 1 hora también se está yendo de lado. Va a ser muy importante este nivel para Rivian, de los 500.09. Rápido, eso solo lo quería tomar para mí. Estoy viendo, básicamente estoy viendo para mi uso personal. All righty, sir, we're going to do AMD now.
All right. Switch my screen.
AMD, which is a super weak version of AMG.
AMG. Is that the gas company?
No, AMG used to be the Mercedes that were cool.
Oh, AMG. I thought you said ANG.
No.
When they introduced that Pan Americana grill with the GTR, and now you can get it on the C class.
No, dude, they always do the same. They destroyed their own brand. They went from like really cool, you have an AMG, to like, anyone with a 43 is a AMG owner now.
I mean, they put them on non AMGs. They have it on like the C300 or the C350.
Yeah,
they also AMG Sport package.
I was gonna say you also have a sports package that's called exactly. Motherfuckers! Wow, like this is terrible.
They followed BMW's path with the M Sport package.
100%. They diluted that so much. Who gives a shit? Wow, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I didn't put your chart. Damn.
I didn't realize either. I was about to start.
Good.
All right, so on the quarterly, on the quarterly, we are shifting down on momentum and rejecting the bullish control. But at the same time, volatility is going down as well. Volatility is at 8%. Right, we are rejecting this top 38.2 many times. That gives us a target of hitting the median, which we're just about to hit. It's at $120.72. It only tells us that we're going to hit the median. It doesn't tell us if we're going to break it or not. And currently, we are in an uptrend, so it makes it less likely that we're going to break the median. And the median would be a perfect area for another higher low at around $120. If we were to mark that as a higher low, then we'd probably use that as a spring to move towards like the 61.8, which right now is sitting at about $250. But if we do break this median, what makes what's going to be significantly more likely is that we're going to come back down and retest this bottom 38.2, which would then break this trend, would break this previous higher low that we have, and would shift this uptrend into a downtrend. And at that point, we'd be at somewhere around like $75. But you don't go straight down in the downtrend. You have to make a lower high. Probably come back up, retest this 21 EMA. reject that, come and then continue the downtrend towards the 55 at $65. But that's a big if we lose this median on a quarterly close. What's more likely, based on the trend, and that volatility is declining on this move down, is that we use this as a spring to continue higher. And it's pretty crazy that volatility is declining after we got how much of a move to the downside? 45%. This used to be one of the meme stocks also on Wall Street Bets. It was like a higher.
Yeah. When they had, even Palantir was.
Yeah, and that one just went up only. Monthly is now flipping down on momentum once again, about to enter into bearish control, while volatility is flipping up to support it. And we're just about bouncing at this 50% on the HPDR, which is about like, what number is that? $127.06. If we lose that, considering we've already lost the 21 EMA, we're very likely going to come back down towards the 61.8%, which is right around the 55 EMA at $109. And then that would, because the monthly is going to close at the same time as the quarterly, probably gives us our quarterly breakdown, which reverses the uptrend into a downtrend. 2 weeks already entered into bearish control, volatility supporting it, and now the jewel is flipping back over and entering into bearish control as well. And now we've broken below 38.2 on the 2 week as well. We're just getting a little bit of an anemic pity bounce at this meme line. Maybe it takes us all the way up to this 55 EMA towards like 132, 133. Very likely that area rejects because of how significant this support has been this whole way through. So now it's shifting support into resistance. Probably rejects that area. First way down is somewhere around 100, around 114. Then eventually, based off the quarterly trend shifting, probably down towards that same $75 area. Weekly is also getting a little bit of a bounce right here. Now we're getting a silver cross to the downside on the weekly. So likely, if we continue this bounce, somewhere around that low to mid 130 area is where it's going to reject based off the 9 EMA and 100 and the 5s all in that area. Probably ends up dumping from there. Quarterly flips over, and then it's in a downtrend. And what supports this little bounce idea towards retesting the silver cross is now monthly momentum is now flipping back up, while volatility is flipping down, telling you it's a corrective bounce. 5-day has now lost 38.2 as well. Fresh silver cross to the downside, getting somewhat of a bounce off this meme line. Same thing, momentum is starting to shift up, volatility is shifting down, so corrective lower high bounce. 2-day is now back into bearish control with volatility pointed up, getting somewhat of a bounce here. What will confirm that bounce for the lower high on the 5-day and the weekly is if we close above about $128.52. If we close above there, then we're very likely going to get that bounce. Daily's putting in a little bit of a nice predatory bottom candle, where people are going to see this, they're going to be like, oh, swing failure pattern below all these lows. Time to go up from here, while failing to look at the weekly. And momentum is shifting up, volatility shifting down, same corrective bounce, probably somewhere around that same mid 130 area, which would be a perfect retest of this bottom 38.2, which is a nice rejection zone after closing below it. 4 hours or 4 hours bouncing at the bottom 38.2, while momentum is shifting up, volatility is going down and resetting. Probably takes us bounce towards somewhere around this top 38.2, maybe up to the 61.8. Low to mid 130s, retest that weekly silver cross to the downside, and then nuke or Nagasaki.
Well, they took him off the NASDAQ, no?
Oh yeah, I think they did. Because usually when somebody gets kicked off, somebody gets put on.
Yeah, it was them or another chip company. I'm pretty sure it was them, but I'll look it up.
This increases very strongly the probabilities that the quarterly trend is going to reverse, because now we have a regular bearish divergence appearing on the quarterly, and this is pretty significant divergence because the RSI is way lower than it was right here, and price went a good amount higher. Volatility is expanding from literally like 8% with bearish divergence on the quarterly. That's going to be devastating. It's going to give us, oh god, the target is so low it doesn't even tell you on the bearish control zone. To cross it, the only target that you can get from this, because it's not low enough, is this middle zone. but it's very likely not going to stop here because we're coming from such low levels on our volatility. And that target is at $93.93. That's like how much percent lower than we are now?
Just a cool 32.
It's just about 30% to the downside from where we are now. And it probably goes a lot lower because of how low the volatility is coming from.
Damn.
It's about to put in our McDonald's formation. 1, 2.
Yeah. That's the official reverse. That's also an official reverse pattern, along with all that that top candle that it has.
Yeah, this is terrible on the long term. Every single time it tries to put in hidden bullish divergence, it gets invalidated every single time. It's like it puts it in just to bait the bulls to try to get it back up. And it's like psych.
What a fucking cock tease. By the way, I can only imagine people like, oh, I found a nice trading video right now. And we're just like, oh, what a cocksucker.
That's like a lot of the guys who give out very good content on YouTube, but they curse every couple of seconds, like Crown. So people are like, oh, I could show this to more people if you just didn't curse so much.
Dude, I went to a wedding, to Rodrigo's wedding, okay? And I went to Rodrigo's wedding, and while I'm there, his family comes over because we do a podcast together. And literally his cousin, like this girl looks at me and she goes, I love the podcast that you and Rod do, but your language is crazy, man. Is there anything you can do about it so we can see it with the kids and this and that? By the way, the kids don't know shit about the economy, so I don't think the kids are going to watch this, but okay. And I go, no, but if you want, I can get the editor to send you a version without me so you can have Rod's only. And she goes, really? You would do that for me? I'm like, no. And I just walked away.
People are also very bad at telling sarcasm.
I know. That's also something that shows intelligence.
Crown's response was gold. He's like, I don't even, I can't even monetize my videos because I curse on them. So you think I'm gonna stop for you?
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
On the 2-day, we have a hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high, off the rejection of the 21 EMA. That we've already hit the bearish control zone, so the next area would be the bearish critical zone, and that lines up with the number we got from the quarterly if we were to break the downtrend, about $61. Daily, multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence off of all of these lower highs. We've already broken into the bearish control zone. We're getting volatility expansion from 0%. Bearish control zone on this one sits at $109. 4 hour, nothing. Shift to the momentum chart. They started going up initially in 2021 because everyone started buying, mining Ethereum with their cards.
Oh, with AMDs?
Yeah, then Ethereum switched to proof of stake, and all that was worthless.
Oh.
This was the initial run of AMD and also Ethereum, somewhere around this point. Now on the quarterly, we're getting, with volatility expansion, we're rejecting the bullish critical zone, flipping down on momentum, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $146, $147. So now we have bearish divergence on the quarterly, and we have momentum flipping down, and we have bearish divergence on the quarterly stochastic momentum as well as the RSI.
Damn. So just every bearish thing that you could possibly hit.
Yep.
Not bad.
Pretty good. Pretty good for the downside.
Yeah, not bad.
Monthly has basically fully reset on volatility. We're only at 4% now, very close to that 0% volatility reading. Last time we expanded from 0%, we went up just a little bit, and then we mega dumped. We're entering into the bearish control zone, very close to the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down on our momentum as long as we're below $162.50. And if we lose this candle low right here, $121.83, this thing is likely going to mega nuke very fast towards this 200 SMA, which is going to rise. It's going to take a good amount of time to play out. Right now, it's sitting at $40. Probably at that point, it's going to be sitting somewhere around $60, which is our RSI target from that bearish divergence. Damn. 2 week also expanding with this dump right here. breaking into the bearish critical zone, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $161. Weekly, with that fresh silver cross to the downside, we're getting volatility expansion and momentum entering into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $134. 5 days, same thing as the weekly. Pivot is we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 139. 2 days also expanding, shifting down once again, rejecting getting out of the critical zone, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $129. So we're getting pretty close to there. Daily is expanding from 0%, and we're
to the dump, right?
Yeah, on 0% on the move to the downside, and we're entering into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $127.50. So that's what tells you it's not very likely that we close this day over $127.50 or 51 cents.
Yeah, that's where the 38.2% the top is, right?
I believe so. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's also the 21 on the daily. Yeah, it is. I'm looking at it.
12 hours, same thing as a daily, expanding from 0% volatility on this dump, and we're pointed down, same pivot to $127.52. Four hours now is contracting on our volatility, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $127.16. Now even the 4 hours starting to shift down. 2 is the only one that's up, which is that idea of a corrective bounce. We're going to be pointed up with volatility expansion as long as we're above $124.60. Let's go down just a little bit more degenerate so I can get a clearer idea. Hourly also pointed up with volatility contraction. All right, so if you go all the way to like the quarterly, you got multiple bearish divergences from many different setups to point at. You got the RSI bearish divergence, you got the stochastic momentum bearish divergence, you have break of trend. And trend takes precedence over all of the bearish divergences anyways, and they would give you targets. The only one you can really get a target from, because the other ones are the higher time frame divergences are the targets would be too low, is you can get a target off of that 2 week, which gives you a target of around $60, which is the same thing that the HPDR was giving off of the quarterly if you were to break that current uptrend that we have.
Well, I'm sorry, just real quick. On the HPDR on the quarterly that has already 15 days and 3 hours to close, we're a little above the median. Median is, I believe, at 116.20. If we close below that median, then we would expect everything else to just follow.
Yeah. But also, since even though we're over the median, since we have all of those bearish divergences, was going to confirm, median probably moves up.
Ooh, man, talk about getting fucked. Okay. I'm sorry, go on.
Because a lot of times it happens where it'll close over the median, and you're going to think it's going to go to the top 38.2, then the median will move up like it did with Bitcoin.
Got it. And then that's the fucking.
Yeah, and then you retest the median, and then it rejects.
Got it. Good old bearish retests.
Yep, BRs. I didn't even know what that was. Alex was like, BR. I was like, what's BR?
I know. Alex does really use all of the crypto lingo. He doesn't miss a single one.
That's the only reason why I know it now.
Yeah, same.
And then you go down towards like the 4 hour and the 2 hour and 1 hour. You're getting the idea, which supports that the weekly silver cross to the downside will get retested, because all of them have momentum pointing up with volatility pointing down, setting up for like a little bit of a pump to the upside. Retest that silver cross that we have to the downside on the weekly. It's about like low to mid 130s, and then from there the monthly trend probably takes over, and the bearish divergences play out. And this thing probably dumps first around $100, which is a nice psychological level where it gets a little bit of a bounce there. And then from $100, I would eventually see it going down to the $70s or $60 range.
Yeah, I mean, the 21 is literally right now on the quarterly at 104. And then
so
the 55 is at
bounce.
Yeah, and the 63 is at $64. So the 55, it's at $64. So I think just with that alone, seeing this bullshit going the way it is, it's definitely going to go there to look for it. So good luck.
You heard that
everyone.
first. Financial advice. All in life savings on puts.
You guys know it. Come on. We do this with 100 billion% leverage. Don't forget, guys. Don't forget. We're doing Coinbase next. Everyone always asks for Coinbase. We never get to it. So we might as well just fucking close with a bang.
Have you heard the shit that's been going on with Coinbase recently? There's so many people on Twitter posting about how their entire accounts have been frozen with like $2 or $3 million of tether in there.
I think that's FUD so that you don't get into the higher Bitcoin. Every time I see those stories, I'm like, all right, this is bullish because it's bullshit.
And then Coinbase will respond saying that we're regulated and we're going to unfreeze your account, but we need a source of income for these funds.
I think that's not crazy, right? I mean, I know that everyone, there's a guy that's obsessed with me. Like he can't live a day without, like, he's got plenty of fake accounts, and he goes and posts the same thing on my timeline over and over again with different, he thinks no one's going to notice. And this dude, it has a video of like me saying, dude, Bitcoin doesn't work for what everyone thinks it works. Like, it's not for transactions. It doesn't do any of that. Like, the special thing about Bitcoin and holding it and being outside of the system doesn't exist. Do you want to get your Bitcoin the fuck out into cash? You got to go through a bank. You got to.
Yeah, you have no choice.
Yeah. And this is like a really simple thing that everyone should understand. And then some people will go, well, no, I can give my wallet to someone else and then they'll give me money. Yeah.
Where are they giving you that money from?
Thank you. From a bank. Not like, and then these people have like in their mind that it's going to come out like in briefcases and that everyone is willing to give you, like, if Bitcoin is at $100,000 right now and you have 10 Bitcoins, they're going to give you $1 million clean. Like, dude, they're going to give you maybe $100,000 for your $1 million worth of Bitcoin if you're making a transaction like that. So it's, little fucking things.
And then the reason why those guys on Twitter go so hard on Coinbase whenever their accounts get like frozen is because they're the ones who are transferring over 7 figures from a derivatives exchange, which shouldn't even be allowed in America.
I know. It's people, dude. People be peopling. All right. AMD, and then we'll hop into the base of coins. Estamos viendo AMD. AMD, para todo el mundo que no esté entrenado, si solamente estamos viendo este gráfico trimestral, diríamos, güey, excelente gráfico, ¿no? ¿Quién diría? Esta es una excelente oportunidad para todo el mundo que esté aprendiendo para ver. ¿Por qué diríamos que este es un excelente gráfico? Porque tienes este alto, un alto más alto, tienes estos bajos más altos, puta madre, bajos más altos, y luego bajos más altos, ¿no? Es lo que todo el mundo diría, que AMD se ve bastante bien. Pero antes de empezar a darles lo que me acaba de decir Farhan y compartir, voy a eliminar esta línea meme, voy a eliminar esta línea meme, voy a eliminar esta línea meme y solamente voy a dejar esta. Y la razón por qué es porque es sencillo. Siempre hemos dicho, si queremos saber si estamos en una tendencia alcista o bajista en algo, la manera más fácil de verlo es si estamos por encima del promedio del 9 en la trimestral. Damas y caballeros, el promedio del 9 en la trimestral en esto está en 133.13. Esto nos va a ayudar también para poder identificar cambios de tendencia en otros activos que seamos fans de, que tal vez no estemos analizando nosotros aquí o que solamente tú estás viendo en tu casa. Entonces, la primera señal está acá. Déjame ver dónde está mi promedio del 5 también para darnos una mejor idea. Y vean lo fuerte y dramático de esta caída. Ahora, muchos me van a decir, pero Ale, ¿de qué mierdas estás hablando? Aquí pasó lo mismo, ¿no? Bien, ok. ¿Qué pasó de cuando perdiste el promedio del 5 de acá hasta acá? Una caída de 37%. Para cualquier persona que no sea un degenerado en cripto, un 37% es una buena cantidad de dinero. AMD tiene el promedio justo acá en 133. Un 37% sería a $82 de donde estás ahorita, ¿no? Justamente, si tiene el mismo tipo de movimiento. Ahora, ¿qué más tienes acá que estamos notando? Tienes un patrón de M de McDonald's, cabrón. El patrón de M de McDonald's es cuando encuentras un techo y otro techo más alto. Esto es lo que pasó con Bitcoin en el 2021. Y lo que esto te llega a decir, si llega a jugar y ser validado este patrón, que básicamente, en mi opinión, será validado en 15 días y 3 horas con este cierre, lo que vas a ver acá va a ser una reversión. Y esta reversión venimos de una tendencia alcista Y ahora, si hay una reversión de la tendencia alcista, ¿qué crees que sigue? Bajista. Es bastante sencillo de entender. ¿Qué nos hace decir eso? Una vez más, empezando con el promedio de las 9, empezando con el doble patrón de reversión de McDonald's y ahora entendiendo que la volatilidad está contrayendo y yéndose de lado en la trimestral. No hay absolutamente nada por acá. No, es más. En realidad hubo una expansión de volatilidad acá. ¿Y qué fue lo que ocurrió? Caímos. Esto nos quiere decir que esta expansión de volatilidad en la trimestral, damas y caballeros, es negativa. No es negativa, es positiva, ¿no? Pero es negativa para todos los que sean alcistas en AMD. Ahí empezarías a decir, uy, algo malo viene. ¿Qué pasa después de que pierdes el 9? Vienes a buscar el 21. Ese está en 104.7 ahorita, ¿ok? Solamente ténganlo apuntado. Y también le gusta coquetear con el promedio del 55, que nadie les diga que no. El promedio de la 55, que es el naranja, aquí lo tocamos y estuvimos abajo de. El promedio del 55 está en 63 dólares con 49 centavos en este momento, en esta zona, para que lo tengan en mente. Me pongo el 34 para ver cuál va a ser el siguiente nivel rápidamente. Por aquí. Los 83 dólares. Ok. 83 dólares. Ok, es lo que estamos viendo justamente con esto. Les voy a poner el HPDR para que puedan ver algo muy interesante. Pueden ver, la media del HPDR está en 120.72. Faltan 15 días y 3 horas para cerrar esta vela. Si perdemos la media del HPDR, los 120.72, en un cierre de estos, vas a ir a buscar la parte de abajo del canal, que son ahorita 74.92. Recuerda que esto va a cambiar en el cierre y estos niveles, la zona azul, el 38.2%, puede subir o bajar. Pero lo peor que puedes ver es que sea rechazado por la media, porque una vez que bajas, vas a venir a retestearla, ¡pum! Y después ir a buscar ese bajo, ¿ok? Eso es la trimestral. En la mensual es un poco de lo mismo que habías visto en la trimestral y lo que quiero solamente ilustrar es el tope de McDonald's por acá y honestamente yo creo que pudimos haber puesto algo así. Ajá, ok. Déjenme quito rápido el HPDR para que puedan ver eso. A veces es más fácil de lo que creemos ver si algo está cayendo o no. Déjenme elimino esto, no sé qué chingado sea eso. Era el objetivo acá en los 116 y ahí vamos, efectivamente. Ok, puedes ver que esta línea de tendencia aguantó bastante bien, no ha tenido ningún cierre por debajo, ninguno. Este va a ser tu primer cierre mensual y normalmente lo que tienes con este tipo de velas es, van a retestear una vez más, que es justo lo que estábamos platicando hace un segundo, un retesteo bajista. Rompes esto, te da la idea de que vas a ir una vez más a treparte en la línea y toma, güey, te barre hasta abajo. Así que teniendo esto en mente, sabemos que acabamos de perder el 21, el 5 y el 9 en bases mensuales, que eso es tremendamente malo, tremendamente bajista también en una temporalidad tan alta. Ok, vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad desde que ha estado bajando el precio, se ha estado reseteando y está llegando al punto, una vez más, bajo. Y vamos a poner nuestra línea meme horizontal de la volatilidad justamente acá en el 15%. Lo que nosotros creemos es que esta volatilidad va a darse la vuelta y va a comenzar a expandir a la baja junto con o sea, la volatilidad expande y el precio va a ir a la baja. Eso es lo que parece que es lo que nos está dando este setup de por acá. Una vez más, confluencia con niveles 108, definitivamente vamos a venir al 116 con esto y probablemente retestear el 100 por acá de los 80, 90 después. Ok, eso es la mensual. Además de que en la mensual, en el HPDR, estás perdiendo el 50% y eso dice que tienes que darle una visita después probablemente al 112.84%. Esta vela va a cerrar una vez más en 15 días y 3 horas, así que todavía tiene tiempo para hacerlo. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas podemos ver que la cosa se pone peor. El 9 está por debajo del 21, estamos por debajo del 55 y vamos a retestear el promedio del 100 que nos da confluencia con nuestra línea en los 116. Ahora, aquí lo interesante, ¿qué ocurrió aquí? ¿Acá o en la de la derecha? Bajón. La volatilidad está expandiendo en la de 2 semanas y es por eso que nos hace pensar que la mensual irá a hacer lo mismo. Desde este punto está en 32.5% y eso que ha pasado, el precio ha caído. Esto es bajista de a madre. Vale, tenemos la de 2 semanas, vamos a ver la semanal. La semanal un poco de lo mismo. Pueden ver que estamos expandiendo desde acá en la semanal. Vamos a ver qué pasó. ¡Pum! Para abajo. Desde entonces continuó expandiendo y esto está solamente en 59%. Y le gusta expandir, no le gusta, no, sí, sí ha estado en 100%, pero mínimo estos niveles donde hay promedio tranquilo en el 88% le falta bastante camino y puedes ver que el SMA 200 en temporalidad semanal está justo en los 114.11, lo que da más confluencia con esta línea meme que pensamos que va a venir a buscar estos mínimos y romperlos a la baja y dar continuación. Es lo que estamos viendo en AMD. Ahora voy a ponerles el HPDR también para que lo tengan presente y vean esto. En el HPDR estamos en el 50%. Estamos toqueteando y jugueteando con esta zona entre el 32 y el 50. Si perdemos los 124.64 en un cierre, vamos a darnos una vuelta justamente a esta zona, a la del 61% que está en 119. Probablemente se ajuste con esto. Puedes ver tu promedio de los 200 por acá. Voy a poner la de 3 días. 3 días tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, tienes el retesteo de la media, perder la media, pum, 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 intentar una vez más subir y tal vez tengas un rebote a los 136, tal vez, ahora vamos a ver en temporalidades más cortas si es que se puede dar, pero puedes ver acá el promedio del S&P 200 en los 120, que nos pondría por debajo del 50% y eso puede ser ya siendo bajista. Bastante bajista. Y estás a nada de barrer este mínimo en los 121.97. Barriendo ese mínimo, rompes toda esta estructura. A los 116 romperías toda estructura y vas a ir abajo de los 100. Esto es en la de 3 días. Déjame ver la de 2 días. En la de 2 días tenemos volatilidad expandiendo en esta caída también. Estamos en el 61% y vamos a ir a buscar estos $120 en el 78.6%. Eso es en la de 2 días. Vamos a ver si también valida la diaria, el movimiento expansión. Volatilidad expandiendo como loca después de un periodo de absoluta cero. Y ahora, al estar expandiendo, está cayendo el precio. Estamos peleándonos con el 78.6%, lo que nos va a llevar muy probablemente a esta zona del 121.76%. Y continúa el bajón en AMD. Vamos a ver rápido temporalidad de 4 horas, a ver si también. No, hombre, mano, la hora todo se está ajustando, la temporalidad está revertiendo y está volviendo a regresar a cero para poder dar continuación. Tal vez estemos cansados de caer tan rápido y vayamos a encontrar un fondo por acá en los 125 localón antes de dar continuación a esto. Esta vez la va a cerrar en 2 horas y 7 minutos. En la de 2 horas estamos por debajo del promedio del 9, el 21, absolutamente todos peleándonos con el 61% y ahora existe la posibilidad, no, la volatilidad, la expansión de la volatilidad en la de 2 horas justo nos llevó a este Don Perú por acá. O sea, tíos, esto es bajista, pero de a madre. Lo que simplemente creemos si eliminamos todas estas tonterías es lo siguiente. Dejen que mi gráfico tenga ganas de trabajar. Se volvió como el güey que me pidió $3 millones en Twitter. Esto es una vela de tope potente. Esto es tu confirmación. Esta es tu segunda y esta es tu tercera. Tienes un alto, alto más bajo. Tienes este bajo que ahorita lo vamos a barrer tranquilamente en 121.90 y esto te va a llevar a dar continuación al movimiento bajista que estás viendo. Además de que esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro y el objetivo de este hombro, cabeza, hombro te lo daría, porque se rompió acá, a la zona de los $23. Tal vez no se dé ese gran objetivo, pero esta madre tiene cara de que se quiere, porque tiene también divergencias bajistas escondidas, lo que nos dice continuación en altas temporalidades, en la mensual, en la trimestral. Simplemente tiene cara de que va a seguir bajando. No hay tanto que rescatarle. Atención, somos alcistas y creemos que Salo está mal y que esto va a ser completamente lo contrario, una gran oportunidad. No deberías de romper el 122.6 a la baja. Rompes el 122.6 a la baja, todo lo demás se va a desmoronar. Todo. Así que atentos a esto. Alrighty, sir, let's do Coinbase, the base of the coins.
Coinbase. Brian is bald.
Brian is bald. That's all we need to know these days. 2024. Oh, almost 2025, by the way. Almost 2025.
Oh yeah, we're like 2 weeks away from 2025.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
We got 2 Saturdays left.
Exactly. I'm excited. 2025 seems like the year.
Did you see that one tweet from Brian where he's like, if you invested $100 when Coinbase first founded in 2012, you would have $1.5 million right now?
I hate when they do that because I didn't do it.
But how many people would have held their $100 investment to 1.5 mil?
That would be so legendary, by the way.
Most people would have probably sold that $100 at like 10,000.
I would. I would sell $100. I would sell $100 to $5,000 without a doubt. Like without a doubt.
Probably same.
Yeah.
That's why the most retarded make the most amount of money.
It's true. It's so hard, but it's true.
Let's see, do I want to do the quarterly? Not much data, but sure. All right, so I'll start with the monthly. Right now, monthly momentum did on the first time around did kind of reject the bullish control, but it didn't really shift down yet. And now what I'm looking for is if we close over this 38.2. If we do, then this moving average is going to shift up. It's going to re-enter. It's what's actually going to, instead of rejecting, it's going to enter into the bullish control, and then volatility is going to start flipping up as well. It's currently kind of rejecting the 38.2, but it's brushing up right against it, which is at $323.13. If we close over that, last time we ever closed over the 38.2 on the monthly was way down back here. And whenever we closed over the 38.2, we just started basing off the 100. Hit the 100, not really pull back, 100 again, pull back a little bit. Then we went to the 100 again. I'm not going to say we're going to go to the 100, but I am pretty comfortable saying somewhere around the 60 or the 78.6 based off of that setup. And since volatility is coming from pretty low levels, we could probably hit that 78.6, and that's pretty ridiculous number. It's sitting somewhere around $612, almost basically a 100% move from where we are right now. The confirmation of that is if we close over this 38.2, which is $323.13, and we'll increase the probabilities even more of that playing out, and give us a higher number than 61.8 if we were to close over this candle's high right here, which is at $341.75. Close over that, then almost certainly we're going to go towards that 78.6 number at $613. 2 week right now is giving us a little bit of an idea of a pullback though, because we did reject the 95% the first time around, and we're still haven't gotten above it. While momentum is getting to very extreme areas, it tapped like all the way up to like 99%, not quite 100. Now it's shifting down a little bit. Same thing with volatility. So the way to confirm that we don't get this pullback is we have to close over this candle's high at $349.75. Close over that, then we probably go straight to the 100%, somewhere around like 416, maybe 420. The confirmation of that is going to be closing over this high. If we don't close over this high, we reject the 95% again, then we probably get a pullback from here, likely down to this meme line. And then at that point, the ranges would step up, and then we can try again for the higher targets. And this meme line is sitting somewhere around $259 to $260. So that is quite a decent dump from our current local top. That's about like a 25% move to the downside, which is a crypto correction. Any other market, that would be a crash in a bear market.
I feel bad for being on the club already of like the 25% correction is nothing. Like I feel like there's something wrong with me. I'm sorry, say it again.
Only 25%. That's what crypto did to me.
That's what I'm saying.
Whenever I see on Twitter people talking about, oh, this stock is crashing, or they try to make fun of Elon, but like your stock tanked. I look at it, down 6%.
I know. It's really a thing. It's got me concerned that maybe I'm losing my edge by being afraid.
Yeah. Usually that's why most people sell the absolute lows on stocks.
Yeah, because of the fear.
And most people don't have an what do you call it, an understanding of what trend is. They think any type of trend or technical analysis is just astrology for men, and that it's just bullshit.
Yeah, it's sad.
Narrative, they're like, oh, narrative and fundamentals matters more than your trend. Okay.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Weekly is now shifting back up, going back over the moving average again. Same thing with volatility. Jewel is now having the pink cross over the yellow, and we're very close to entering into the critical zone. So maybe we'll try one more time for this 88.3%, 95% area. Kind of unlikely based on how high we are on the HPTR, but it's not impossible based off of how our momentum and volatility looks. So maybe we can get up to like 356, 357. I just wouldn't count on it. I'd be looking for a retest of our current highs right here at the 88.3, around like 330, 333. Reject that and end up coming back down to retest this meme line and fill this little bit of, that's not really much of a gap. 5 days doing exactly what you wanted to do, though. It's holding the 5 EMA all the way through. If you lose the 5 EMA, though, then problems. To confirm the breakout, we'd have to close the 5 day above 349.75 again. Then we could probably go up towards like low to mid 400s. Lose the 5 EMA at 307.70, then you get that retest of this meme line. Two-day is now broken back into 38.2. First, we closed below this median, which was such a massive trap because then the median moved down. That's why I mentioned that on closes over or closes below, you got to wait to see where the median goes. Because if you close above it and then the median moves up, you're below it once again. But since you close below it, median moved down, you open the candle above the median. And then you got to close above the median. So now we're back testing it and using it as a spring. So if we close over this 5 EMA, which is currently at about $317.21, probably based off of our volatility setup, extremely low, that we make our way somewhere around the 50%, which is about $355, lines up with that previous $356 number, which then would break our current highs, and then we probably continue up from there, and then go towards that 100% on the HPDR. Until that happens, though, we got to assume probabilities are to the downside and that we come back down to fill this gap, or not gap, but touch this new line. Daily is now brushing up against the median, slightly above it after closing below it, and then not really rejecting it because we didn't make our way all the way up to it. But the median's at $319.28. Close over that, probably goes towards the 38.2, maybe the 50%, around like 340 to 348. 4 hours now rejecting the bullish control, starting to flip down. It's right at the moving average, while volatility is flipping down. And we're currently rejecting the top 38.2. So keep rejecting this area, then we probably come back down to the bottom 38.2, which lines up with the 55 EMA, which is about like $297, $300. HPTR is kind of all over the place on this one with the RSI.
It's just the Coinbase, like Coinbase, the stock is there's so much fuckery.
Yeah. Coinbase can only really accurately be looked at on the extreme time frame, like very high. There's so much fuckery in between.
Yep.
Should I keep this on here? It's not really much. What's that? Yeah, there's some slight hidden bullish divergence because we made higher lows, but we made on the price, but lower lows on the RSI. So arguably that's already played out because we've already hit the bullish control zone. Possibly the next target would be the critical zone, which the critical zone right now sits at $547, but in 15 days that number is going to change. Based off of this fib that I had drawn, we got one close over this 78.6. Now we're about to get a second close over the 78.6. If we get that third close over the 78.6, then that takes us towards 161.8. That level is currently sitting at about $387, right next to that $400 number that me and Alex have been talking about for the past year on Coinbase. Get three closes over that, then things get really retarded, and you get up to $556. 2 week currently has hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low right here. The way to invalidate it would be to close below about $288.50. As long as you're closing above that, the divergence is still active, and you would target the critical zone. Jeez, that's a retarded number. That's $796. But
so
gonna go down.
That's the EMA 9 on the weekly, by the way.
At that
287.
200.
So if you close below the EMA weekly 9, it's cooked. But if you hold it, it's good. I like to learn shortcuts.
Yeah, whenever you can combine that with the RSI, I think it gets you a much higher.
Mhm.
On the weekly, we have multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, but we do have volatility contraction at the same time. So to get this, to invalidate this divergence, we'd have to close below $298.52. That wouldn't really be like a death sentence. It would just mean that this bullish divergence is not going to play out right now, and you're probably going to make another drive of hidden bullish divergence, another higher low, and then that one probably plays out. But with this hidden bullish divergence, if it continues right now, our target would be the critical zone sitting at $464. That's another thing that people don't really like understand is whenever a divergence confirms, you still have to look at the trend. You still have to look at what the candles look like. Doesn't mean it's going to play out immediately.
Yeah, and automatically too. There's a higher chance of that happening, but it's not like a given.
Yeah, that's why trend is like absolute number one. These divergences are momentum. Momentum is third on the list of the checklist.
That's
Trend,
right.
volatility, then momentum. So on the 3-day, we have that hidden bullish, regular bullish divergence with the volatility contraction. So if it does continue to play out from here, to get that move to the upside, we'd have to close above $323.50. Then we can hit the critical zone, which is sitting at $470. 2-day has regular bearish divergence though off this high right here, and then we did put in the top candle with that high too. And volatility is now fully reset. Maybe it's already played out. The way to confirm it has played out is we'd have to close above the same number, $323.50. Then we say the divergence is played out. We have a local bottom, and we probably pump pretty nicely from there. But if we lose this low here at $307, to be safe, let's use this one, $298.52. Divergence is going to continue to play out, and then we hit this middle zone on the RSI, which right now is at it's probably not going to be here whenever it actually plays out, but right now it's at $192.95.
And that's because you have a bearish divergence on it on the 2-day.
Yeah, you have a confirmed drive.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
But it's very close to being invalidated. Close above 323.50, and it's invalidated.
Okay, and there's still 4 days, basically.
And then this 0% volatility would then apply to the upside.
Got it. Which is most likely what's going to happen. I mean, why the fuck would Coinbase go down when Bitcoin is at an all-time high?
Because if this divergence does play out, this volatility, even more than it has now, the volatility is going to play out to the downside.
Yeah.
That's not very likely. This already happened on the daily where we had multiple drives of bearish divergence. Then we put in a local bottom and invalidated it. Same with 12 hours already been invalidated. Now daily has put in a 4 hours put in a fresh drive, hidden bullish divergence off of this low here after we made a local bottom. That divergence would have target of the first bullish control zone, which right now sits at $353. That would continue the trend towards the upside in the higher time frames because we'd get closes over lower highs. That would give us the critical zone, which right now in the 4 hour it's going to change, but right now it's at $477. The momentum chart.
By the way, in your house, I hear that alarm, the chirping. Is that not driving you nuts?
I don't even hear it.
Good for you. That's one of those, like in my house, dude, like the moment one makes one sound, Belendy's like, let's go look at all of them right now so we can fix it. And it's like a nonstop event here. That's
also,
why I'm asking.
If I do hear it, it also makes me think, oh, is that the bird? Oh, no. It's kind of a nice thing to have. It's kind of dumb, but
I wish I was young like you. And also not married, because that's what
yeah, it makes sense. I can't even leave my shoes out at the what do you call it, the house
with the girls. Yeah, of course. Same thing.
Did you not put your shoes on the shelves?
No, I'm just a person.
On the monthly, do we have enough to populate on the quarterly? No, we don't. Monthly, we are rejecting getting out of the bullish control. we're still going to flip back up, going to enter into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $287.50. Coinbase has never been in the critical zone in its entire history on the monthly momentum. It's kind of tapped it one time, but then rejected it. And that was off the move from like $46 up to like $283. And it still didn't enter into the critical zone. This time around, it's very likely to enter into the critical zone. That improves the probabilities of us hitting those kind of retarded numbers that we got from the fibs.
Whoa.
2 week kind of give us that little 2 week setup. Didn't exactly give us the Hamas setup because it didn't go to 0%, but it did tap 15%, which is enough for momentum and volatility setup. We're rejecting the critical zone on the bear side, and now we're about to enter into the bullish one, and we're going to be pointed up above $238.
I have an observation to make.
Mhm.
I think Coinbase will find its cycle top when altcoins find their cycle top. And I think MicroStrategy will do when Bitcoin hit that all-time high, like their cycle top.
Yes, sounds very reasonable. Usually,
Right?
I think that's what happened in 2021, where Bitcoin has already put in its top when Coinbase started trading, and then started going up from there. All coins put in their top, then Coinbase was down only.
I'll keep an eye on that so we can learn for the next cycle when Bitcoin goes to $500 billion.
Cassie Wood says $13 million.
Kathy Wood, like I said, I don't understand why anyone's still listening to Kathy Wood. It's unbelievable. No one has more passes than Kathy Wood.
Were you telling me it's not going to $13 million?
Can I tell you something? I actually really do think the price of Bitcoin over the long run is going to go to obscene, absurd numbers because they're being absorbed by all the major institutions.
Muy rápido, señor, for mi familia, por favor.
Sí, por favor, más rápido. Sorry.
Weekly is about to shift down and get out of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down. Or we're going to flip down as long as we're below $328.80. So if this thing is going to be bullish and we're going to go up from here, Bull's got to push this up by the next 4 days. And then once this, if they flip it back up, we should see a nice pump after that because we had tested the edge of the critical zone and maintained it. So that usually leads to a pretty decent sized green dildo from there. 5 days also this 5 days now pointed up. It's going to close in 3 days and 2 hours, and we're going to flip up as long as we're above $314. That increases the probabilities that the weekly will as well.
Nice.
2 days now fully reset on volatility after coming to the low to mid 90s, like 94%. Now it's at 5% on volatility. Slightly shifted down. We got an hour and 47 minutes to go, and we're going to flip down as long as we're below $327.50. That doesn't necessarily mean volatility is going to expand to the downside. It just means that volatility is going to be at the lows while momentum is flipped down. The way to confirm volatility expansion to the downside will be to lose this on a 2-day close at $298.52. Then you probably get a nice move down towards this 21 EMA at like 283. Maybe get a bounce there, but with that volatility setup, probably about like 250. Same thing with the daily, just about a fully reset on volatility. While volatility is resetting, we are pointed down below $324. Now the 4 hour is getting first was getting volatility expansion. Now it's getting a little contraction. And where are we on the momentum? And now we're rejecting getting into the critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $317. So if you go up to like, you can't really get that much data. You can't really get much data off the quarterly at all because there's not much data.
Yeah.
But if you go to the monthly, we are getting several closes over key areas like the 78.6. We're about to get 2 closes over that. We get 1 more close that takes us up to 387, which is quite a little close to our HBDR top areas, but a little bit higher than that. I could see it happening though, based off how low volatility is expanding from. And we have several drives of bullish divergence as well. Then you go down to the little bit lower time frames, a little bit degenerate time frames, and momentum is starting to shift down. If we, as long as we don't close below that $292 area, then we shouldn't really see a breakdown. We should just see price consolidate while momentum and volatility reset. Then I would expect a move from there into the probably 400s. But there's no confirmation of upside either of that breakout until we close above that area of, what was it? Give you exact number, $349.75. So basically 350. Close above 350 on a 4 hour. then we should see that volatility expansion to the upside, and from there go towards that 400. But for now, we should just be looking for a little bit of consolidation because our lower time frames are pointed down.
Yeah. Yep. Is there anything else you, sir, would like to add before you go and enjoy your mother's birthday and say happy birthday to your mom by the Mexican guy that she doesn't know?
No, I'm good.
All righty. Well, have fun, enjoy yourself, and I'll chat with you in a second.
See you then. Have a good one.
Thank you, you too. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, el gran Farhan dándose la vuelta. Aquí estamos viendo Coinbase rápidamente, lo vamos a analizar en putiza. No hay tantos datos, lo saben, es algo bastante reciente, si lo quieres ver así. El gran Brian, el creador, fundador de Coinbase, un hombre pelón blanco, lo que te dice que esta empresa tiene mucho potencial a la alza, ¿no? No hay tantos datos acá en la trimestral. Sabemos perfectamente, y yo me atrevería a decir que esto es tu confirmación del breakout, ¿no? Pero no hay tantos datos en realidad que se pueden analizar en este gráfico. Lo que sí es que estamos creando base con estos mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos. Y ahorita, ¿cuál había sido el cierre más potente que había tenido Coinbase? En $266. Nunca había cerrado arriba de $266. Esta vela le quedan 15 días y 2 horas para lograrlo. Está en $320, lo que nos dice que esto pinta bastante bien en esta temporalidad. En temporalidad alta podemos ver que estamos literalmente a tope. No tenemos ni podemos sacar tanto en el HPDR y han visto acciones que tienen 5 de estas en la trimestral. O sea, no tomen esto como ya se acabó el movimiento. No se puede. Lo que estamos viendo por acá es que nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 202 en la trimestral y esa es una zona bastante importante a aguantar, 202. Lo que nos dice que Coinbase está en un movimiento alcista. Tenemos la parte alta de este 68.5% en $340 y eso es importante notar. Verán por qué pronto. Vamos a la mensual para poder analizar todavía esto mejor. Y en la mensual, me gusta que ya dejó de comprimir mi HPDR. Ok, en la mensual estamos justamente en el 38.2%, soportados por esta línea meme de soporte en los $300 y queremos definitivamente romper estos 323 de esta zona para poder una vez más ir a buscar esta zona en los $350. Por ahora, viendo esto, vamos a ver cómo se ve la volatilidad para ver si encontramos algún setup. La volatilidad desde esta expansión ha estado yéndose de lado y esto parece ser una consolidación de precio. Si estás viendo la volatilidad y ves el movimiento del precio. Acercándonos un poco más en Coinbase, brutal, tíos. Acercándonos un poco más en Coinbase, podemos ver, tenemos esta vela topera de 2 semanas. La confirmación de que es un tope sería un cierre abajo de 2.95. Definitivamente no nos gustaría ver eso. Pero esto también fue vela topera y puedes ver que esta no te confirmó y estás más acá arriba testeando los 326.32 del 95%. Vamos a ver si la volatilidad está en expansión. Correcto. La volatilidad está en expansión desde esta zona y han visto que el movimiento ha sido a la alza, pero en este momento la volatilidad está en 69.79% y le encanta estar en 100%. Así que tiene muchísimo camino para poder correr, lo que nos dice que este movimiento vaya a buscar la zona alta del HPDR por ahí de los 418, 357, bastante, relativamente pronto. En la semanal, estamos viendo que está cambiando un poco la cosa. La volatilidad está contrayendo. Tal vez vaya a haber un reinicio para otro setup, lo que tiene confluencia con nuestro análisis de que literalmente lo único que estamos haciendo en este momento es consolidando el precio y esta consolidación de precio, siempre y cuando no perdamos nuestro promedio de las 9 en la semanal, y aquí lo tienen que también es la parte baja del 78.6%, definitivamente queremos no cerrar debajo de 287.27. Esa para nosotros es la línea en la arena para poder dar continuación al movimiento que estamos buscando. Esta zona es crítica para el precio de Coinbase. Así que pon tu gráfico semanal, asegúrate de no perder el promedio de la 9. Es la forma más sencilla sin tener el HPDR para poder entender esto. Ahora, un cierre arriba de esta línea meme en los $243. Esto te haría dar las probabilidades de que vas a ir a buscar un nuevo máximo histórico. Eso es lo que básicamente estamos viendo para simplificar un poco esto. Y viendo las semanales, habíamos dicho, se está contrayendo la volatilidad. Vamos a ver la de 5 días, si esta volatilidad, no, continúa en las mismas exactamente. Y básicamente todo se ve igual porque es lo mismo, ¿no? A fin de cuentas, semanal o 5 días es muy poco los datos de diferencia. Ahora, por acá, vamos a ver, venimos de justamente esto es, perdón, esta es la de 2 minutos. Ya decía yo, ¿qué mierdas pasó por acá? Esto es cuando el tío Salo está haciendo porquerías en la computadora. Vamos rápido. Y podemos ver acá en la de 2 días, la volatilidad está completamente reseteando y también tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 arribita de nuestra media en los 308 que venimos, nos recargamos en ella y nos dio el spring para ir arriba. Esto nos debería llevar cuando la volatilidad reinicia a los 340. Para este cierre nos queda 1 hora y 39, 1 hora y 39 minutos. Así que va a ser crítico poder cerrar por encima del 308, que creo que sí lo vamos a lograr. Y eso nos diría, vamos a ver dónde reabre esto, pero esto nos daría un buen objetivo, un objetivo bastante interesante. Lo que la volatilidad se está contrayendo y reseteando. Vamos a ver la diaria rápido, me imagino que es lo mismo. No me imagino, lo acabo de ver. Exactamente, la volatilidad viene de extremos. Recuerden que arriba el 15% es cuando consideramos que está expandiendo y está en 14,68%. Estamos justamente por debajo. Esto nos diría que si en temporalidad corta tal vez estemos expandiendo, esto se vería bien, pero por ahora estamos por encima de la media. La media está en los 13, 19, 28 en la diaria. Esto va a cerrar en 1 hora 38 minutos y definitivamente queremos cerrar encima de eso si somos alcistas. Voy a acercarme más en la de 4 horas para ver si la volatilidad está expandiendo al alza. No, sigue yéndose para abajo y de lado. ¿Qué me dices la de 2 horas? La de 2 horas nos enseña volatilidad exactamente haciendo lo mismo. Entonces, para cerrar, déjame solamente ver la de 1 hora. Si nos vamos ya, si nos metimos en tiempos de degenerados. Ok, vaya. Tuviste tantito acá y luego la volatilidad se fue de lado, no contó para absolutamente nada. Entonces, ¿cuál es el veredicto de Coinbase? Es bastante sencillo, honestamente, puesto enfrente de todos ustedes por acá. Estamos en una consolidación. Creo que pueden ver el rango con o sin el HPDR. Déjenme lo quito. Yo pondría la diaria. En la diaria puedes ver que creaste este alto, alto, alto más alto. Estás creando bajos más altos. Los pueden ver desde acá, ¿no? Lo puedes medir así o así. Me gusta más esto porque esto fue un SFP, esto fue un absoluto fake out que nos llevó al 21. Y lo que yo creo es que Coinbase va a ir en esta línea de tendencia a buscar un poco de consolidación antes de tener su breakout. Lo que estaba platicando con Farhan es que probablemente Coinbase vaya a ver el tope de ciclo cuando las alts tengan el tope de ciclo, cuando todos los shitcoins tengan ese tope de ciclo. Y MicroStrategy va a ser relativo a Bitcoin, porque es literalmente lo único que tiene que ver con MicroStrategy. Por ahora, bastante alcista en Coinbase, pero tiene cara que quiere consolidar por un rato antes de llegar a buscar esos nuevos máximos, así que no me sorprendería simplemente estar en este rango tan de hueva por un rato. Línea en la arena, definitivamente los 298, que es más o menos donde la media semanal está, 287, y va a subir. Esto va a cerrar en 4 días y 2 horas. Esto va a subir y probablemente nos lleve a esta zona de por acá. Así que nada mal, honestamente. Quiero rápido irme al chat de por acá para asegurarme que no se me esté yendo nada de las manos. Ramón, Salo, un tutorial de cómo activar mis indicadores en TradingView, etcétera. Te voy a rápidamente, vamos a Elite Trading Academy, dashboard, login. Qué tonto soy, me acabo de dar cuenta de algo muy estúpido. Ok. Un segundito. No me vayas a hacer esto. Ok. Aquí. Estamos en la librería de Elite Trading Academy. Esto es completamente nuevo porque me estás preguntando cómo puedes poner tu indicador. Estos son yo tengo todo lo que leo en mi computadora, etcétera, es en inglés, pero tenemos esto en español y los videos son en español también. Tenemos inglés y en español. Aquí en la librería vas a ir a buscar qué son indicadores. What is an indicator? Pícale ahí, te va a llevar al video y el video te va a decir exactamente lo que son y cómo usarlos. Y aparte también acá, quieres usar los SMAs y EMAs, esto es lo que vas a usar para poder poner eso. Lo que vamos a agregar ahora es el BBWP, cómo funciona, cómo lo lees, cómo lees el Joule y todas estas cosas para que ustedes lo tengan acá con la librería. La librería viene gratis con la membresía para ver los lives y también con la Elite, que es para todos. Y tiene todo el curso. Entonces, por $5 más es esto, obviamente es mensual, pero tienes todo el curso desglosado y además tienes todas las 3 clases exclusivas que han visto y además nuestros en vivos. Honestamente, Bruno hizo un gran trabajo con esto. Seguimos modificando todo. Ya saben que aquí a la izquierda tienen todas sus cosas, trading alerts, Zero Trader, etcétera. Pero pues, ahí lo tienen, brothers. Ahí lo tienen. Esto fue una sesión bastante productiva, bastante productiva. Me divertí muchísimo. All time high de Bitcoin. Se ve bien la cosa. Yo creo que para todos nosotros se ve bien la cosa y vamos a continuar. Me voy a dar una vuelta. Voy a hacer ejercicio y voy a regresar. Quiero platicar con ustedes de la industria de la televisión, tal cual como la industria de los coches se fue tienen que ir de un modelo de tener agencias a no tener agencias, que es lo que está destruyendo a varias. La industria de la tele está en lo mismo y voy a platicarles exactamente esto porque se me hace una locura, por cierto, que la gente crea que tengo tanto dinero. Me ofrecieron los derechos de Fórmula 1 informalmente, no estoy diciendo formalmente, informalmente, y me dijeron, güey, si quieres comprarlos van a costar 25 millones al año y tal vez solamente necesites tener una garantía de 4 años, 100 millones de dólares, ¿no? Impresionante, me encanta que crean que de verdad me los voy a sacar del culo para solamente seguir un deporte que amo, puedo seguirlo en F1 TV, pero quiero contarles de cómo de verdad debería funcionar ese tipo de reestructuración como Fox Sport, cómo funcionaría, porque todos los medios lo están haciendo mal, no tengo el dinero para hacerlo, tomaría miles de millones de dólares, pero si alguien tiene una televisora, les voy a dar literalmente algo que va a valer miles de millones de dólares para ustedes si es que gustan implementarlo. Si no, alguien lo hará y lo veremos en el futuro. Y sí, cuando digo va a valerles miles de millones, sí, porque es de uno de los únicos campos donde tengo experiencia completa es eso. Y ya verán. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Gracias a todos ustedes por estar acá. Pórtense bien. Nos vemos pronto.